talk to various employers. So we're just going to get started very, very shortly. I'm waiting for the screen, a main screen to come on. So before I can start the presentation, or I'm not. Okay, so just wondering, do I share my screen, or will the system share the screen on the slides? Okay, just bear with me for 2 seconds here, and we'll get this thing sorted out, and we're all good to go. Okay, I'm waiting for the ticking. Well, okay, so I don't know what happened here. So Noha, I guess well, I'm sharing my screen right now because I'm not sure why the screen is not being shared. So I'm gonna share my. That's why I have my. I was telling you earlier. I have my PowerPoint ready just in case, and this is the reason. Okay, so bonjour, bon après-midi, bonsoir à tous. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. My name is Shaw Kwan. I'm the Vice President of Global Outreach at G-TAC. It's always exciting because this is our 12th National Virtual Career Expo. I still remember back on November 21st, 2016, when we hosted the first VCE 1. So now we're VCE 12, so it's really, really exciting and still going strong. And we have thousands of jobs available from various exhibitors in our platform. So by all means, go and check it out. And of course, okay, there you go. Yeah. So it will run from 9 a.m. on September 27, Tuesday, September 27 Eastern Time, and for 35 straight hours until 8 p.m. on Wednesday, September the 28th. So, and for those of you that's listening for the first time, or that is not familiar with Global G-TAC, it stands for Global Talent Alliance Canada. We are your first connection, and I would say your best connection between you and the employment job market here in Canada. We host various weekly webinars, and of course, twice a year, we host our National Virtual Career Expo. As you can see, we have done 11 already, and this is our 12th. So we're extremely proud to with our accomplishment. And we work with various municipalities and provinces and various other organizations to bring you some of the latest information about Canada's labor market, as well as we work with over 400 employer partners across Canada. So since 2016, we have hosted over 700 live weekly webinars, and we look to continue that in October. So keep an eye on, follow us on LinkedIn. Go to LinkedIn, Global Talent Alliance Canada, and you'll see the latest information in terms of our lineup for October. And so a lot of newcomers, they come to Canada, they have a lot of challenges to finding jobs, and some of the toughest challenges are lack of local job information. You don't know what city to move to, or you're not sure what city offer the best opportunity for your expertise. You also lack Canadian experience. I know this is quite interesting. This is almost like exclusive to Canada. Is a lot of employers in Canada ask for Canadian experience, but that's the way it is. Rome was not built in one day, so we cannot change people's mentality in one day. So all you know is, generally speaking, people are still asking for Canadian experience. And of course, your lack of network. So the VCE 12 is actually a perfect place for you to connect with various employers, organizations across Canada and expand your network. And finally, if you're looking for a new career when you come to Canada, this is definitely a place to go to. So during VCE 12, you will fulfill all these requirements in terms of finding jobs, learning more about labor market information, and of course, networking with various employers all across Canada. During the VCE 12, we also have 2 days of live webinar. The first day is called Discover Canada. As you can see in today's webinar, we have various municipalities from coast to coast. We start with obviously our nation's capital, city of Ottawa. Then we're going to move down to Moncton, our Maritimes. Then we're going to go back to southern Ontario. Then we're going to go back to east again. And then we're going to have our federal ESDC, the Employment and Social Development Canada, will be doing a presentation in both English and French in the afternoon. And finally, we'll end with the West Coast, which is Langley, will be doing a presentation. So stay tuned. There's a lot of opportunity for you to ask questions. There's a lot of opportunity for you to learn about various markets, labor market information. And of course, I mentioned earlier is before you log in, which you start in about 9 minutes, there's a few things you need to prepare yourself, okay? Make sure you use laptop or desktop. Try not to use your mobile device or your tablet because this platform is not designed for mobile or tablet using, okay? So you can still use it, but it's not as effective as laptop and desktop, and always plug it in because you never know when you're going to be called into an interview and you don't want your battery die in the middle of an interview. That will be a very, very tragic. This is completely preventable, okay? Make sure you check your audio, video, lighting. For those of you that can see me, that can hear me, good. That means say your audio, video is working, but make sure your lighting is good. That's why you see that we all have a make sure that the interviewer can see you. And of course, dress professionally because it might be, I think it might be nighttime right now in wherever you are. I know it's almost 9 o'clock in Asia. So dress professionally. Don't dress in your house clothing because as I said before, you never know when you're gonna be asked for interview, and interview are done video. Follow your strategy. You check all the list of employers. Make sure you know which one to go to. Check their chat time. Check the company's background so you know who you're talking to, and have your resume ready because there's a feature in the VCE 12 platform where upon request, you can actually upload your customized resume to that particular employer, okay? During your private chat, and be on time. If an employer saw you and requests you to be, say, for example, they're really busy, they say, I want to talk to you, but come back at 2 o'clock this afternoon, 2 p.m. Eastern time, be back to their booth at 2 p.m. Eastern time, okay? Practice your elevator pitch. The first question, 99% of the time, the employer will say, please tell me a little bit about yourself. So practice your pitch. And of course, prepare your questions well ahead before you go into the booth to visit the employer. And finally, even if the conversation did not end anywhere, please still close on a positive, such as, oh, is it okay if I can add you on, connect with you on LinkedIn? Something very, very positive, because you never know. I have seen many, many, many cases where some people was refused in the first interview, or did not make it to the final cut, and then a week later they call him back and says, by the way, we just have another opening and we really like you. So this kind of things happens all the time, okay? So close on a positive. Finally, what not to say when you go into a booth, okay? Number one, do not tell employer, says, start off, hey, Mr. Employer or Mrs. Employer, I need a job. This is a job fair. You're going to the people's booth. That's because you're looking for a job. So there's no need to state the obvious. There's no need to say, for people that's outside of Canada that need sponsorship or work permit, or if you're on express entry, do not tell people I need a sponsorship, okay? Because the employer needs to know whether you fit the job first before they can talk the rest of it, you know? If they find you a complete fit for the job, everything is possible. Do not ask the people, what do you do? What does your company do? Okay. What jobs do you have? Check their career page, check their About Us. It's all in their booth, okay? Do not ask them how much do they pay, okay? And don't tell them that I only want senior level positions, okay? Maybe you are in senior level position in your home country, but when you come to Canada, you let the employer decide what level is best fit for you. And finally, do not reveal your personal information such as age, gender, marital status, etc. You don't need to share your date of birth, your photo, you know, your gender and marital status, how many children you have, your national ID number, your passport number. No, there's absolutely no need for that in Canada. And of course, anyone will have any doubt about this later on during the next or any presenter, you can ask them the same thing and you'll get the same answer, okay? And do not tell employer I'm good at everything, okay? When you say I'm good at everything, in employer's interpretation is you're good at nothing. So just be mindful. And finally, there's no point for you to tell the employer that I can learn quickly on a job. I got a call yesterday for a newcomer that came to Canada, and he said, I said, what do you do? He goes, I'm good at everything. Again, and then I said, well, what about this? Oh, I don't know that, but I can learn that on a job. No one's gonna pay you for 6 months to come to their company and learn the job, okay? No one, not in their right mind. So just be mindful, okay? Do not share those. And then finally, if you have any questions, by all means, send it to info@g-tac.ca and follow us at Global Talent Alliance Canada on LinkedIn, on social media. And of course, you can scan the QR code, okay? So all this to say is we are extremely happy and excited to get this thing started. And we are 3 minutes for official launch, opening the floor for all the job seekers around the world. And for everyone that's listening right now, is you can send, after each presentation, there will be a short Q&A sessions. So please, by all means, leave your questions in the chat box or in the Q&A box, and we'll get to it. And of course, in the case of our next presenter, which is Noha from City of Ottawa, after the presentation, she will be in the City of Ottawa booth. So if you're not able to, if we are not able to answer your question during this session, by all means, you can talk to Noha and City of Ottawa rep in their booth. So by all means, do visit their booth. And right now, I have stopped sharing my slide. Maybe Noha, you want to get your slides ready before I make the official introduction.
Morning, show. I'm ready.
Okay, hold on.
No problem.
Okay, so your screen are all ready. So, ladies and gentlemen, our first presenter or organization that's doing the presentation in our Discover Canada series today in our 12th National Virtual Career Expo is Noha. Her full name is Noha Osman Fahmy. She's a PhD, and I like to call her Dr. Noha. She will be presenting. She is a specialist for outreach and recruitment at the City of Ottawa. And today in her presentation, she will give a general overview about the City of Ottawa, our nation's capital of Canada. And of course, and she also talk about discovery of the City of Ottawa, various amenities in Ottawa. And of course, she'll talk about a little bit general overview about the entire labor market information in the City of Ottawa and with City of Ottawa. So Noha, with great pleasure, the mic is yours.
Thank you so much, Sho. So welcome everyone to our session on discovering the City of Ottawa. And thank you for joining us. sorry, show, I cannot see the presentation. Yes, thank you.
Are you okay?
I'm okay, but I cannot move the slide.
Go to wait, is this share screen or is this your screen?
No, this is your screen, not my screen.
Okay. So okay, can somebody start the there you go. There you go.
Yeah.
Now
Perfect.
you can go back.
Okay, so before we start, so we have here a recognition we recognize that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. So we extend our respect to all First Nations, Inuit, Métis peoples for their valuable past and present contributions to this land. We also recognize and respect the cultural diversity that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people bring to the city of Ottawa. Le peuple de cette nation occupe ce territoire depuis des millénaires. Sa culture et sa présence l'ont imprégné et l'imprègne encore. So my name is My name is Noha Fahmi, and I'm the Outreach and Recruitment Specialist at the City of Ottawa. Today's sessions, I will be talking about our City of Ottawa in general, the City of Ottawa as an organization, why work for the City of Ottawa as an organization, our culture, benefits at the city, and what you need to know in order to be one of my colleagues in the future. I'm sorry, I have here a technical problem. Not sure why, but
sorry.
Sorry, Shao. Can you take control and just like go through the presentation, because I can't from my end.
Really? Okay, hold on a sec.
No problem.
We'll fix that in 2 seconds. Just
So,
give me a second. Just bear with me for 2 seconds, okay? I'll be
second, no problem.
Noha, maybe you can try right now.
No.
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 oh,
Oh.
it's working.
It's working, but the problem is I cannot. Okay. Okay, so let's start with some facts about the city of Ottawa, the capital of Canada. Ottawa is the fourth largest city by population. Only Toronto, Montreal, and Calgary are larger than Ottawa. Our population is over 1 million people. Our city is growing at a faster rate than Ontario or Canada as a whole. We are also unique in that 92% of Ottawa is rural, and we have more farmland than all 5 of the other major cities in Canada combined. This is important because it presents us with different issues to deal with than areas that are mostly urban, such as providing emergency services to a such large area. With Ottawa being the capital of Canada, there are more focus on us than other municipalities in Canada. Special features with which I like of the region is that both English and French are widely spoken and reflected in the city's culture and commerce.
Still kind of cool.
Okay, let's talk now about our city services. We the city focuses on providing service excellence to all our residents. City services span a wide range of activities and encompasses services that each of you use each and every day, like in your daily activities, such as transit. We are all using buses, roads with our car, sidewalk maintenance, garbage and recycling, emergency services, urban planning, long-term care, parks and recreation, social services, art and heritage, and public health. So our City of Ottawa as an organization, we have over than 1,700 full and part-time employees. Residents of the City of Ottawa can receive services by calling 311, visiting Inclined Service Center, and online at ottawa.ca. The mayor is the head of the council and is elected citywide. He joined on council by 24 councillors. Council is elected for a 4-year term. So we, like October 2022, it's our next municipal election. So the city has more than 110 line of business, and more of our employees, transit and some finance employees, are federally regulated. So this is very important, or about Ottawa and Windsor as cities have federally regulated employees in our organization. We have 10 departments, such as emergency services, public works, transportation, and 4 separate boards, such as Ottawa Public Health and library. So the question now, why choosing the City of Ottawa as an organization? I will put it all now just in front of you to have idea about the benefits of joining the City of Ottawa. So first is working for the city has many benefits. Ottawa has consistently been named one of the top employers in the National Capital Region. We are a top diversity employer. We have won that several years in a row as well. We have active living clubs, are on site, gyms that are available at many of our city offices. We offer competitive compensation. We have continuous, the continuous full-time employees are eligible for enrollment in the group benefits plan, which includes medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. As a bilingual corporation, second language training is available in English and French. We are involving our Future of Work initiative to provide flexible work arrangement in a hybrid environment if the position if it doesn't against the position requirement. There are wealth of opportunities for learning and development to support your career growth. The city puts our employees first and offer many opportunities for career progression. Awards and recognition programs recognize innovation by employees, and many positions are unionized, providing the benefit of union negotiation for things like vacation, leave, sick leave, and with 13 different unions, the city offers very broad diversity of jobs that allows for career growth. And we have the membership of the biggest pension organization in the world called OMERS, which is an employee when an employee retires, They receive regular pension payment that continue for the rest of their life. The employee and family assistance program provides employees and their family with immediate and confidential support to help resolve work, health, and life challenges. So as you can see, we have a lot of benefits that encourage anyone to come and choose the city of Ottawa as an organization to be your future employer, to think about that. So the question now, how to be part of the city of Ottawa and how to apply for jobs online. So it's only 4 steps, like really easy 4 steps. Like the first step is creating a profile. If you go to ottawa.ca, you will see like creating an account, creating a profile. Just do it, create a profile. Your profile should contain all information about you, your qualifications, your skills, your previous experience. So once you create your profile, you can check like different opportunities and start to apply. If you apply for a specific job, please tailor your resume, your cover letter to answer the requirement of the job. So just to let you know, we don't have an automated resume screening. Hiring managers and staffing officers, they go through all resumes. Please don't forget to answer the self-identifications question. Step 3, once your name or your resume is in the shortlist, you will be called for an interview. For like step number 4, the interview, like it's one of the methods like used at the city when selecting a qualified candidate. So the interview can assist in like determining if the candidate has the required knowledge, ability, qualification to perform the job or not. Try to use, if you are called for an interview, try to use the STAR methods to answer the interview questions, starting by clear situation, your technique, your action taken, and the result at the end. So this is how really the steps in order to be part of our organization. Sorry. So I know because of the time, I will go through with you like very quickly. I just selected some great opportunities now. They are online. They are open for the public to apply. So as I said before, so we have like diversity, like we are like diversity and inclusion is very important to our organization, and the city is committed to providing equal access to employment opportunities to create and maintain a workforce that is reflective of population we serve. So one of the opportunity we have here as administrative jobs. So you can see like in different department, customer service agent, for instance, it's in the transit department, coordinator, committee of adjustment, project officer, municipal fleet engineering. It's with it's with public works. Business consultant infrastructure, it's in the infrastructure department. Client service agent, casual pool, it's in recreation department. So we have opportunities with community social service department. So this department oversees like they give support for children's services, employment, housing. So if you can see, like we have like range of opportunities, diversity and inclusion programs and projects, support worker, long-term care. So you can go and check ottawa.ca, the opportunities we have. Planning and infrastructure. So this is current opportunity in this department. From managerial level to entry level. So go ahead and check. transportation, like buses. So we have here transit planner, business analyst, specialist, transit services. We have co-op student, obviously, customer service representative, and we have engineers as well, opportunity. So I just selected some opportunity we have in different departments, recreation, culture, and facilities. So you will see like range of opportunities with this department. And so what you want to know is you have to go. This is like a screenshot from our website, Welcome to City of Ottawa career page. As you can see, you can create your account. Once you are creating your account, you can apply. We have workshop to help you applying to the job at the City of Ottawa. So feel free to call this number and with this extension and add your name to be part of the upcoming workshop to help you creating and applying. And if you have any questions, you can email the HR Service Center at ottawa.ca or by calling us at 613-580-2424 and the extension 47411. And we'll be happy really to help you through your career, so to help during your career growth or like changing career. So just consider the City of Ottawa as an employer. And thank you. Thank you, Shaw.
Okay, Noha. Wow. Well, you know what? It's actually perfect because now we have, if you look at the Q&A session, there's actually people asking a question in English and in French. So we have someone from, I'm a Moroccan nurse. I have 2 years of experience. I did the equivalent of my diploma. I made the appointment to take the TCF Canada. I'm not familiar with TCF. I'm interested in working as a beneficiary attendant. That's interesting. I'm not sure what beneficiary attendant means.
So can I answer, Shaw?
Sure, please.
I'm by myself an immigrant, right? So, and when I came here to Canada, I used to use what I use like in the market like back home, right? So just try to go online and check what is the equivalence for, not equivalent as certification, but what is the beneficiary attendant, because we don't have this. I don't know what is the beneficiary attendant. So just try to see, maybe it's like a support worker. I don't know. I'm not sure. Just like try to use same terminology as the city or the country you are going to.
Okay. This person actually put it in French. In French, it says préposé or bénéficiaire.
Yeah, préposé. So that's great. Like préposé.
You look at the chat box, Noha. Chat box. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I do. Okay. So the préposé. Yeah. So we are looking for préposé at the city, and for this specific like job, we are looking for this, like especially the bilingual. So we are looking for francophone actually. So just go and check. You will see like a lot of jobs for this specific like career path.
So here's a question, Noha. I'm just curious, like for people that's outside of Canada, as you know, there's many. By the way, in Canada, when we say for all of you that's listening right now, in Canada, when we say bilingual, generally we meant English and French. I know I would say majority of the population in Canada are bilingual, right? Yes. But our official language is English and French. So sometimes when people say, oh, I'm trilingual, that's almost like by default, you know English you know French, and then plus a third language. So when we say bilingual, usually means English and French, just so we're clear,
Yeah.
because I know a lot of people are bilingual. So for people that's able to speak English and French, when they apply for jobs at the city of Ottawa, is there an advantage over people that's unilingual?
No, so what's unique about the city of Ottawa that we offer a lot of job for unilingual, French or English.
Okay.
And we have position designated to be bilingual. So they cannot be part of this position unless they are fully bilingual, English and French. So this is really, this is what I really like at the city. I'm not comparing with federal, but federal, you have to be bilingual. Like 90% of the jobs are bilingual.
Yes.
At the city.
Okay. And well, for those of you that's listening right now, I also want to mention this, and this is quite interesting. We are having our municipal election coming up in late October this year.
Yes.
And I can tell everyone that's listening right now, you might think is astonished, but among the candidates for the mayor of Ottawa, over half are immigrants. Just so you know, it's quite interesting. Over half of the candidates are immigrants, meaning people who was not born in Canada. Okay, it's quite interesting. This is how culturally diversified the Canadian major cities are, and you'll get to hear later on throughout the day in terms of all the other smaller cities across Canada as well. Canada is very, very diverse. So do not worry about because I'm Moroccan, I have no chance here in Canada. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Here really is. I mean, look at Noha and I. We're both we're both immigrants, right? So it's absolutely not true. Okay.
Can I add something, Show, about
yes.
about the being bilingual? Once you get here, once you are you have your permanent resident, or I'm not sure about other status, but the permanent resident, because you are born outside Canada, so you have the right to learn the second language.
I see. By the way, you were stuck for a little bit. You want to repeat that again?
Okay, again. So because you are, so you like anyone has a permanent resident card or status, they have the right to learn a second language, English or French, for free. And you know what? Not only second language, you can speak any other language, Spanish if you would like to learn. So Canada, it's a great country to live. So you can. So if you are francophone, pure francophone, once you come here, you register your name and then you will learn English for free.
Yes, exactly. Now there's a question here. Noha, maybe you can help me. This is in a Q&A session. It says, Bonjour, je suis une sage-femme avec, avec 18 ans d'expérience et j'ai cherché un poste de travail. What's sage-femme?
It's a support worker. Social support, yes. Personal support worker.
PSW, yes. Definitely, the PSW are needed everywhere across Canada.
Needed, and especially the.
Sorry, Noha, you're stuck again.
The francophone one.
Yeah, sorry, Noha. You were freezing. Yes. Now you want to repeat that again?
Yeah, sure. So so we are looking for nurses. We are looking for personal support workers, especially francophone.
Yeah. Okay. And this is a question. It says, I'm a bilingual CSR, customer service rep, in English and French. Thank you for clarification. 11 years of experience. I'm actually working part-time job with a Canadian call center since last November. Do you think I have a chance to get an opportunity in Ottawa, or more specifically?
Yeah,
I think I guess what he meant is with Ottawa? I think he meant with City of Ottawa.
Yeah. So transit, they are looking for customer service, bilingual customer service. So go and check ottawa.ca. We have a lot of bilingual customer service needed now.
Yeah. And this is to how do you pronounce this? I think this is Arabic. It's Jaouad. Jaouad. Is it Jawad? Or I'm not sure. Anyway, you can also check out our website. The VC12 booth. There are many companies looking for bilingual CSR
Jawad.
as well. Okay. Yeah. So please go into the VC12. By the way, after Noha's presentation, you can go to City of Ottawa booth and chat with her, and she'll give you more information. In fact, you could have a private chat with her. By the way, we just opened up the survey for City of Ottawa. Please take a few seconds to complete the survey, and your feedback means a lot to us. So we need your feedback, and give us and then put in your comments in the feedback as well. Okay, so we're going to continue with this question. Is oh boy, there's a lot of questions. Maybe you can do this, Noha. There's several French questions in the chat box.
Oui, so bonjour, le code de ma CNP est le 1122, professionnel des services conseils en gestion aux entreprises. Ça ressemble à mon emploi actuel en Algérie. Je suis enquêtrice principale en chef de la concurrence et des enquêtes économiques. Je suis francophone et je comprends l'anglais, mais je parle pas bien. Aurais-je une chance pour trouver un emploi, s'il vous plaît? Pour avoir un emploi, vous devez... Alors, l'anglais, c'est essentiel. Vraiment, l'anglais, c'est essentiel. Sauf si vous choisissez à partir à Québec, peut-être, mais à la ville d'Ottawa, l'anglais est essentiel.
Yeah, you want to do a quick translation,
Yeah,
Noha?
quick translation, so it's good. So being bilingual, being Francophone, it's important, but you have to have a good command of English in order to be part of the city of Ottawa. So it's so difficult to be only Francophone. Yeah, so it's no. You should have at least a good command of English.
Of course, yeah. I say this many times already. For those of you that actually listen to my broadcast, is especially professional jobs right now. I would say 90% probably where English is definitely required. There's very, very few professional jobs where you only need French. And that's all obviously predominantly in Quebec. But even in Quebec, knowing some English it's quite beneficial to your career development as well. Now, we also get a lot of questions about New Brunswick, so don't worry about it. Just wait a few minutes until 10 o'clock. We're going to have someone from Moncton, another bilingual city that will be doing presentation, and we're going to have another opportunity for others. So all this questions about New Brunswick, I would rather let people from New Brunswick to answer those questions. Now, there's one question that says, is work permit easy to get in Canada? Do you want to take a shot at this, Noha? Is work permit easy to get in Canada?
So it depends on the employer. So I'm not sure if it's easy or not. I'm not in this process. So it's really with the IRCC, the Immigration Canada, and the employer. So I'm sorry. So
yeah. And for any one of you that's asking questions about immigration related, please tune in tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, where we will have a certified immigration consultant that will come and do a presentation and answer everything that you want to know about immigration to Canada, of course, about work permit. So as you can see, our 2 days of webinar will cover everything. So you can go ahead and ask the questions, but we'll answer your question on one or the other of the webinar. Okay, that's always good. So bonjour. Yeah, there's people say hi to you. I'm a mechanical engineer. Would I be able to get a job here in Ottawa?
Yeah, so yes, but because it's regulated, it's a regulated like job. So you have two options here. So the first option is to finish your certification or like your equivalency, or you can search for an alternative career to the engineer without the certification. So for those who have this regulated professions, you have to go and check what is needed in each job posting, because sometimes it's a requirement for the job, sometimes it's not requirement for the job. So it depends on the employer, what they are looking for, and so on. And because you are coming here in Canada, think about alternative career. Alternative career means nurses can be, if you cannot get your certification as nurse here in Canada, you can be like a public health inspector, right?
Yes.
So if you cannot be a teacher, you can be like ECE, early childhood educator. So
Yes.
just open your mind to have alternative career till you finish your certification or continue this career at the end. So
Yeah. Somebody is very interesting. They said, "What's the first language in Canada?" The very first one.
so it's like, yeah, so I don't know, it's the First Nation,
Yeah,
like
one. There are actually many First
many,
Nations
yeah,
languages, right?
yeah,
Yeah. So yeah, I can assure you, English and French came later. Okay.
yeah.
Actually,
And
French came
then
first before English. Yeah.
for those who are interested to go to New Brunswick, you will see there even their French. So the French here in Ottawa or in Ontario, it's the French Ontarian. If you go to Quebec, it's other thing. If you go to New Brunswick, it's the Acadien, the
Yes.
Acadien. So it's different. So we celebrate the diversity.
Definitely, definitely.
Yeah.
Now here's a question for you. These are man, I tell you, Noha, our listener have good questions.
Mm-hmm.
What made Ottawa different compared to other cities? And also, do I have to be bilingual to live in Ottawa?
So what is different about Ottawa? Ottawa, it's the capital. It's a small city, so you have both like sides. So we have all government. Um, we serve like all Canada, right? So we have all federal government. We have the provincial government. We have the municipal government. We have the biggest IT, right? Show, correct me if I'm wrong. The
Mm-hmm.
biggest IT.
Yes,
IT companies here in Canada.
that's right.
It's a safe city. And then, I'm sorry, what is the second part of the
Second one
question?
is, do I have to be bilingual to live in
No,
Ottawa?
no.
No. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny. It's funny
Mhm.
is I'm originally from Montreal. When I first came to Ottawa, and I thought, okay, you know what, I'll speak French whenever I go. But I realized when I came to Ottawa, whenever I speak to French to people answer me in English. So after a while, I just stopped speaking French. I only speak English now in
Yeah,
Ottawa.
yeah.
This is
Ottawa is
my
English.
personal experience, of course. Yeah.
Mhm. Can I answer this question, Show? So,
Which one?
les CNP demandés en Ottawa, we don't use the CNP. So we don't use this because we are not
NOC, knock code. That's right.
code. We
Yeah.
don't use it. So
Yes.
our hiring process, it's much more easy from the federal government.
Yes. Okay. But do you really can people with work permit
Yeah.
apply to City
Yes.
of Ottawa jobs?
Yeah. So work permit, permanent resident, Canadian citizen, of course,
There was a
and
question actually from international student.
international student, they can
Yes.
apply. International
Mm.
student, you have your work permit, you
Mhm.
can apply. And international student, the door is open for if they have co-op student. They can, if they have their co-op work permit, they can they can work easily.
Okay. So if you go to Q&A section at 9:12 a.m., there's one question that says, how do we create a profile to apply for job in Ottawa? So my advice to you is after the session, go into the VCE platform, our 12th national platform, go to the City of Ottawa booth, and then click on the various link there. There will be a link that will link you directly to the City of Ottawa's career section. And of course, you can chat with Noha while in the booth. Now, on 9:13 a.m., Siddiqui Barahim actually typing a language that I'm not even sure if that's Arabic. Is that Arabic?
I'm checking.
At 9:13 a.m.
9:13, just a sec.
Yeah, in the Q&A box.
Oh, wow, a lot of questions here.
Yeah. I'm not even. Do you want me to copy it and put it in the chat?
9:13, you said?
9:13. Yeah.
I'm still 9:17. Yeah,
Is that Arabic?
Yes, it's Arabic. Yeah, it's
Okay.
Arabic.
Okay.
So what should I do? So should I answer in Arabic or should I answer in English?
Well, first of all, translate it into English and.
No, it's
and
like, do you speak Arabic? Yes, I speak Arabic. So I don't understand the second part of the question. But
okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll
yes,
continue.
I do speak Arabic.
Yeah, and in fact, I would say the largest, believe it or not, according to the last census, Arabic speaker accounts for the highest percentage of immigrant population here in Ottawa.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
And we have now a lot of jobs where we can see English essential, Arabic is an asset. So if you have Arabic language or like any third language, it's important. So Mandarin, Arabic, Spanish. So here we so they like the third language. It's an asset because like of the diversity. But I do speak Arabic.
Okay. If I currently live outside of Canada, can I apply for a job with City of Ottawa?
If you have a work permit, if you have the status, you can do it.
Yes. Okay, good.
For sure.
And I'm now working as a QA, QC, quality assurance, quality control manager in pipeline project.
Perfect.
How and what is the best job for me in Canada, in Ottawa?
So for me, I cannot answer this question. So because at the City of Ottawa, we have, as I said, 100 like business line, and each business line, they have their own jobs. Like you can see engineers or like this quality insurance one, you can see it in public works. You can see it department. You can see it in water department. We can see it in planification and infrastructure department. We can see it in transportation department, right? So four business line can have the same job with different titles. So just you have to go and check the website.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And I don't, so I'm sorry, Shao, but I don't have all jobs.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But if the person is meant like, say, for example, a gas pipeline or oil pipeline, and obviously a lot of those jobs, even though it's predominantly from Alberta, that's where all the natural resources are coming from. But I believe a lot of the company, like for example, the design company or mechanical engineering company, they're probably not only located in Alberta, they're also located in Ontario or in BC or in Quebec. So there's no specific way to answer the question. Is those jobs probably exist all across Canada. Okay, but if you talk about actual go to the field and build the pipeline, that's under the construction, then chances are a lot of those jobs are located in Western Canada. Okay, so yes, of course, bilingual service, that's good. Yeah. So what's the best way to apply for a job? Is it ottawa.ca?
Yeah, can I copy paste the website?
Sure.
Can
You
I
can put it in the
quickly?
chat box or just type answer and to public. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I didn't.
Yeah. No, not yet. So okay, just well, you have to reply to everyone. Okay.
Yes, this is what I'm doing, but it doesn't give me the option. It's show G-TAC support.
Okay. Okay. Tech support. Can you please give Noha the authority to post her comment to everyone, please? Now, while you do that, I have another question.
Mhm.
What about the requirements for pandemic control, such as vaccination tests? Do they still need it to travel or for travel or work in Canada?
So that's a good question because because for now, okay, vaccinated, it's a mandatory requirement depending on the job you are doing. Like if you are nurse, if you are doctor, if you are sage-femme, if you like anything related to this public of health, you have to be fully vaccinated. Other than that, no.
Okay, perfect. I have a question from Sandrine that she completed a PSW certificate session on June 2022, and she's looking for an employer that recruits internationally for PSW. And I would suggest is there are so many, okay, Medivy, Northwood, there's a few, and also talk to the various municipal representation like Moncton, Fredericton, London, or City of Ottawa, PSW. Yeah. So they're all in need for PSW. So by all means, talk to all these various employers. If you have any questions, go to the G-TAC booth, and we'll be able to help you or guide you to the various booths. Okay, Sandrine? Thank you for the question. Oh my God, there's so many questions. I'm a teacher of English from Algeria with more than 9 years experience. Which procedure should I follow to apply? Let it be known that English is Canada's mother language, and do I have a chance? No, you know, Abdel Hakim. I don't know. What do you think? Somebody that teaches English abroad, do they have an equal chance here to teach English in Canada?
They have the equal chance, but they have to have the 2 years of certification to be a teacher. So it's a regulated job. And that's why if you cannot do the 2 years, you have alternative career, be an ESL teacher, English as a second language, maybe. So we have a lot of alternative or like chances for teachers, but not at the city of Ottawa as an organization. So we don't have teachers.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. What about medical imaging technologists? What do you think about their opportunity?
I don't know. I really don't know. So sorry?
Yeah. Medical imaging technologists, like people that take X-ray, people that do ultrasound.
So
well, I'm going to answer that question. Because I know it's because a lot of people who was, I know quite a few are actually doctors from Congo, from Rwanda, from China, from Philippines. They were doctors there, but they couldn't get their doctor's degree here, so they go to the college and take these 2 years technical imaging technician certificate. And by the time they finish, they come out, they can work in a lab to take X-rays, ultrasound, all the various scans. So technical imaging technicians, yes. So, but you do have to go back to school and get a certificate for that in order to practice that. So that is definitely possible. Now, here's a question. This is a very common question, and this is something that maybe you can explain, Noha, because you went through this. Is it easy for newcomers to Canada to get work opportunities with the city of Ottawa without any prior Canadian experience?
Yes, yes, and yes, and yes. So for the newcomers now, I can see that they have better chances than the old immigrant, because before it wasn't really open for permanent resident, right? So especially with the government, provincial or federal governments. So yes, you have the chance, and forget about the Canadian experience, because you have to start from somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So just think about people, immigrant, me. I'm at the city of Ottawa. So you have to think in a positive way. Yes, you have. It's just how to prepare your interview, how to prepare your resume to answer what they are looking for exactly. So just do your research, and yeah.
Okay, good. We're gonna quickly wrap up. We got 4 minutes to go, and there's still about
Yeah.
I don't know, 150 questions. I'm gonna, for all of you listening right now, if we are not able to get to your questions during the City of Ottawa's presentation, by all means, please go visit City of Ottawa's booth. Once you're done, I know how will be there to answer your questions. We'll be happy to answer your question. Here's another question from Catherine. Je suis aussi qualifié à travailler en qualité de préposé aux bénéficiaires. I'm not sure what is préposé or bénéficiaire. It's like
Préposé, yes, okay. I'm not sure about the English, but
it's a benefit. I think this is similar to a support worker, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah, anyway, that's fine. Yes. Okay, here's a question from Yusuf. I'm from Morocco and want to know about bank jobs. Well, Yusuf, please go to VCE booth and talk to people from Tangerine, RBC, and Desjardins will be this afternoon, and know about jobs. And I can tell you right now, I work with a lot of banks, and especially here in Desjardins and RBC. I was able to get all our clients to find work in these banks, and every one of them are immigrants. Okay, so yes, the answer to your question is yes. Well, I mean, generally speaking, Noha, you want to give your sense of your personal experience before you came to Canada, and then after you came to Canada, was there a lot of myths? A lot of thinking that before you come to Canada, but once you come to Canada, you realize, oh no, it's not true. Is there any of those experience you want to share with our listener?
Yeah, I would like to share about, so just think with an open mind of different opportunities. So I'm a professor. I was a HR professor. When I came here, I think my connection is unstable. No.
Yeah, you can, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And when I came here, I came as a professor. I searched a lot at universities, so it didn't work out. So I chose a alternative career and took the path of the professional life of an HR, right? So just make sure you have this open mind to learn about the culture, to learn about Canada in general, and be open to any opportunity, but please in your field. Try to be in your field. Nurses can be a public health inspector, a teacher can be ECE, or I don't know, doctors can, if they cannot do their certification to be doctors, they can work in the research, as researcher in hospitals, right? Mm-hmm. So that's really my advice, and don't take other people experience.
Yeah.
Everyone
well said. Now, Noha, I want you to use the next minute just to do a wrap up about City of Ottawa, and also maybe what time you're gonna be at the booth, and then so people can go and chat with you.
I will be at the booth at 10.
Okay, good. And you want to do a quick wrap up about City of Ottawa?
So the wrap up about the city of Ottawa, thank you so much. I can see like a lot of participants, a lot of interesting question. The city of Ottawa, it's a very good employer of choice, and our door is open for everyone, for immigrant diversity, and so it's a good employer. That's I can say. I'm here to represent City of Ottawa, proud to be there. And don't forget, I'm an immigrant like you, like went through all what you are in now. The difference is when I came, I didn't have like G-TAC or other organization to help in this career search. So or job search. So.
Well, thank you,
thank you so much,
you.
Joe, for giving me this opportunity to present the city of Ottawa and to present myself. And feel free, like I will be in the booth at 10. Ask your question. If I cannot answer during that time, we can connect through LinkedIn if you would like.
Yeah. And I have to apologize to everyone that we didn't get a chance to answer your question. We just certainly don't have time. We want to try to bring you as many different speakers, as much information as possible all across Canada. So please, your understanding and patience are greatly appreciated. If we cannot answer your questions, by all means, send your question to info@g-tac.ca or go to G-TAC booth and ask your question there. We'll be happy to answer your questions. One of our representatives will answer your questions. And of course, we always have weekly webinars after this event. So that means there's many ways to get in touch with us, including some very, very smart readers, listener. They already sending me LinkedIn connections already. So good for you. So Noha, on behalf of everyone at G-TAC, I want to thank you for presenting City of Ottawa and various opportunities. I want you to take a break, relax, and then you're going to go to the booth because I'm sure there will be lots of people waiting for you at your booth.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you, everyone.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. So we're going to take a break right now. We're going to play a bit of a video about G-TAC, and we'll be back. We'll be coming back online in 8 minutes at 10 a.m. sharp, and we will have great Moncton presented by Angelique Reddy Kalala. So we'll be back in a few minutes.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused training you benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Good morning, Angelique.
Good morning.
Wow, it's nice to see you again. Now, you know what? I don't know if you remember this. We've been talking since, what is it? 2015 or 20? Anyway, it's been a while since we know each other. I think the first time we met was on a conference.
Likely, yes. And excited to get back to some more in-person conferences this fall.
Oh my God. Yeah, a lot of people are, well, especially with the vaccination restriction that the federal government announced yesterday. That was quite a surprise.
Absolutely, yes.
So anyway, for those of you that's listening right now, thank you very much for joining us. Continue to watch our Discover Canada series today. And as mentioned earlier, at 10 o'clock a.m. now, we're presenting Greater Moncton. And we will have Angelique Reddy Kalala, who is the Immigration Strategy Officer with the city of Moncton. I believe it's the city of Moncton or the government of New Brunswick. I'm not sure. Well, I'll let you clarify that, okay? And with the Sustainable Growth and Development Services Department. And she's been with there for almost 8 years now. So she will talk about why you want to choose Greater Moncton. She will talk about the various family lifestyles and various employment opportunities. So without further ado, I think you have the control of the screen right now. Angelique, you want to try and put your mouse over the screen and click. And then as soon as you're ready, the mic is yours.
Okay, great. I'll just make sure that I can click through. I'm
There you go.
using my arrow, but oh, there we go. Oh,
Yeah. So you can also use the arrow key on your keyboard back and forth.
okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
C'est bon.
Perfect.
Okay. The mic is yours, Angelique.
Sounds great. Well, welcome everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. Mon nom c'est Angélique Reddy-Kalala. Je suis l'agent de la stratégie d'immigration avec la ville de Moncton. So good morning, everyone. My name is Angélique Reddy-Kalala. I am the Immigration Strategy Officer with the City of Moncton. However, today I will be presenting on Greater Moncton, which comprises of Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe. We are partners that all work together underneath the banner of Immigration Greater Moncton. And so the purpose of today's presentation for me and for you will be to review quality of life. So all the great aspects that makes Greater Moncton a great place to live, work, and study. Employment opportunities, including our key economic industries, as well as other aspects of life, such as festivals, events, sports activities for your children, as well as entrepreneurship and settlement services. So I'll just start here. So if you're wondering why Greater Moncton, we are the hub of Atlantic Canada. So we are located on the eastern seaboard, about 20 minutes away from the beach. And we're also really strategically located, known as the hub because we have a major rail line that runs through our city, which allows us to have cargo as well as passenger trains. We have an international airport as well. And we also are very close to two major ports, the Port of St. John, New Brunswick, and also the Port of Halifax. So that allows us to have a very diversified economy, but also in terms of our transportation and logistics sectors, those are very, very strong in our area. If you're wondering exactly where we're located, you could see we're about a 1 day or about a 9-hour drive to Montreal, for instance, about 14 or so hours to Toronto, about an hour and a half flight, however, to Montreal, and close to a 2-hour flight to Toronto, for instance, in New York City. So we're very strategically located. So great place to obviously live, but very close to some major cities in Canada and the US, both obviously for vacationing, but also to do business as well. So when we say the hub of the Maritimes, oftentimes our region is referred to as the hub because of our strategic location for business. And that is one of the main drivers of our economy. You'll see my presentation, however, is, although I'll be speaking in English today, I am bilingual, alors anglais et français, alors je vais poser vos questions dans la langue de votre choix. Also, the presentation, you'll see the slides are in both official languages as well. So as I was saying, when we're saying the City of Moncton or Greater Moncton, we work in partnership. And so Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe are what is composed of Greater Moncton. And so you'll hear me a lot refer today as Greater Moncton. Moncton and Dieppe are both cities. Moncton is an officially bilingual city. Dieppe is a francophone city, and Riverview is more English, but also somewhat bilingual in terms of the residents. And so us working together is what we refer to as Greater Moncton. You can see here where we're located in New Brunswick. We are very close to Fredericton and St. John, and I know that my colleagues will be on today's call as well. And also you can see where we're located in terms of New Brunswick overall. The three major cities of New Brunswick are quite close together, and they're both each about an hour and a half drive approximately from each other. So oftentimes when we're working, you know, you'll have the opportunity to really commute between the different cities as well. Oops, sticks a little bit here. So in terms of economic growth, our region is one of the fastest growing metropolitan areas in Canada. And about 14,000 people moved here over the past 5 years. Dieppe and Moncton were the two fastest growing cities in Atlantic Canada. And Atlantic Canada is composed of PEI, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland. So the two fastest growing cities are in the Greater Moncton area, and mainly that is due to immigration. And one of the reasons why our region is growing so fast, however, is because of business, because of employment opportunities. We are what we would refer to as a diverse economy. So we don't rely on one sector for growth. We have many different sectors, which makes it so we have a very strong economy. So some of our key sectors include transportation, logistics and supply, back office, which would include finance, fintech and insurance, as well as construction and healthcare. So as our population grows, so does our residential development. So we have record-breaking years with the amount of new builds in terms of apartment buildings, for instance, and homes. As a result as well, we have many new schools. So we have some really nice schools for your children in Greater Moncton, as well as healthcare. A lot of jobs, of course, across Canada, but certainly within our community. And as I was referring to prior as well, whereas we are strategically located on the eastern seaboard, transportation is also strong as well. We are also a bilingual city, so about 47% of our workforce is bilingual English and French. Other sectors of employment include education and post-secondary, so a lot of jobs in teaching, IT and gaming, advanced manufacturing, retail and tourism, as well as AI and robotics. We were obviously hit by that big hurricane that you probably saw pass through Canada. Our tourism industry here is extremely strong. It is one of the most beautiful places to live in Canada, whereas we're right next to the ocean. So certainly lots of opportunities in that sector as well. Also, whereas we are officially bilingual province in the province of New Brunswick, within the Greater Moncton area, we have both a French school system and an English school system. And so that's an important note. If you are not English or French, so for instance, we will call you allophone. If your first language is not English or French, you have the choice between either the English or French school system for your children. Both school systems are extremely strong and both have a lot of new schools. In terms of an employment opportunity as well, certainly there's lots of employment opportunities. I saw some of those questions prior for the city of Ottawa. Within the education system, our school districts are actively recruiting teachers, bus drivers, teachers' aides, you name it. Our school system is hiring, and that is through the provincial government. We also have daycares, French and English. So if you are looking for instance, employment within the daycare and after school system as early childhood educators, there are a lot of different positions available, both English and French, as well as after school care too. So oftentimes when people move here, both parents will oftentimes work. And so just know that there's somewhere for your children to work after school as well. Or not to work, sorry, to have fun after school as well, while you're working. In terms of education, so certainly if you're moving here as an international student, we have a lot of different opportunities when it comes to post-secondary education. And you can see here listed much of our post-secondary institutions. We have many more private colleges as well, but just to name a few, Mount Allison University has been recognized in Canada as one of the best undergraduate universities. That's located about a 20-minute drive from Greater Moncton. We have MBCC and CCNB. There are colleges, a lot of different programs there that are either 1 or 2 years long. We have a well-known flight college. So if you're looking to become a pilot, a great opportunity for you. We also have Université de Moncton. Alors, c'est la plus grande université francophone à l'est du Canada, à l'est de la ville de Québec. Alors, maintenant, on a à peu près 900 étudiants internationaux à l'Université de Moncton et c'est actuellement proche du centre-ville de la ville de Moncton. Alors, beaucoup d'étudiants internationaux francophones décident de rester dans notre région après leurs études. And so obviously, if you're looking to move here with your children, if your children, for instance, are also, in high school, for instance, there's a lot of opportunities to stay together as a family when you move here, knowing that you've already made a huge step to come to Canada, let alone sending your child to another city. There's lots of opportunities for education within the Greater Moncton area here. And of course, we have other private colleges like Olton's College, Mackenzie College, and Crandall University, as well as Eastern College, just to name a few. Keeps on going fast. In terms of healthcare, the city of Moncton is the largest city in New Brunswick. Greater Moncton is the fastest growing community in our region overall, Atlantic provinces. We also have a French and English health authority. So hospitals, that's what that means in English or in French. However, both serve people in both official languages as well. So that's an important note. So we have the Moncton Hospital and the George Dumont Hospital. We also have the Atlantic Cancer Research Institute as well. So when it comes to employment, if you're a doctor, if you're a nurse, there's a lot of opportunities. However, those are all regulated professions. So you're going to want to connect with the province of New Brunswick and with those associations prior to moving to ensure that your credentials, that there's pathway programs for you. So that's a really important note is also if your spouse, for instance, is moving here with a healthcare background, it is important to be informed prior to moving to make sure that you can practice within your field or within a similar field. And I do know that the province is working hard to be able to help match people. So that's an important note, but you'll want to look into that prior to arrival as well. But do know there are a lot of opportunities within our healthcare system right now, obviously across Canada, but certainly in Greater Moncton. In terms of the average cost of housing, those are the numbers for 2021. But for instance, a 2-bedroom apartment was around $1,042. You might have heard there's a huge demand in Canada in terms of housing. So you'll want to also work with your local settlement agencies prior to arrival. On our Immigration Greater Moncton website that you see in the top right-hand corner of this screen, you will find a full list of rental companies for the Greater Moncton area. So please do, prior to arrival, take a look at different housing options within the Greater Moncton area. And it's oftentimes people will stay, for instance, in a hotel or an Airbnb while they're looking for an apartment. But certainly where you choose your apartment or your home is where your children will go to school. So that's an important note too. So it's good to find out prior to arrival approximate prices and to also plan for that. We do know that price has increased, but that's just to give you an approximation. The average price of a home in Greater Moncton is around $337,000. Those images are actually ones that I took off of local real estate agencies pages, just to give you a few ideas of different types of homes that you would see within the Greater Moncton area. And that's the average home price. So that means that you can get homes for less or for more, depending on what your budget is. But that's just to give you an idea. That same home, for instance, in Halifax, Toronto, Montreal, Vancouver would be much more expensive. So although the price of homes in Greater Moncton has increased, we are still very much affordable compared to other Canadian cities. But it's not all about employment, obviously, or starting a business. It's also about all those elements that make Greater Moncton a great place to live, work, and certainly settle with your family. we have a lot of exciting events. And now with reduced COVID restrictions internationally, a lot of our big festivals have come back, which is really exciting. And so we have big festivals like multicultural festivals, massive Canada Day festivities on the waterfront. We've got winter carnivals, as well as, you know, everything from car shows to big concerts, but certainly there's always something to do within the greater Moncton area, within the area of Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe, and even our neighbors, for instance, close to the water in Shediac area as well. So always lots to do within the greater Moncton area. And pretty much every weekend, there's something really exciting to go to with your family. So those are just a few examples of some of the festivals that we have here. When it comes to sports and recreation, we have a lot of exciting things happening here. So we do recognize that obviously people are moving here with their families, that people are, you know, want to get their kids involved with sports. So there's lots of great opportunities to do that, everything from tennis to cricket, to soccer, for instance, and gymnastics, lots going on for people's families. Oops. We also have a large zoo here. We have outdoor pools and indoor pools. We have museums. We have a great trail system to go biking on the weekend. So certainly lots to do on the weekends here in Greater Moncton as well. We're also about a 20-minute drive to the beach. Shediac, Capelé area is about 20 minutes away. We also have the warmest saltwater beaches in Canada. So oftentimes families on the weekends spend their time at the beach, renting cottages, or just going to spend the day with their families. It is absolutely beautiful and very accessible as well, and not far at all from the Greater Moncton area. We also are surrounded by natural parks, national parks, I should say. So for instance, Fundy National Park, as well as Kuchipakwak National Park. So if you like to go hiking or camping, lots of opportunities to do that. We also have the highest tides in the world that come through Hopewell Rocks, and that's about a 30-minute drive from the Greater Moncton area. We do recognize, however, though, that, you know, obviously you're moving here for employment oftentimes, or to start a business. However, we want you to know that we're a small enough city, although we're the biggest city in New Brunswick, the fastest growing area in New Brunswick, you will be well supported. So there's a lot of services here to make sure that you and your family are well integrated, have the services that you need and the supports you need to be successful. So some of those services would include settlement associations, such as Magma, Cafe, integration services, such as Moncton Cares and Ola, as well as many ethnocultural associations that can help you get settled. You'll find all the information on those organizations on our immigration website at immigrationmoncton.ca. immigrationgreatermoncton.ca rather. We also have employment services. So if you are moving here for employment and if you did not receive employment prior to arrival, we would encourage you to go to Working New Brunswick. So Working NB, alors Travail NB. They provide employment counseling for newcomers and international students, so you can access their services. Also, we encourage people when they do arrive to, you know, participate in networking and volunteering opportunities. Certainly a great way to meet people either professionally or in your community. So certainly take advantage of that. Also, in terms of entrepreneurship services, lots of opportunities to open a business here as well. Certainly with a fast growing population, we're seeing more and more businesses open. And there's a lot of support services as well for permanent residents and individuals looking to start a business in the Greater Moncton area. So some of those include 3+, the Chamber of Commerce, Ben Innovation, as well as each city, Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe have their own economic development departments that can help guide people on opening a business within their city. So if you want to get connected into the different services that we have available and the supports, everything that I have reviewed today can actually be found at our immigrationgreatermoncton.ca website, immigraciongrandmoncton.ca. So I would certainly encourage you to visit our website, sign up for our newsletter as well. We hold a wide variety of events regularly, especially now that we're back in person, and you'll find all sorts of information on our website. By signing up for our newsletter, you will also receive invitations to all of our upcoming events to help you get connected and settled into your new community. So some of the aspects that you would find on the website include, like I had said, a list of housing opportunities, our employment sectors, as well as the employment support services like Working NB, as well as some placement agencies, job search websites. They're all on our website. Settlement service providers, you'll see a full list of them, and we certainly encourage you to connect with your local settlement agencies when you arrive. Even prior to arrival, some of them do have some pre-arrival supports. The better you are connected with your settlement agency and the fact that you take advantage of those services, you'll likely have better outcomes too, because they provide some really great information on settling. And even can help you with things like signing up for your Medicare card, your SIN, for instance, and some of those basic things, as well as helping to get your kids registered in school. When it comes to shopping, we also have a list of all of our specialty grocery stores. So just know that you can get food from your home country. The fact that we have so many newcomers, new immigrants moving to Greater Moncton, there's more and more specialty food stores opening up. So certainly if you're looking for food from your home country, whether it's at some of our major box stores, like major stores in our region, or at smaller entrepreneurship businesses, you will likely find what you're looking for. Also in terms of volunteering, a list of the volunteer organizations, childcare, how to access childcare. All of our schools are also listed there, and how to register your children in school. And we even have a special page for international students to help support international students prior to arrival and when they get here. Also, ethnocultural associations are a great way to connect with people from your home country, also to celebrate different religious or national holidays, for instance. So we would certainly encourage you to visit on our Immigration Greater Moncton website some of those associations. And they're very, very active in the community, and a great way to meet people as well. You can also download our newcomer guide. So basically everything that's on our website is also within a helpful guide. So you can actually download that and print it off. It's great reading material, for instance, when you're on your flight, on your way, hopefully, to Greater Moncton. We also organize regular settlement fairs where we bring together all of the settlement providers within one space. We call it Settle and Stay. And so all sorts of different organizations are there. We hold those every 3 months. We also hold regular job fairs as well. And so those employment fairs bring together newcomer and international student job seekers, as well as employers. And we've been holding those for the past 5 years, and we've filled over 500 positions. So if you are new to Greater Moncton, or considering moving here, and for instance, if you're located in other parts of Canada, attending one of these job fairs is a great way to be able to meet with HR recruiters face-to-face. And we also organize those about every 2 months. Last week, we held one, and there was close to 1,000 people in attendance and close to 50 employers. So we're pretty excited to see how many jobs were filled as a result of that job fair just last week. Our next one will be a little bit later in the fall, and certainly you'll be able to follow that if you sign up for our newsletter. You can also connect with us on social media. So on LinkedIn, you can follow Immigration Greater Moncton, as well as the Greater Moncton Local Immigration Partnership, and also on Facebook, Greater Moncton Local Immigration Partnership. So social media is a great way to stay connected with our region. You'll see those pages there promote a lot of different activities happening in the area, but certainly lots within Greater Moncton happens on LinkedIn and Facebook. So if you're looking at registering for an event or learning about a new opportunity, it's often through our social media channels for all organizations in the area. And so that brings me to the end of my presentation. I would certainly encourage you to follow me on LinkedIn. We can connect through there. I share a lot of different content on the area. You can also visit our website at immigrationgreatermoncton.ca. And it's a great way to find information on Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe, and certainly on both pre-arrival, so before moving here, and then once you get here, a great way to learn all about different information within our region.
Okay, thank you, Angelique. By the way, I want to, I don't know how to say it. It's like, I hope everyone in Atlantic Canada, or more specifically in Moncton, was is okay from the weekends Fiona passing through there. I mean, was there a lot? I mean, I saw some of the photos. It's like, oh my God, some of the houses were completely destroyed. So was Moncton hard hit?
Moncton, Greater Moncton, Moncton, Riverview, and Dieppe, not so much. So we would have some downed trees and things like that, but nothing like on the shore.
Okay.
I think all of the shores, like Prince Edward Island was hard hit. Different parts of Nova Scotia was hard hit, and on our shores, so Shediac, Capelé, they were harder hit. Absolutely, like that was a historical hurricane.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, that was almost direct hit. I mean, we haven't seen. I mean, I live in Canada almost all my life. This is probably the worst I have seen. Well, there was another one that went through Halifax. It was really bad. It was a few years ago, but nothing as widespread as the Fiona did this past weekend. Anyway, I know that our government is sending military troops and trying to help out, and we're trying to set up donation boxes all across Canada. And this is what Canada is all about. I have to tell you, it's how we come together to help each other. So this is and for all of you that's listening outside of Canada, is you'll find that once you come to Canada, Canada will change you. Canada will change you. Now, you mentioned something about the NBCC or CCMB. People was asking, can you explain more about it? Because they're not familiar with these acronyms or these initials.
Yeah. So New Brunswick Community College, and then on the French, so that is our community college. They offer a wide variety of different programs, and it's in English. CCNB, c'est en français, c'est Collège communautaire de Nouveau-Brunswick, et c'est presque la même chose. C'est un collège communautaire, mais tous ces programmes sont en français. Alors, c'est 2 écoles postsecondaires, donnent des services à, je crois qu'à peu près 1000 étudiants internationaux dans la région du Grand Moncton. So those are 2 post-secondary colleges, and there's about 1,000 international students within the Greater Moncton area between those 2 community colleges. So one is in English, one is in French, and they offer a wide variety of different college programs.
Okay. There's a common question that was asked, and that's asked a few times already. And I've seen that even this morning when the city of Ottawa was presenting, there was a lot of these questions. I'm going to ask that question to you, but I'm going to answer first. Then I'll let you answer more specifically to Moncton. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. So the question is, I'm a registered nurse. I'm just wondering if there are any job opportunities in Moncton, New Brunswick. So, or in earlier this morning was City of Ottawa. So I'm going to answer this in a way is, as far as I know, there's a critical need for healthcare professionals all across the country. Okay, so it's not just, this is not a, especially with our aging population here in Canada, this is not an exclusive City of Ottawa issue or Moncton issue or Victoria issue. This is a question issue that's all across Canada. Every province, every region is pulling out all their recruiting hats and trying to recruit the qualified personal support worker or health professionals all across Canada. Now, for those of you that's actually looking for these jobs, please go to our platform, VCE 12 platform, and then go to Medavie, Northwood. There's a few other companies that's actively hiring these healthcare professionals. And of course, you can go to various municipalities such as Angelique. Are you gonna be, does Moncton have a booth? I forgot.
Yes, yeah, we do have a booth. So people can visit immigrationgreatermoncton.ca. Certainly the province of New Brunswick. So is ONB Immigration here today?
I'm not sure. There are other representatives. I don't think OMB is represented here. They're actually doing roadshow right now.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. So so basically in New Brunswick overall, certainly in Greater Moncton, we have a huge demand for healthcare. And so certainly healthcare, those interested in healthcare in New Brunswick, if you're located overseas, should be looking at ONB Immigration. And so there's also a wide variety of virtual job fairs at the province of New Brunswick. So they're responsible for immigration for the province, do on a regular basis. So I saw, j'ai vu comme beaucoup de personnes, par exemple en Algérie ou Maroc, qui sont des infirmières. Alors, si vous êtes intéressé d'immigrer et de travailler comme infirmière à la province de Nouveau-Brunswick, je vous encourage de visiter bienvenunb.ca. Encore, c'est bienvenunb.ca pour trouver des informations sur des salons virtuels que la province de Nouveau-Brunswick qui sont en train de mettre en place. So I was just saying, if people are interested in moving to New Brunswick, and I saw some people asking because they're nurses. The province of New Brunswick is actively recruiting, obviously, personal support workers, nurses, all sorts of different critical care practitioners for the province of New Brunswick overall. Certainly in Greater Moncton, we have a huge demand. If people are interested in working in healthcare, they can visit welcomenb.ca. And I was saying in French, c'est bienvenunb.ca. And there is oftentimes virtual and in person, of course, job fairs. And you'll find a list of those events that the province puts on in different countries around the world on that website. And that's a great way to connect with the province of New Brunswick, which manages obviously the healthcare system and attracting people. So there's a few employers like Medavie Health Services that are here today. They also have offices in Greater Moncton too. So lots of opportunities to work with our healthcare system. So certainly choose New Brunswick for sure for healthcare.
Yeah, and I want to, one of my colleagues just texted me, yes, New Brunswick Association of Nursing Homes are presented in the BCE 12. So by all means, and go and chat with them because I'm sure they are looking for PSWs. Now, we just open up the survey, so please take a few seconds, like before, take a few seconds, complete the survey. Your feedback means a lot to me, to us, to Angelique. So everything that you need, because with your feedback, we know exactly how to adjust our presentation so that it will meet your needs in the future, okay? So, or your interest in the future. So please complete the survey. And then while you're doing that, we are gonna continue with questions. There's lots of questions. Some are in French, so I actually just send it to Angelique to take a look at it in the chat box. But before you do that, I do have some other questions I wanna ask you is, what is the current unemployment rate in Moncton, Greater Moncton?
I wanna say employed. I believe our unemployment rate, I think, hovers around maybe 5.6%. We are almost at what we would call full employment, which means that for the most part, everyone who is looking for work has a job. So what we're seeing more now is some people have decided to work one full-time job and one part-time job. For instance, we have a lot of employment opportunities available. So if people are looking for work, we have thousands of positions that are left unfilled. We would say that we are at a critical labor shortage. I think a lot of Canada would say that, but certainly within Greater Moncton, our economy has grown so fast that we have a huge demand in a lot of key sectors. And I see a lot of people here asking questions
Yes.
that are in key sectors for growth. And as I had said in our presentation, our economy is diversified. So oftentimes if someone's moving here as a nurse, for instance, comme une infirmière, and their spouse is looking for work, you'll find something within Greater Moncton for both the primary applicant and the spouse. So that's an important note.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Aunt Judy. That's a great question. For all of you that's listening right now, according to a leading economist, is the fact that anytime when an unemployment rate is dipped below 6 and below, it's critical. I mean, you know, and Angelique just say 5 point something. Anytime when it's below 6, Canadian national average is 4.7. Our national average is 4.7. So can you imagine how critically shortage we have on every sector, just about every sector? Okay, so just be aware of that. Now, there's a person that says, what about standard of living? Because someone says that he's obviously this person is currently in Moncton and he's making $20 an hour and he's having a hard time to make the ends meet. Do you have any comments about that?
Yeah, so we know that across Canada, inflation is a real thing. So if you're following news internationally, obviously inflation as a result of COVID in particular, and that effect on industries. We've seen the price of food in particular increase and the price of housing. So certainly when it comes to the cost of living, I know a lot of people across Canada right now are looking at, you know, obviously kind of what we call a side hustle. So sometimes people will work, you know, a full-time job, and then obviously their spouse might have to work too. And that's why I was commenting on childcare and daycare. But certainly, you know, getting your foot in the door when you first arrive is key. Getting that first employment opportunity in Canada is key, and then growing from there. So certainly, I don't know where that individual is working, but you know, there's a lot of opportunities within the area, and also to grow within companies because of the labor demand is so high. Oftentimes, there's opportunities to grow within companies. So that's another important point. We have a lot of major firms here. So, for instance, TD Bank has a huge office in Moncton and Dieppe. And they have, I believe, close to like 800 employees, 600 to 800 employees. And sometimes people will start in a position of maybe getting, you know, a base pay. So for instance, it could be around that amount, but then there's other opportunities that will grow and that will open up, and individuals can actually continue to apply to be able to make a higher wage as well. So certainly challenges across Canada overall when it comes to the price of food, for instance, and the price of housing. But then sometimes those things are offset by, you know, the cost of transportation. For instance, you're not traveling that much in our region. Everything is 10 minutes away.
Yep.
Our traffic jams are waiting for 3 lights to go. So you have to sometimes look at the cost of living compared to your quality of life too. But certainly I think across Canada, and we hear that on the news all the time, and internationally, I know the States and many other countries are affected.
Yes.
Inflation is a major concern for families. So
Yes,
I think we all hope we'll see some rollouts with our federal government, different incentives for families that are struggling. But certainly that individual, if you would like to reach out as well, they're happy to, I'm happy to connect with them on LinkedIn, especially since they're living in Greater Moncton. I would love to chat with them. So please do, whoever that candidate was, or the person who had commented on that, please do reach out to me through LinkedIn.
Okay. No, well, but I also want to add a bit of my my personal comment. Is the fact is life is not easy. Okay, let's be honest. For majority of us, well, I don't know about you. I certainly wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth there. But life is not easy in general. And then the fact that you have a work and you have universal health care, a very, very good environment to live, very safe environment to raise your family, you know that you have to take everything in context. Don't just judge your living by how much you get paid an hour. There's a lot of things that's involved, right? Education, universal healthcare, everything else. So those are all benefits that you're enjoying while you live in Canada. Life is not easy. I'm telling you, I'm the first one to tell you. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents about life here in Canada. Now, as you know, everyone knows that I grew up in Montreal, and then you speak French earlier. Noha, who speaks English, French, and Arabic. I speak English, French, and Mandarin. You speak English, French fluently. So people is wondering, can people get by with only speaking English?
That's a great question. So the answer is yes. Speaking only English, absolutely, within Canada. I think overall you can certainly get by. In New Brunswick, you can. It is always advantageous to speak both official languages, English and French, for anywhere you live in Canada, certainly in Greater Moncton. In New Brunswick overall, if you can speak English and French, there's a lot of opportunities. It's like your doors just open kind of deals. So also, people often move here though for their children. So, I'm looking out my window now. I can see the river. I can see our downtown. It really is beautiful. It's safe. It's good for families. And your children, should you choose to move to New Brunswick, for the most part, would have the opportunity to learn both English and French. So we do see a lot of people that they might not speak French, for instance, but they want their children to be able to communicate in both official language in Canada. And so we see that too, but absolutely, people can find employment in English. But certainly if you speak English and French, that's a great asset for anywhere in Canada, but certainly in an officially bilingual province. About 47% of our population in Greater Moncton is English, like can speak both official languages, English and French.
And that's the beauty about Canada though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a beauty. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have 2 kids, and I certainly make sure they learn French as they're growing up. So anyway, and you'll find that a lot of immigrant family, you probably know that firsthand. Well, I'm not sure. You were born in Canada, right, Angelique?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. But I'm sure you know a lot of family, friends that was not born in Canada, and their kids are all fluently bilingual and everything. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And they would speak, sometimes 3-4 languages, and English and French are 2 of them. It's pretty fantastic. Yeah.
Oh my. Wow. Listen, as a career counselor, I see people's resumes. I'm impressed. English, French. They can speak 2 or 1 or 2. Like I was looking at it. I said to myself, "Oh my God, I feel small. I can only speak 3." Anyway. Anyway, so here's a question for Mary. Hi, my name is Mary, and I'm from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm an international job seeker. I only speak English, but I have 5 years experience working as a customer service rep for RBC Bank here in Trinidad. Currently working for them as a bank clerk. I received my BBA, Bachelor of Business Administration, from UNB through a university here. Would there be any opportunity available to me, I guess, to work in New Brunswick?
And what's his bachelor's in?
Business Administration, BBA.
Oh, okay, yes. So, that's a pretty general degree too, which allows you to work in a lot of different fields as well. So we have a strong, just to name a few, back office support here is a huge sector. So if you're looking to work in finance, insurance, back office support, lots of different opportunities. With that type of degree or diploma as well, you can pretty much work almost anywhere. A great way to look at the available jobs in New Brunswick and Greater Moncton is nbjobs.ca. So you'll actually see that on our immigration.greatermoncton.ca website. There is a list of search tools, and one of them is NB Jobs, and that's the province of New Brunswick's website that lists all of the positions available basically in the province. And you can just type in, Greater Moncton, for instance, and you can see all sorts of different types of positions that are available in our area. And certainly with that type of diploma or degree, I mean, there'd be tons of opportunities.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, I just want to speak up a bit for St. John. I mean, I know that Moncton like to claim that they are the largest city in New Brunswick, but people in St. John, sometimes they will debate on it. Anyway, that's another.
There's no debate because it's really based on the economy and the population. So we are the largest, but they are the first Canadian city. So so we're the largest, but they are the oldest Canadian city and absolutely beautiful port city. So certainly we would encourage people to visit St. John as well. It really is spectacular. New Brunswick overall is a beautiful province.
Yeah,
it's just gorgeous. But St. John has some great industries that we also don't have in Moncton too. So we work very closly together.
Yeah, actually, one thing that people don't know about St. John, New Brunswick, actually in New Brunswick, not just in New Brunswick in general, is there's quite a bit of petrochemical
yes, that would be in St. John.
Industry. Yeah. I'm a chartered accountant still outside of Canada. Can I get a job in Moncton while outside of Canada? Chartered accountant, now that's a bit tricky because you need to be certified as by CPA MB for sure. That certification, well, we don't know that. You have to, by the way, that's a great question. You should save that for CPA-BC tomorrow at 11 a.m. CPA-BC will be doing presentation. That Christina, please come back tomorrow and ask CPA-BC that question. But as an accountant in general, yes, not just Moncton, as an accountant in general, you should have no problem finding what I work with people with accounting background and IT background. Those are the two specialty I work with. I have absolutely no problem finding work for people with accounting background, because accounting background, usually people are very good with math and very quick and very logical thinking. So there's lots of jobs, even though if you cannot be a certified CPA, you can certainly work in the accounting field or finance field. And back to you, Angelique, in terms of a foreign trained accountant, are they able to find job in Moncton?
Oh, well, absolutely. CPA New Brunswick also has an office in Moncton too. CPA will be doing a webinar as well, similar to this one. So I would certainly encourage you to listen to that presentation, and also connect with CPA New Brunswick too. They'll be able to guide you on that whole process. But certainly there's a huge demand for chartered accountants within New Brunswick, certainly in Greater Moncton, and lots of support services available to you. So absolutely, we see many people working within that field, within our industry, like within New Brunswick, within Greater Moncton all the time.
Okay. Now there are people in the Express Entry Pro, and this actually, I want to ask you this question. I've been asked this question many times. Maybe you can give us an official answer. A lot of people are saying, this is both in English and French, they're asking is, we are in the Express Entry pool. By attending this session, is this considered an official information session for the New Brunswick government?
No, it's not. So you would need to speak with the province. So there's 3 levels of government in Canada. There's municipal, provincial, federal. So I am municipal. So that's local government. So this presentation would not count. The intention of this presentation is to give you information on living, working, and settling here to help you make an informed decision prior to arrival. And then once you get here, of course, but certainly I would encourage you to visit the province of New Brunswick's immigration website to learn more about their processes. So ONB Immigration leads immigration for New Brunswick. So certainly connect with ONB Immigration. You'll see all the steps for that process, including what would count and what would not count, but it's all led through ONB.
Okay, perfect. Now we are wrapping up soon. So I'm gonna go. I got one more question. And after that, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to do the closing statement before we wrap up today's session. Time flies, Angelique? Now, here's a question is, what are the housing rental market because I don't know if you know about Toronto. It's absolutely nuts, Angelique, nuts in terms of the rental market. There are very few units available, and when you do find them, the price is double what it used to be. But what about in Moncton?
So prices here certainly have increased. So that's an important note. It has increased across Canada. So people need to be prepared prior to arrival. So you hear me say that a lot because we want to make sure people are successful when they get here. So on our website, immigrationgreatermoncton.ca, you'll see a full list of rental companies, and they all have websites. And so you can see, well, the average price I had shown you was over $1,000 for a 2-bedroom. But you'll be able to take a look at all the different rental companies in Greater Moncton and to see this, like the opportunities that they have, and then the costs. So it's important to be prepared before coming and to make sure that you've saved enough, because likely at the beginning, you're going to be, for the most part, a lot of people are in Airbnbs and hotels while they look for a place. Because you also want to make sure that the apartment or home that you're looking at is close to, if you have kids, you want to be close to the park maybe, or to your school or whatever. Yeah. It's important to take a little bit of time to find the housing that you like as well. But also financially, you're going to want to also make sure that you have, enough money for the first month or two if you didn't find employment right away, to be able to kind of get through.
Yeah, and then for people that's listening out there, if you think Moncton is expensive, Ottawa is probably 2 to 2.5 times more. Toronto is about 3.5 to 4 times more. So, Angelique, I want to give you 30 seconds to wrap up today's session.
Yeah, so I want to thank everyone. Alors, merci tout le monde pour avoir venu aujourd'hui. I would certainly encourage you to visit our booth. We've got people from Dieppe and Riverview, as well as from our local settlement agencies there to answer your questions today from 10 until 2, and then tomorrow 10 until 2. You can also find more information on living, working, and settling here at immigrationgreatermoncton.ca. Lots of great information before arrival and once you get here. And so if you're looking for work or to start a business, certainly the Greater Moncton area is a great place to get started. So please do come join us at our booth and also learn more about living, working, and settling here at immigrationgreatermoncton.ca. Alors, immigrationgrandmoncton.ca. Je vous encourage vraiment pour visiter notre site web d'immigration pour trouver toutes les informations que tu as besoin sur le côté d'établissement, le travail, et aussi le fait d'ouvrir une entreprise. So thank you so much for having me here today.
Thank you, Angelique. And we'll see you soon. Maybe I'll come by to your booth and say hi to you later. Okay?
That sounds great.
Have a wonderful day.
Okay, great. You too. Thank you.
Bye. So we are going to play a bit of a video right now. We're going to take a break and we'll be back at 11 a.m. sharp, and where we will have the London Economic Development Corporation presenting about life in London, Ontario. Okay, so I'll be back in a few minutes.
Exceptional place to live. When my husband and I were first married, we were looking to make the township of Langley is an exceptional place to live. When my husband and I were first married, we were looking to make a home in a community where we could set our roots and enjoy an excellent quality of life well into the future. The township has proven to be that place.
Over the years, we've been able to enjoy the unique qualities and services from the township's 6 distinct communities. To the south, in Brookswood Fernridge, are beautiful residential neighborhoods that feature creeks, natural spaces, parks, and recreation facilities that we can enjoy any time of the year.
Murrayville is a great location for families with its mix of housing types. It is home to the school board office, RCMP detachment, municipal airport, Langley Memorial Hospital, W.C. Blair Pool, and McLeod Athletic Park, a multi-sport facility that hosts everything from local team practices to national championship events.
Aldergrove features affordable housing, recreational facilities, and the Greater Vancouver Zoo.
The township of Langley is an exceptional place to live. When my husband and I were first married, we were looking to make a home in a community where we could set our roots and enjoy an excellent quality of life well into the future. The township has proven to be that place.
Over the years, we've been able to enjoy the unique qualities and services from the township's 6 distinct communities. To the south, in Brookswood Fernridge, are beautiful residential neighborhoods that feature creeks, natural spaces, parks, and recreation facilities that we can enjoy any time of the year.
Murrayville is a great location for families with its mix of housing types. It is home to the school board office, RCMP detachment, municipal airport, Langley Memorial Hospital, W.C. Blair Pool, and McLeod Athletic Park, a multi-sport facility that hosts everything from local team practices to national championship events.
Okay, everyone, I'm back, and then I have Ashley Cunningham joining us. Is Robert going to join us soon?
He's going to join us, but hopefully he'll be here shortly. He's just in another meeting.
Okay, yeah. Okay, at least it's not stuck in the traffic or something, right?
No.
Okay. Actually, we have some questions from listeners. No, this is not not about London, actually. Some people is asking, how do we navigate through the VC Talk platform? Well, if you just go to YouTube and you type G-TAC Virtual Career Expo, you will see an instructional video on how to register and log in and navigate through our VC12 platform. Okay, just do a Google search to YouTube and then type in the video. And also, we do have a video in G-TAC's website, g-tac.ca, and then you'll see a video on how to navigate, as well as on our G-TAC Expo site, g-tac-expo.com, g-tac-expo.com. And then there's a short video on how to navigate through our platform. So that's how you navigate and talk to various employers in our platform there. So please do so. And I know that the LEDC, London Economic Development Corporation, also have a booth there. So of course, later on after their presentation, you're welcome to go to their booth and then chat with them to get more detail about London, Ontario. Okay, I have to be specified because London is being in the news quite a lot over the past few weeks, you know, for obvious reason. So, but it's London, Ontario. It's located in southern Ontario. So I will let Ashley and Robert do more of that. So without further further ado, I will let Ashley Cunningham, who is the Director of Marketing and Communication for London Economic Development Corporation, and then soon she'll be joined by Robert Collins, who is the Director of Workforce Development at London Economic Development Corporation, and they will talk about how to accelerate your career in London, Ontario. So Ashley, we are going to share your video. Is that how you want to do it? We start with the video?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to start with your video, and then follow that we'll come back to you. Okay, so our tech team, please start Lyndon's video, please.
And thank you for joining us today.
We're very excited to tell you all about Canada's London.
My name's Ashley Cunningham, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications at the London Economic Development Corporation.
And I'm Robert Collins. I'm the Director of Workforce Development here at the London Economic Development Corporation. So let me tell you a little bit about the London Economic Development Corporation. We help local businesses grow and attract new businesses to London on behalf of the City of London. As we work with so many companies across growing industry sectors in London, it's natural we would know about a lot of job opportunities available. So today, you will hear from us about these sectors and companies within them that are currently hiring. We will introduce you to our job portals and resources to see even more hiring companies, as they are only so many we can cover today. We at LEDC are not currently hiring, but our job here today is to share with you who is hiring and share information about what it is like living and working here in London. So let's get started. London is the 15th largest city in Canada and the fastest growing CMA due to our key location, great education institutions, quality of life, and dynamic opportunities. People are moving here from across Canada and overseas. London offers big city appeal with a small town charm and friendly neighborhoods. So you can get to know the city and people here very well while keeping busy with exciting job opportunities and entertainment year-round. As a four-season Canadian city, we enjoy a temperate climate where we don't experience extreme temperature changes, and you can be active outside year-round. Other areas like Ottawa and Hamilton, who you'll be hearing from, see extreme snowfalls and rain due to their location. You should be prepared for winter here in London and cold temperatures, but know that it's never too extreme and lots of activities to engage in.
London is located midway between Detroit and Toronto, with easy access to other established community hubs such as Mississauga, Brampton, and Toronto. We're also close to many US states and have 5 border crossings within a 2-hour drive. It makes for easy day trips to other cities, whether for work or for pleasure. On the larger national scale, London is located right where that yellow star is, underneath Toronto. We are considered part of southwestern Ontario, which includes other cities like Kitchener, Guelph, Burlington, Brantford, Sarnia, and Windsor, as well as beautiful destinations along the water like Tobermory, Grand Bend, Port Stanley, and Kincardine. The City of London has around 400,000 residents, and the London Economic Region, which includes nearby towns like Strathroy, Woodstock, and St. Thomas, puts our immediate area's population just over 700,000. We have over 300,000 people working in the London CMA, and an average unemployment rate in 2021 was 7.6, down from 8.8 in 2020 due to COVID impacts, and better than Ontario's average. We have a diverse economy in London, so those numbers you are seeing there represent the number of people employed in those industries. As you can see, the numbers are quite close, which means our economy is not reliant on one particular industry. So no matter what your skills are, you can find an exciting career here in London. Now, one of the top reasons London is growing so fast is because we're one of the most affordable places in Canada to buy a home.
In August, the median cost of a home in London was around $454,000. Rentals go on average for just over $1,800 per month for a 2-bedroom apartment. In general, you'll get a larger home for a more affordable cost in London and can choose from wonderful neighborhoods with lots of walking trails or little shops.
Childcare is also competitively affordable in London, at around $1,100 per month compared to $1,500 in nearby cities. Canada is introducing some new measures for childcare, which we are hoping will make it even more affordable in the next few years. We are also a very diverse city, with immigrants making up 22% of London's population and 140 languages spoken here. They bring their vibrant arts and culture, so there are lots of ways to get connected to your own unique heritage right here in London, in different cultural associations, events, and neighborhood groups. Finally, traveling within and outside the London area is easy with our inner city bus system and our outer city international airport train system and bus systems. As you can see, London is very affordable. If you're looking to buy a home compared to other popular Canadian cities, what you're seeing for Vancouver are homes in the millions. In Toronto, you're getting sometimes a third of the space for twice the price as you would find here in London. So, if you're interested in having a nicely sized home in a safe and welcoming neighborhood for a reasonable price, London has them here for you. A great way to see how far your wage could go in London is using a tool called salaryexpert.com. Here you can compare salaries with different cities and better understand the cost of living in each city. On average, the total individual income in London is $46,000, while the average household income is over $90,000. When you're living in London, there are lots of things to do. One would be taking a walk or a bike ride along our trails. We have over 330 kilometers of trails in London. We're also nicknamed the Forest City for our 7 million trees. We have hosted several global recognized artists in the past, including The Weeknd, Elton John, Rod Stewart, Ed Sheeran, and Tim McGraw. If you're into sports, we have some of the best semi-professional teams in Canada, with the London Knights hockey team, London Majors baseball, and the London Lightning basketball teams. Finally, our community events occur all year long, offering non-stop fun, including 15+ festivals that occur each summer, such as Sunfest, Canada's second largest outdoor festival.
Let's talk about some other wonderful opportunities. Learning. A lot of newcomers in London choose to move here because of our great post-secondary schools. Western University and its affiliates, King's University College, Huron University College, and Brescia University College, and Fanshawe College. These schools attract thousands of students each year and have a lot of programs to choose from. They're offering both in-person and virtual learning opportunities moving forward. There are also several private career colleges that focus more on skilled trades or medical programs, which may better suit your needs. If you're moving here with children, London has 4 public school boards and 19 registered private schools. Our public schools are funded through tax dollars, so they're free to attend, whereas private schools you must pay for the child to go there. We have a number of private schools geared to specific cultures and religions, including an Islamic school, a Hebrew, Christian school, a school for the deaf, and other ESL or English as a Second Language schools. Now let's talk about some of our companies in London. London has around 14,500 businesses. You'll notice that most of our businesses are smaller to medium-sized companies. These smaller companies offer a lot of great opportunities, similar to a larger company. Great workplace culture, benefits, and ability to interact with the team quite closely. You will see that our current age demographic is changing, and we have an aging population in London, like myself. Hence, this is where you come in. We need your talent to help with this shift. So let us tell you about London's fastest growing sectors and how you may be able to find employment in them.
The agri-food sector is the fastest growing sector here in London. Pictured on the slide is Nestle Canada, who produces frozen desserts for grocery stores around the country. For those pizza lovers out there, Dr. Utker makes frozen pizzas and serves North American market right from London. You'll also notice Labatt there too. London has a growing craft beer scene, and Labatt was really the anchor brewer that kick-started the trend in London.
Advanced manufacturing is a key and growing sector. Many of the companies in this sector are focused on automation, robotics, and the Internet of Things, as well as medical device manufacturing, clean water treatment, technologies, and aircraft. Diamond Aircraft is producing aircraft so people can learn to fly. So those aircraft are now being distributed throughout the United States, Europe, and into Asia. We are home to 3M Canada. So all of the 3M products and services that are generated worldwide are distributed, coordinated, and some produced in plants here in London. When we look at Trojan Technologies, they're using ultraviolet light to purify water. So the water in New York City benefits from their services. We're home to General Dynamics, one of the largest defense manufacturers in the country. JMP Engineering and Boss Engineering are using robotics to support the industry being more productive and using the latest techniques to make sure that they're error-free. So great opportunities abound in this sector.
Our digital media and tech sector is booming. Companies in this sector such as Northern, Race Roster, and Carfax are recognized as some of the fastest growing companies in Canada. You may have interacted with London-made content and not even realized it. For instance, Digital Extremes produces a popular game called Warframe. Similarly, StarTech.com has offices around the world and creates many of the cords you have to help your computer and devices stay connected.
Our health and life sciences sector is also a growing sector and of critical importance. Our companies are experienced in biomedical, biotechnology, medical devices, clinical trials, and advanced robotic surgery. We're home to companies like Jones Packaging, who make packages for cold medicine, in addition to Trudell Medical, which makes life-saving devices for those with lung disease. We have a rich history of medical firsts in London, such as the discovery of insulin by Frederick Banting and the first HIV vaccine for human trials by Western University's Dr. Chil Yong Kang. People from across Ontario come to London to access our healthcare services because the staff, researchers, and professors we have here are world-leading.
There are lots of opportunities in our professional services sector with large employers such as Western University, Canada Life Insurance, and TD Canada Trust. You will find job opportunities at various banking, life insurance, government, real estate, and call centers here in London. This space sees a lot of crossover with our tech sector as companies are exploring the world of financial technologies and how they can make life easier for their customers.
Many of the companies here in London have a presence in other centres across Canada and around the world. So they really do appreciate international experience. There are many opportunities at these companies in finance and accounting, skilled trades and customer service fields. These are just some examples out of the hundreds of opportunities available to you in London. As we meet with you today, there are close to 7,000 open positions in our community. And many of these companies are hiring for a variety of roles. For example, Digital Extremes, a major gaming company producing the game Warframe, is hiring customer service representatives, graphic artists, and game designers. Each of the companies that you can see have opportunities across multiple roles. In a moment, we will share some resources so you can find out some of the great opportunities at these outstanding companies.
So where can you start discovering what jobs are available for you? The LEDC has lots of free self-serve resources on our website to help get you started. If you're looking for a career in the tech or manufacturing industries, you'll want to visit London Tech Jobs or London Manufacturing Jobs portals. Here you'll see hiring company logos where you can view their current postings right on our website with instructions on how to apply. You can search on the website for specific job titles or companies. Additionally, our guide to London is another great place to start. Here you'll find a number of resources including job portals, in addition to resources for much of what we've discussed. If you want to learn more about the types of companies that you can find and potentially work at in London, visit our business directory and get started. You'll see the top 100 employers in the city, as well as companies in the largest sectors we've talked about today: agri-food, digital media and tech, health, advanced manufacturing, and professional services.
Now let's look at some of the job search resources that can help you really discover those key opportunities that are a right fit for you. We have job fairs twice annually in April and September. In fact, last week, we had over 50 hiring employers with 800 opportunities attend our major job fair. It's a great opportunity to connect in person with employers and discover their open careers. You can also check out these additional resource links. These are job portals to help you with your job search. And the last one, please pay special attention to it. There will be specific information here about immigrating to London if you are currently overseas. Now what if you have a great idea and want to start a business here in London? That's an option for you too. London is known as being a great place to start a business because of our low business costs, access to skilled workers and resources, in addition to providing a longer runway, so you have more time to fine-tune your business idea. There are many resources in London to help you start a business, including the Small Business Centre, Tech Alliance for tech or health ideas, and resources on campus if you're studying at Western and Fanshawe College. You can learn more about starting and growing a business here in London on our YouTube channel, where you will find these videos. Now, let's learn more about starting and growing a business here in London by watching this video, which shows 5 immigrant entrepreneurs who've come to our community, established their business, and are being successful.
We have shared a lot with you today. Thank you for your attention. And to quickly recap, London is an affordable, exciting, and vibrant city to live and work in. There are lots of job opportunities available across our sectors and educational options to suit your interests. For more information about everything we've discussed today, please visit our website at www.ledc.com. To really get a sense of what it's like to live, work, and play in London, get social with us. You can find LEDC on all social media platforms by searching London EDC.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen and to watch our presentation about Canada's London today. We hope you will now take some time to research us even more and make the right choice by choosing London. please feel free to connect with us on LinkedIn. Thank you again. And now we'd be very happy to answer any of your questions.
Wow, very, very impressive. Very well done, Ashley. That was I guess I can see the smile in your face. I guess you have a lot to do with that video, right?
Yeah.
So, were you like in a public broadcast before, or?
No, not at all, actually. I have an interesting career path. I used to work in politics.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Now, I have a quick question for you, and this is, I know that a lot of people are still trying to absorb the video right now, so the question will be coming. But I want to start with a few questions of my own.
Okay.
I grew up. I live in Montreal. I mean, in Canada, all my life, most of my life, and I grew up. The first half is actually spent in Montreal, and then the second half, well, kind of second half now, is in Ottawa. I've never been to London. Very, very regretful. I have never been to London before. But I do know it's a university, right? Definitely. When both my kids went to university, we thought about Western as well, especially with the Richard Ivy School of Business, which is one of the top. I mean, right now I say in Rotman, Ivy, and Smith School of Business, and this hotel school. So those like the top 3 or 4 business school in the country, no doubt about it. So London is definitely known for their universities, and also 3M is there. I know that, and also a few insurance company. London Life was from London.
Yeah,
I don't know
now Canada Life.
Yeah, because there's a huge amalgamation within or like consolidation within that industry there. So now they're absorbed into the Canada Life platform with Great West Life, I believe, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
it was, and they did a big rebrand, and now if I looked out the window across the hall, I could see the Canada Life building.
Yeah, and the 3M, we know that it's people don't even realize this, how important 3M is.
Yes.
The mask that we wear are actually produced here.
So I also wanted to mention, when you were talking about post-secondary institutions,
Yes.
London also has the only all-female university in Canada, at Brescia University. So Western University has 3 different campuses. They have main campus, but then there's 3 separate campuses called, one's Huron University College, one's King's University College, and one's Brescia. And Brescia is the only all-female university in Canada.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I didn't know that. Gee, you learn something new every day. Holy cow! No, I didn't know that. And this is quite it's my bad. I don't get out much. So
Shaw, you're gonna have to come for a visit.
I owe you one, okay?
Yeah.
Actually, I promise I owe you one. I definitely have to come and visit, because I know that it's it's about what, couple hours from Toronto? 2 hours?
Yeah, about
less?
2 hours.
Yeah. The way
We're right in the middle. We're in the middle. We actually are close. I think you heard from the presentation. We've got 5 border crossings within a 2-hour drive, and we're right in the middle between Toronto and Detroit.
In Detroit, yeah. Okay. So I've been to Windsor, believe it or not. I've been to Windsor. Yeah, but no, I haven't had a chance to go to London yet. Now, back to my question earlier is, I know that tell us a little bit more, like, what is the population right now in London, and what's the cost of living compared to big cities such as Toronto, and then also the what's the current unemployment rate right now in the city of London?
So the population right now is 550,000. So it's a good. We're a little big town, so we have a decent population to draw from for our talent pool and for our larger companies, but it also still has a small town feel to it.
Okay.
Our unemployment rate is, I think it's its average is 7.6. But we have been trending lower than the provincial rate.
Mm-hmm.
Right now we have over 7,000 job titles employment opportunities. And we have, so there's lots of companies hiring. We run 2 different job boards. One's London Tech Jobs, one's London Manufacturing Jobs. And at any given time, you can see all the companies that are growing and all the job titles that they're hiring for.
Okay. And let's just say standard 2-bedroom apartment, how much would it go for?
It's $1,600, I believe.
Wow.
So it's super competitive as far as you can get way more for your money in London, Ontario than you can in other centers around us.
Yeah.
But yeah, like the housing market it's taken a bit of a hit lately, but it is still competitive.
Yeah, but you can count yourself lucky because the neighboring cities like Hamilton, Brampton, Hamilton, they all got, even Guelph, they all got affected by this exodus of people from Greater Toronto.
Yeah.
So London so far, because you guys are a little bit further away. So yeah, because I heard that Guelph is crazy, crazy right now in Guelph.
For sure. We have the median cost of a single family home is about $450,000.
Okay. Wow. Yeah. Well, the London I know, when I first got to know London in the mid 80s, I know that the population was just around 300,000, or around that area. So it's almost double since 30 years ago. So that's amazing. That's amazing growth. And then obviously it was all the job opportunities. And one thing that people don't know is, and not that many people know, is Diamond Aircraft is actually London-based, manufacturing in London. They're one of the largest, I guess they're one of the most popular instructional aircraft producer in the world. They produce these instructional aircraft for people to learn to fly.
Yeah. And they're located right at our international airport. A lot of people don't realize that we have an international airport right here in London.
Wow. That's definitely some. So what about oil and gas industry? Are there any that industry in London or
it's not one of our key sectors. There is a little bit, but it's not. Our key sectors focus around food and beverage processing. We're extremely strong in. We just landed a huge investment from Maple Leaf Foods. We've got Dr. Oetker, the Cakery, Nestle, Labatt, like a lot of brands you would recognize. So food and beverage processing, professional services, advanced manufacturing, digital media and tech, as well as life sciences. We have 3 teaching hospitals here in London, and they're one of our largest employers.
Yeah. Okay. So there's people asking more about the universities, the one that you mentioned earlier. So I would suggest for all of you, are you guys gonna be in your booth later, Ashley? Yeah. Or okay, please go and visit the London Economic Development Corporation's booth after the presentation, and Ashley will be happy to share all those information with you. In fact, she probably can also chat with you, and so you can ask her more in-depth questions. Now, there's so many questions here. Now, that quite a few of our listeners are Francophone viewers. So the obvious question is, what about opportunity for French speakers in London? Well, first of all, is there if somebody cannot speak English and say only French, is there any possibility of finding work in London, Ontario?
Absolutely. So we actually have College Boreal, which is a French language post-secondary institution, which a lot of people don't know is located here. We also have a lot of services for English as a second language. There's over 140 languages spoken in London, and immigration takes up about 24% of our population. So there's lots of cultural groups, there's lots of supports available. And given that we have a lot of government jobs here, there's always the need for French speaking.
Okay. That's amazing. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we just open up the poll, so please share your feedback with us for this LEDC presentation. Let us know how you feel and give us any comments, any other information you need. We'll be happy to share them with LEDC, with Ashley and Robert later. Of course, you guys can go to London Economic Development Corporation's booth in BCE 12. Now, there's some people that's asking about how do we get into the job fair. Well, very simple. You can just go to g-tac-expo.com. If you haven't registered already, go there and click on register, have your resume ready. You need to upload a resume, then you can join. It's absolutely free. Doesn't matter where you are across Canada or around the world. It's absolutely free. It's going to run for 35 straight hours from 9 a.m. Eastern time this morning until 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. So for 35 straight hours, okay? I mean, obviously, I don't expect Ashley to be at the booth at 2 o'clock in the morning. Of course, she could, but not likely. Anyway,
we have a whole team. We have a whole team manning the booth.
Yeah. So here's a question, and then the people are saying about this one. It's going to be tough though, because they say that is there any opportunity for people with NOC code 3112? So Mohammed. Yeah.
That's Robert's specialty. So we'll have to wait till he gets back. He's the NOC code expert.
Yeah. Well, Mohammed, while in absence of Robert, you want to let us know what is 3112, what profession is that? Then maybe Ashley can better answer your question. Okay. I also want to give a bit of a so here is okay, here's a question is mine. Let me just switch. So, sorry, I got a few screen going on right here, plus my two phones, and I'm on a tablet, so I'm absolutely going bonkers with ding 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 ding, all this different notification here. Here's a question from Janelle. Hi, I'm Janelle from Trinidad and Tobago. I currently work as a secretary administrative assistant for the Ministry of National Security, which is the government job. I will graduate in January with a diploma in business administration. Are there any LMIA job opportunities available in London?
LMIA? Sorry.
Yeah, labor market information impact assessment job. So basically it's people for employers that wants to sponsor people to come to Canada and work. First sponsor them with a work permit.
Yeah,
and then
so
later on. Yeah.
There are those high demand career paths that have that have priority. We're also working on a study here to figure out where the big labor gaps are, and then use that information to try and lobby the government to make sure that we're meeting the skills gap. So the companies that are saying we can't find people here in this area, we need help to move those people here.
True. Well, one of the requirement for LMIA job is the employer have to post the job for. I believe Robert probably can best qualified to answer that question. I think it's for over 30 days, and if there are no qualified people apply for the job, then the employer can seek candidates from outside of Canada. Okay. And I know there's a lot of research in London. London, to me, it's a very it's kind of like Ottawa, where the average education I think is pretty high. Like, I don't know if you know, Ashley, Ottawa has more PhD per capita than anywhere else in North America.
Oh, that's an interesting stat.
Well, I mean, we have a whole bunch of government, right?
Yeah.
And there's a lot of scholars and PhDs here. Yeah, it's quite interesting, right? And don't forget, we also have the highest concentration of R&D for high tech, right? So they're looking for all the people with postgraduate. Now, here's a question: how far is London from Toronto?
It's about a 2-hour drive.
Okay, that's about what? About 200 kilometers?
About that, yeah. We're using the 401 series or the 400 series highways, and it's a pretty easy drive. It gets a bit traffic congested closer to Toronto, but it's a pretty good drive.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, basically, for anyone that does not know Toronto traffic, okay, once you take 401 west, soon as you get out of Mississauga, you'll be pretty good all the way to London, okay? so you're pretty good. Now, what about trades, electricians, plumbers? Are those in need also?
Yes,
in Ontario?
We're actually screaming for skilled trades. Right now, we have over 19 cranes in the sky, which is more than we've ever had in London's history. And the unions, the carpenters, the plumbers, the electricians are all looking for talent.
Oh my God. So you, well, basically you guys are competing with just all the other big, what about, and obviously I don't need to say this, personal support worker or health professionals.
Yeah, healthcare professionals are in huge demand here. Like I said, we have 3 teaching hospitals that do also a lot of research. We have Lawson Research Institute as well. That's world renowned. So I think if you have a career path in life sciences or health, I think London is a great spot to be.
Yeah, and for those of you who doesn't know, is London also have one of the very respected and very famous med school there at the University of Western Ontario, right?
Schulich,
and also
yes.
also dental school. I think one of the 2 or 3 dental school in the province.
I think you're correct. Yes.
Yeah. So, well, I know because, yeah. Well, so
I see something about an engineering positions.
yes. Yeah.
General Dynamics is a large employer of engineers, and they're great paying jobs. It's a great organization to work for.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm a bit hesitant because General Dynamics, because they deal with defense industry, chances are they will require security clearance. So all the employee have to go through a security clearance, which a lot of international applicants might not meet. Depends on what countries they're from, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's also, so be mindful when you do apply for these jobs. Look for the little requirements, because some job will say will need security clearance. Okay, so just keep that in mind. And this security clearance, because I get this question asked so many times by international trained professionals, is, hey, when we apply to come to Canada, we have to go through a security check. No, that security check, that's more like a criminal background check. It's different than the security check here in Canada. It's a 2 different check. Okay, so
we've got, I just Googled engineering on our London manufacturing jobs job portal, and a bunch of opportunities came up at places like Trojan Technologies, Sleegers, Maple Leaf, 3M. So there's lots of opportunities in engineering.
Yeah. So just, can you just recap again? What are the major industry in London? And let's start with that. What are the major industry in London?
So our fastest growing industry is food and beverage processing. Then we have a very fast growing digital media and tech sector.
Okay.
Advanced manufacturing is still big in London, as well as health and life sciences and professional services.
Okay, good. And then the second question is, do you know if these jobs some of these jobs offer remote work?
There are some that offer remote work. If you, again, go on to London Tech Jobs or London Manufacturing Jobs, you can research the companies and the job postings, and some of them will offer hybrid. A lot of the tech sector is still doing hybrid home office work.
Okay, that's good. And obviously, they can come to your booth and they can learn more information in terms of various job sites that you guys can guide them to, as well as some of the most presently needed job here in London. Now, so here's another. Sorry, I'm like I said, I have to apologize if you see me going like this. That's because I'm looking at different screens, because there are questions coming from left and right here. What about advertising, marketing, and PR positions in London? Are there any opportunities for that?
There sure are. We have a number of agencies. I'm just going to put in here marketing and see what comes up. So actually, Western is hiring for a communications specialist right now. Carfax, Trojan Technologies, Bosco and Roxy, Race Roster, which was just acquired by ASICS.
Okay,
so that's a pretty cool company. And a few of the agencies are hiring, as is the hospital, for marketing and PR.
Okay, good. What about civil engineering?
Let me see what I have posted here. So there's a few. Actually, Diamond Aircraft looks like they might be hiring.
Civil engineer, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Well, obviously, and then obviously aeronautic engineering as well, or aerospace engineering, that's also there. And of course, and that also includes, I guess, industrial or process engineering.
Yeah, so there's lots of, some of them don't specify. You'd have to read the actual job description, and I'm just doing a quick search, but
Yeah.
there are lots that are coming up with engineer, and this is on the manufacturing side, so not on the software development side.
Yeah. Right. And you know, tell people a little bit about the lifestyle. Like, for example, we know that they have a very, very good higher education institution, but all in all, like in terms of lifestyle, like do you guys have all the basically all the amenities, like good restaurants, like you know, that you will get in a big city like Toronto?
Oh, for sure. We've got great restaurants. We have Budweiser Gardens, which holds, I think, almost 10,000 people, where our London Knights play every Friday. And then the London Lightning basketball team also plays at Budweiser Gardens. We have great bands and acts that come to town. I've seen Pearl Jam, The Weeknd, Ed Sheeran, Elton John. So we do get big names that come to London, and there's always a place to go out to eat. We have a wonderful theater community. We have the Grand Theater that has regular performances. And we also have a ton of festivals. There's always something going on. And I don't know if you are familiar with this, but we now have 100 Kellogg, which is the former Kellogg's manufacturing plant that's been turned into the largest ropes course in North America.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you have to come and see it. So they have, they call it the factory within 100 Kellogg. So it's a big, they've got a warrior course, a trampoline course, and this big ropes course. And then a full arcade. Then they've got golf simulators, VR, escape rooms. It's absolutely fantastic. The Hard Rock Hotel's going in.
Yeah.
They've got shops and retail, and they have tons of events there. They're running Oktoberfest right now. And then they have a number of restaurants.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Oktoberfest. Yeah. This is the heart of the season. And then of course, you know, this well, anyway, I am okay, Ashley, I'm sold. I'm definitely gonna visit. I'm definitely gonna visit. And you know what really impressed me? I saw that. Anyway, there's another one of our sharp viewer have a question on the video, but one thing that impressed me is how warm it is in the winter for London, Ontario. Southern Ontario has a different climate than Ottawa, believe me.
Oh, okay? It sure does.
Yeah, anybody that goes through winters in Ottawa knows that you don't want to come here. Anyway, that's another story. Okay, you mentioned PwC in your video. What about the other three out of the big four? What about the other three, like Deloitte, EY, and KPMG?
They're all here.
Have a presence?
Yeah, they're all here.
Oh wow. Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that's good. And then you said about digital media as well. That's also there. And banks. People in the banking industry, obviously, they will be able to find jobs in banking, right? In London.
Yeah, two things about, we're actually located in what used to be called TD Towers. So TD Canada Trust in London has its largest presence outside of Toronto in London. We also have a company called Phoenix. So they actually do all of the security software for ATM machines. So you may see their technology all in all the ATMs that you see is from London, Ontario.
Okay. Wow. So definitely it's definitely a place that's growing. I mean, the more I talk to you, the more I'm impressed, because like I said before, the only thing I know about London when I first heard about London is it's about 300,000 population, great school, a big hub for insurance industry. That's essentially what I know about London. Then later on, I get to learn more and more, and obviously now you see it. The city has actually grown quite a bit, and if I'm not mistaken, I have to say that it's probably still growing, right?
Oh yeah, I think we're one of the fastest growing.
Yeah. I mean, 550. Oh my goodness, that's fast. That's definitely fast. That's almost double. That's well, I mean, Ottawa is growing too, but that's not certainly not at the rate that London is going. But what about there's another thing I want to ask you is what about like well, we know that people are people of aging population, people are getting older and things like that. What about like amenity for the retirement community? Is that also a good attraction?
Yeah, so we have, like a lot of other municipalities, we do have an aging population, which is why we need young talent to choose London. There's lots of beautiful retirement villages and homes. There's a mall basically dedicated to the retirement village, Cherry Hill Mall, and it has a number of lovely apartment buildings around it, and then homes as well, and lots of great shops. And London's a walkable city, so it's nice to have. We've got 330 kilometers of trails, hiking, walking, and biking trails. So there's lots to do to stay healthy and age gracefully here.
Yeah, and obviously, you mentioned earlier the what is it, forest city? It's
a forest city. Yes, we've got over 7 million trees.
And then, so obviously, there's a lot of outdoor trails, right, for people to do a little bit of hiking.
Yeah, 330 kilometers.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Oh my goodness, yeah. I like I said, I gotta go. Now, this is a question that he's been asking several times already. Is he's looking for a postdoc job. For someone that obtained their PhD internationally, but does not have any work experience in Canada. I don't know how much you know about postdoc opportunity.
You know what? That's probably a Robert question. So please come to and check us out in the booth, and we'll try and get an answer for you.
Okay. Yes. So for this viewer, please go to London Economic Development Corporation booth, and then they will be able to answer you with those postdoc jobs, and then obviously the various higher education jobs, and then the PwC, and I'm just trying to go through this. There's a banking sector. You already answered that already.
Yep.
Somebody have a planning. Somebody have experience with Primavera P6. Does that make any sense to you?
I don't know
Ashley?
what that means. I'm sorry.
Yeah, for this audience, please explain what is Primavera P6, because I am well, I like to think that I'm quite knowledgeable, but certainly not that knowledgeable. Primavera P6, so I'm not sure. Please explain to us what that means. And then here's a French question, and I'm just trying to do a quick translation. Yeah. Yeah, it's like they talk about the jobs, the provincial nomination program jobs, like the GTS jobs.
LEDC is actually a global talent partner with the government. Yeah. So definitely, hopefully Robert's back shortly, and he'll be in the booth to answer some of those questions.
Excuse me, Sean, I think time is up.
Oh, there's Robert.
Oh my God. Okay, so Robert, you have 1 minute because we still have we have to your session will end in 1 minute, but it's just that there's a lot of people talk about GTS provincial nomination GTS positions in London, Ontario. So maybe we can direct all the audience that's interested in that to the London Economic Development Corporation's booth, right? And you can certainly answer all those questions about the various jobs. And then somebody clarify, it's Primavera. It's a software for planning. Okay, so Ashley and Robert, I don't know who want to do it, or each one of you want to do it. You have 30 seconds each to wrap up today's session.
I look forward to following Ashley.
Okay.
Well, thank you very much for having us. We look forward to you checking us out on social media and in our booth. Please reach out anytime with any further questions, and we look forward to seeing you in the booth.
Yeah.
And not only that, obviously, you're listening to various different communities across our great country, and that's just wonderful. But obviously our goal is to help you choose London. And you will have heard from our presentation and Ashley's answers to the questions. We have lots of very good opportunities. We're a very livable city with lots of great amenities and people from around the world. So from wherever you come, you will find people like you wanting to participate in our society, wanting to succeed and move ahead in their lives. So please do join us at our booth to find out more information, look at our different resources, but most importantly, start looking us up on the different websites. Start looking at some of those kinds of jobs and opportunities and benefits that Ashley's mentioned. There are some great opportunities. I, as somebody who came from somewhere else around the world, have really appreciated them and look forward to you joining us here in London.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank you,
you.
Robert. Thank you for joining us today. And we are going to wrap up the London session right now. Thank you all for joining us. Please just stay tuned, take a little break, and we'll be back in about 8 minutes. And we are going to present with the provincial capital of New Brunswick, Fredericton, while doing a presentation. So see you guys in 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
At the end of the day, it's all about structures.
When it comes to reliability, scalability, and performance, Fortinet always stands few steps ahead of others.
It's an amazing place to work. Leaders make sure they are empowering the people. You're working with some of the brightest and smartest minds in the industry. Some of them also have a lot of patents on their names.
I joined Fortinet last year after my graduation. I was assigned a mentor who is very enthusiastic with sharing her experience and the knowledge with me, which helped me be more familiar with products that I will be working on.
In the team, you will never feel being left out. Everyone, working hard, will help each other. Your contribution is always recognized by the company. I think that's very important.
I have already recommended 4 of my friends to Fortinet this year.
Fortinet is the fastest growing security company in the world.
And cybersecurity is an happening thing. I would highly recommend you to think about cybersecurity. Come join us.
One thing that most people would find surprising about me is the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Counsel to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
What drives culture at Medavie? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at Medavie, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
At the end of the day, it's all about securing your networks and infrastructures.
When it comes to reliability, scalability, and performance, Fortinet always stands few steps ahead of others.
It's an amazing place to work. Leaders make sure they are empowering the people. You're working with some of the brightest and smartest minds in the industry. Some of them also have a lot of patents on their names.
I joined Fortinet last year after my graduation. I was assigned a mentor who is very enthusiastic with sharing her experience and the knowledge with me, which helped me be more familiar with products that I will be working on.
In a team, you will never feel being left out. Everyone, working hard, will help each other. Your contribution is always recognized by the company. I think that's very important.
I have already recommended 4 of my friends to Fortinet this year.
Fortinet is the fastest growing security company in the world.
And cybersecurity is an happening thing. Well, I would highly recommend you to think about cybersecurity. Come join us.
One thing that most people would find surprising about me, the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Council to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
Okay, folks, we're back. We are all a minute away from starting our next presentation by Fredericton. And for those of you who if it's not registered with Fredericton, it is the provincial capital of our one of our Atlantic province, New Brunswick. It is split into 2, north and south, by St. John River. It's got a population of about 60,000. So, and there's a lot of government, jobs that's related to government, healthcare, higher education, and also it is also dubbed the startup capital of Canada. Am I correct so far, Noshing?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so, and we are extremely honored to have Nassim join us and to present Fredericton, the city of the future. So, Nassim, you will be able to share the screen, so you will have the control of the slides. You put your mouse over the screen and then you can click. So the minute you're able to switch slides, you can start.
Perfect. There's a time? Yes, it is time. Okay. Thank you so much, Kwan. It's very nice to be here as always. I love this platform. There is such diversity here. We get such amazing, great questions from people all around the world. It is always great to interact with everyone on this platform. So without further ado, I will check if my screen works. Yes, it does. And there is a short video that I would like to play. I hope you're all able to hear it. Let's see.
In Fredericton, we value our heritage, our history, our legacy. Our city was built by small businesses who became big businesses.
by dreamers who became industry leaders, by young minds and tech minds, by researchers, manufacturers, and startups. We're a smart city, a digitally advanced city with a bustling economy.
I'm really sorry about the lag here. I really want you to see this.
World-class care and diverse industry. Innovation is what makes us us.
We thrive in our city, not only because it's rich in beauty, but because of its opportunity and its dynamic.
There's something wrong. I'm not sure what it is. Hold on a sec here. Let's see if we can do this. Give me a sec. So
it's okay,
G-TAC,
you know.
G-TAC support. G-TAC
We're
support,
a community
please.
of doers,
No,
creators,
please let me
and
share my
innovators.
screen.
And we get results.
In Fredericton, we appreciate the little things as well as the big picture. We value our past, but we're focused on the future.
Okay. My screen is not moving.
Okay. Can okay, somebody have to put a G-TAC support, tech support, please switch to Nausine's PowerPoint slides, please. Sorry, it'll take a second here. Yeah,
It's okay.
we're not sure what happened to the, well, you know, it's technology.
I know, anything could happen.
Yeah. So go to a third slide. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, good.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah. So, well, I'm sorry about that. It's inevitable. Wherever there's technology involved, anything could happen. So, if you want to see this video again, you can go to Ignite Fredericton's YouTube channel, YouTube page, and see it there. Well, I will tell you briefly what the message is all about. The message is about Fredericton being the innovation corridor for Atlantic Canada. And the government of New Brunswick, as well as the municipal government of the city of Fredericton, places utmost importance in the quality of education that is provided to our citizens, as well as the value of research and development that contributes so much to our innovation economy. And as I progress through my presentation, you would notice that innovation is actually in our DNA. And I'm still stuck on this slide. Support.
I know they're working on it, so just give us a little bit of give us they're working on it, so they just give a few seconds and then
sure,
we're gonna get back to it. Sorry about that.
Meanwhile, while this presentation is working, let me tell you a little bit about Fredericton itself. So as Shaw said, it's the capital of New Brunswick. The city is in two parts, the south side and the north side, and I'm a proud north sider, but the downtown is on the south side and the uptown is on the south side. It's just how we residents of Fredericton like to place ourselves in the city. It doesn't mean but in any ways that the two sides are different. We're all one. We're one part of this lovely place that we call home, and we're very well connected with each other. In a nutshell, I would like to talk about a few accolades that we received just during the past 1 year. And there have been multiple awards in the past. I would not go into that list. That list is very long. Just last year, we were ranked #2 in Canada's top 25 communities to live and work remotely. And we received this award in the mid of the pandemic because while analyzing the various issues that the pandemic brought with it, there were a few opportunities there too. And those opportunities, Fredericton actually capitalized on those opportunities in the sense that it improved its connectivity. So 5G network was launched during the pandemic. And we also improved our living conditions. So, because of the lower cost of living, our residents and people coming in from outside of the province were actually able to afford better living conditions for themselves so that they could work from home. They could make their home their offices. So it all contributed towards this award that we received. We have been given the Smart 21 status.
Why don't you, can you start a slideshow, please?
Yes, and hold on. Yeah, right now, actually, I gave you the control to you.
Well, start the slideshow first, then give the control to Nassim, please.
I don't know what's the...
Okay, it's okay. Stop sharing. Let me share my screen.
Okay. I don't know what's the issue from my side.
I don't know, but anyway, let's hold on, Nassim.
Yep.
Give me a sec, okay? I'm gonna change the slides for you, okay?
Okay, sure.
All right, go ahead. So this is the slide, right?
Yes, so we were on this slide, yes. And I was saying that we have received Smart 21 status, but that is top 21 smart cities of the world for 3 years straight. But this year, just last month, we have been named as one of the world's top 7 smart cities. So Intelligent Communities Challenge, which is an extension of the Smart 21 cities, we have received a spot among the world's top 7 intelligent communities. And this is amazing. This collides nicely with our focus on innovation. We have also been named just last month as one of Canada's top 10 small cities. And we compete here with some very interesting cities like Guelph and London, Ontario, and many other cities that are actually small cities and are very good places to live in. Fredericton is proud to be among the top 10. Can you change the slide, please? Yeah. As far as the location is concerned, we are towards we're generally called the central region of New Brunswick, and it's quite a large region. So Fredericton itself is a city of about 60,000 people, but when we look at our larger regional footprint, that is our economic region, it's about 120,000 consumers. We are actually in North America's best time zone for global business because while there is still daylight time here, there is enough time left in other parts of the world, enough time of the day left in other parts of the world to be able to connect with us. So if you have families or if you have business associates or friends across the globe, communicating with them would actually be easier because right now it's about 1 o'clock here. And I know that in Southeast Asia, it's 9 p.m. in the night. So still people have not really gone to bed. We can still talk. We also have an international airport here in Fredericton, though it is a small setup, but we are about an hour and a half flight away from some major centers like Toronto, Montreal, even New York. As said earlier, we're the capital city of New Brunswick, so most of the provincial offices and provincial departments are based here. And so because of that, we do have a very large number of public sector jobs available. Okay, so just to shed some light over what is the innovation chapter all about. Please move forward. The city of Fredericton, since very early, as some of you might know, that New Brunswick is one of the founding provinces of Canada, and the University of New Brunswick, which has its main campus right here in the middle of the city, is one of the oldest education institutions in North America, and especially its computer science faculty is very well known and well acclaimed all across the world. So because of the university and because of the university's interest in research and development, and the university's network that is very well connected with most of the industrial sectors of the city, there is very high importance given to higher education, research, and idea generation. In this seemingly small town of 60,000 people, there are 4 universities, which include the University of New Brunswick, the York University, the St. Thomas University, and the Fredericton University, which is completely online. There are 7 training colleges, which include the New Brunswick Community College and the New Brunswick College for Craft and Design. So you can see how much importance we give to education. About 36% of all our degree holders are just STEM degree holders. And by STEM, I mean science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. 26% of all millennials who live in our city are bilingual, completely bilingual. There's focus on both languages. So if you go to school here, you're taught both languages. So, as the population grows older, there is a trend that the percentage of bilingualism is actually increasing. And because of such great focus on innovation, we have an extremely thriving knowledge sector here in the city. So Fredericton has the largest engineering services cluster in New Brunswick. We have about 40 engineering companies only just in Fredericton. In fact, Fredericton has the largest number of engineers per capita in New Brunswick. We also have the largest number of research and development companies in New Brunswick, and that includes the various establishments that are federal and provincial in nature, so the Research and Productivity Council, the National Research Council, and various institutions which are directly or indirectly connected with the University of New Brunswick. They contribute their share in the research and development. Interestingly, Fredericton has the largest IT cluster in New Brunswick as well. So, about 70% of total IT employers all across New Brunswick are based in Fredericton. So you can imagine the number of IT sector jobs that we would have here. And our community or our business ecosystem has invested about $70 million in the last 5 years in startups and research and development with commercialization potential. We have seen some great high-value startup exits in the economy. So it all generates not only a good economic profile for the city, but it also gives us this status of being the innovation corridor for New Brunswick. Next. So we are an economy based on expertise, and I say that because there are very specific knowledge sector companies or industries that have very high potential in the sector here. This would include the ICT sector, the cybersecurity industry, which is a very fast-growing industry here, and which promises to add about 300 jobs in the Fredericton region in the next 2 years. There is also a lot of development happening in the agricultural technology and forestry sector, in biotechnology, and as I said, engineering is one of our most prominent sectors. Next. And as such, because of so much importance in high growth knowledge sector, we have a thriving labor market. There has been 11% increase in employment in the last 5 years, despite of the closures due to pandemic. The unemployment rate in 2021 was 6.2%, which is the lowest in Atlantic Canada urban centers. And when I say Atlantic Canada urban centers, it would include centers like Moncton, St. John, Charlottetown, St. John's in Newfoundland, and Halifax as well. So our unemployment rate has been the lowest across Atlantic Canada. There has been a 155% increase in job vacancies in 2021 as compared to the last 5 years. So even after the pandemic, this actually proves that our economy is on a very quick rebound. Also, the most interesting fact is we have the highest per capita declared income among urban centers in New Brunswick. So all across New Brunswick, if you look at data for the Fredericton region, you would notice that our professionals who live in the city of Fredericton and work for Fredericton-based companies earn the highest income. Next. Okay, so that was a brief overview of our economic profile, but now I would focus a little bit on the lifestyle element of Fredericton. And it is, when you pack your bags and move to an entirely new location with your family, there are certain things that you want to see in your new home. And usually through research, we have found that the most important element for any family to be able to settle down in a new location is, number one, the quality of life, and number two, the access to economic opportunities. And being in Fredericton, you get access to both these dreams of yours. As I mentioned earlier, we have received multiple awards in the past that declare us to be one of the best places to live in, one of the best places to work in, one of the best places to grow and prosper in. However, the thing that attracts me the most, being an immigrant in Fredericton myself, I have lived here for 4 years with my family now, and the thing that attracts me the most is the commute time. So those of you who come from very large cities with a lot of population, you would value this fact that our average commute time from wherever you live in the city. I live on the farthest end of the north side of the city. It takes me 15 minutes to get to uptown and get back home from work. Isn't that amazing? It is so much different from being stuck in traffic and experiencing higher levels of stress, having no time for yourself, to just spending 15 minutes on the road and then having a great part of the evening to yourself to do whatever you like to do and to spend time with your family. It is the biggest blessing. And this is just not it. There are other things that are important too. The availability of affordable quality housing, the safety that your family lives in. Fredericton is known as one of the safest cities in the world. Our crime rate is almost next to zero. I mean, you can search it on Google. You would see what our crime rate is like. I'm not making any claims. You can search for yourself. As far as housing goes, it is another one of very important considerations for any family who is bringing all its life savings into a new community. You want to save as much as possible. And housing is something that requires you to spend the major chunk of your income. If you compare our housing cost with other major centers in Canada, and I have just taken Calgary and Toronto as the two comparison points here, just because of the popularity of these two cities among immigrants, you can see the cost comparison right there. For an apartment, something that you would find in Toronto would cost you almost double the amount that it would cost you in Fredericton. And, the same goes for a house. So your dream of owning a house in Canada can actually become a reality within the first 2 or 3 years of your arrival into Canada if you live in Fredericton. In Toronto, you talk to immigrants, it takes them 10 years, 15 years before they are in a position to buy a home for themselves. So this is actually a reality here. Myself, I like talking about myself because this is such a great case in point. My family, a family of 4 people, we were able to buy our house within the first year of our arrival into Fredericton. The house prices have increased just a little bit during the pandemic, but it is still very, very affordable as compared to Toronto. A house that would cost you about $350,000 in Fredericton, a similar dwelling would cost you over $1 million in Toronto. So you see there's so much difference. Next. And these are just, some basic comparisons of the cost of living in other elements, which would include gas prices, basic commodities, utilities, transport, and things like that. So if you look at gas prices, we are low as compared to Toronto, not compared to Calgary because Calgary produces oil, but in Fredericton. So these prices mentioned on the screen are from a few months back. The prices increased a lot during the past couple of months, then they went down again. It's standing at about 1.55 at the moment. And this change is a trend that's prevalent all across Canada. So if there is an increase here, there is an increase in Toronto as well. Our monthly bus pass for an adult costs $80. So if you don't have a car, you can easily use our transit service and it would not be a burden on your pocket. We are pretty affordable in terms of basic utilities. So our power cost, water cost is again affordable. Internet, you would see it's a little on the high side, but this is because we do have 5G connectivity here. So the quality of the internet that you receive, not only within city limits, but even outside of city limits is second to none. In case of other commodities, you would notice that the prices are comparable here and there. Some things cost less, some things cost more. But the biggest savings that you encounter are, of course, firstly, in your housing price, in your transit, in your education. So for preschool, for those of you who know, if your kids go to preschool or daycare, you actually have to pay for that. The government of New Brunswick has recently announced a program where the government covers about 50% of your child's daycare cost, and you only end up paying 50% of the cost. So you can see right there, it's half of what your cost would be in other centers of Canada. Next. So what do you do with the time that you save not being on the road? You can enjoy an active lifestyle. The city is planned in such a manner, the city actually invests in professional urban planning, and it is planned and designed in such a manner that whatever zone of residence that you live in, you would have access to a place or a complex where you would be able to go out and enjoy yourself. So it would either be a park or an arena, or access to a ball field, or something or the other that your family would be able to do. Even if you don't have that, you would have access to about 150 plus kilometers of multi-use linked trails. So the whole city is connected with a system of trails, which you can use to walk, run, bike, roller skate, or skateboard, or whatever way you like to move around. So all areas of the city are connected through this one trail system that goes around. It is amazingly beautiful. It would take you through the woods. It would take you across the river. You would be able to access such gems in our green spaces that you would not see otherwise. So this trail system is really nice to explore. In this small city, there are 4 arenas and sports complexes, which are our centers for winter sports like ice hockey, and they can also be used for indoor walking tracks, especially during the winter months. There are golf courses and our Kingswood Golf Course is a nationally ranked top-ranking golf course. Our Crab Mountain ski resort, which is about a 30-minute drive outside of Fredericton, is Maritime's highest vertical, and it is actually hosting the 2023 Canada Winter Games. The St. John River, which runs right through the city, is your playground in the summers, where you can go kayaking, paddleboarding, you can go fishing on it as well. You can do whatever you want on the river. Just don't swim in it because the currents are pretty high. They don't advise diving into the river. But, my favorite activity in the summer months is just to sit on the riverbanks and enjoy the sunsets. Absolutely beautiful. And in the winters, our the cross-country trails are all converted into cross-country skiing, so you can enjoy that. You can go snowshoeing. There are multiple things to do during the winter time as well. Next. Okay, so for an art enthusiast, the first very important thing to know is the New Brunswick College of Craft and Design is one of the very few institutions in Canada that actually give you a postgraduate degree in fine arts. So if you want to do that, if that's your career aspiration, you need to be at NBCCD. And because Fredericton has been named as the cultural capital of Canada multiple times, it is where we get a lot of tourists who are interested in exploring our art and culture. The Beaverbrook Art Gallery, which is right here in our downtown, is one of the most acclaimed establishments, and we have some great works of artists like Salvador Dali and many Indigenous artists that is exhibited there. Just a couple of weeks ago, we celebrated the Harvest Music Festival, which is an annual feature, and it happens here in Fredericton. It's a week-long music festival, and it is Atlantic Canada's largest festival that attracts the most tourists in this town. There are multiple other things that happen all year round during the summer, especially our downtown comes alive with live music and cultural performances. There are multiple markets to explore. We have the Cultural Expressions Festival, which is targeted towards showcasing our immigrant community and the vibrant cultures that they come from. And, the locals are very much interested in exploring them and integrating with them. Next. Okay, so a lot of people ask me this question about weather, and it is a conception or a misconception. I don't know what I should call it. People think that the weather in New Brunswick is extreme. Well, if you're coming to Canada, most of the areas in Canada have extreme weather, apart from just a few areas on the West Coast. You would find extreme weather here. We never know what's happening. Like somebody said, it's winter in the morning, spring in the afternoon, it's summer in the evening, and then winter again in the night. So you have to be prepared for it. Especially nowadays in the fall weather, the temperatures can be unpredictable. However, today is a beautiful day out here. It's sunny, it's bright, and it's warm. As October comes, the days would start getting cooler a bit, but it is the most beautiful time of the year when the trees start changing color. And, it's the perfect time for you to take road trips across the province and outside of the province and just explore the natural beauty. During the winters, my only suggestion would be invest in a good set of clothing, like a good jacket, a good pair of non-slip boots, warm boots, hats, mittens, and once you're dressed properly, you're good. You must go out and enjoy the winter months. And I know that if you have younger kids in the family, kids absolutely love the snow, and you would love it too, as long as you're able to go out and enjoy it. You don't have to sit inside and brood over it. You can go out, enjoy the city, make sure that the roads are clean for you to access your workplaces. Everything goes on normally. There are festivals that the government puts up during the winter months so that you have something to do. It's absolutely amazing. Last year, or early this year, I mean, in the months of January and February, the minimum temperatures that we experienced were about -18 to -20, which was a little above average, but the average temperatures in winter vary around -15 degrees, which is very, very bearable, as I say, if you just have the right set of attire on you. As the weather transforms into summer, it is absolutely gorgeous, especially with the water body in our city. It makes the city absolutely beautiful, very green, very pretty. And this last year, in the summer, the temperatures went up to 35 degrees. So it was pretty warm. Next. Yeah, a little bit about our education system. So before your child turns 5 years old, before that, they have access to daycares and early learning facilities. You have to pay for it, but as I mentioned, the government of New Brunswick subsidizes your cost of daycare, so you can actually take advantage of that. As your child turns 5 years of age, he or she is eligible to go into kindergarten, and then they progress into elementary school and middle school and high school. Because New Brunswick is a bilingual province, there are two types of education systems, Anglophone and Francophone, and it is your choice which school you want to choose. If your child goes to an Anglophone school, which are English schools, they would learn French as a second language through French immersion programs. And if your child goes to a French school or a Francophone school, they would learn English as a second language too. So in both cases, your child ends up learning both languages, and it is a perfect environment to become bilingual. The cost of education, public education, is covered by the government. And as you progress into, after high school into post-secondary education, there are multiple options for you. You can go to the University of New Brunswick or the St. Thomas University or the Community College or the Craft College or the multiple other institutions that we have here in the city. As a professional, you also have the opportunity to take advantage of the continuous learning programs that our universities put up and the professional development programs that they have during the summer and the fall. The University of New Brunswick has a whole calendar of programs that it puts up during every summer and fall. So you can take advantage of that too. Okay, so a little bit about how we can help you. Who are we? So Ignite Fredericton is Fredericton Region's prime economic development agency. And when I say economic development, it entails certain functions like workforce development, population growth, local market support and development, investment attraction into the community, and all those functions that contribute to the economic growth of our community. Planetouch is our partner brand, which is purely focused towards entrepreneurial programming and acceleration. It also serves as an incubation platform for startups in our community. Knowledge Park is more of an infrastructural setup, which houses a large portion of the IT sector, the IT cluster that works here in Fredericton. And all these three brands, you would normally see them together, while I'm representing Ignite Fredericton right now, because Ignite Fredericton is the prime agency that supports workforce development in the region. So we work very closely with multiple workforce partners in our economy, and those partners would include but are not limited to the government of New Brunswick, the government of Fredericton, Working NB, which is a provincial employment department, the Department of Post-Secondary Education, Training and Labor. So all these partners come together to support us in our workforce development function. Next. Okay, I would urge all of you to visit our website, immigrationfredericton.ca. This is a part of an Ignite initiative. We support the brand Immigration Fredericton, and under this brand, we have various immigration-related functions. As an immigrant, when you come into our city, Ignite Fredericton or Immigration Fredericton is your most logical first stop, because this is where you would get access to most of the services that you're looking for as a newcomer. When you go to this website, you would also be able to download our newcomers guide, which is in a PDF downloadable format. It is sitting on the website for you to download, and it gives you a variety of information about the city itself, its services, and where should you go for most of the things that you're looking for. Immigration Fredericton also gives you access to various support functions through the Multicultural Association of Fredericton, depending on what you need. It would include community social connections, so we would be in a position to connect you with your own ethnocultural organization. So you would find people that speak your language and follow your cultural norms. We can also give you access to some language competency programs. So if yourself or your spouse or any member of your family is not very well versed with English or French languages, the Multicultural Association and other institutions in the city put up language programs which are free of cost, and you can take advantage of it. There is business advocacy available through the Chamber of Commerce, and if you are coming in with a business mindset and you want to start an entrepreneurial journey, we can connect you with the Chamber of Commerce and get you some guidance from there. So in short, immigrationfredericton.ca should be your first stop if you're looking for any sort of information about how to live and work and create a life in Fredericton. Next. Okay, Planet Hatch, which is our partner brand with Ignite Fredericton, is actually an entrepreneurial services brand. It is a co-working space, but it is much more than that. It gives you all the mentorship that you need to be able to start a successful business in the community. New Brunswick does have a business immigration program, and Planet Hatch is very closely connected with that program, as all the newcomer entrepreneurs that come into our community have access to Planet Hatch and its Business Immigrant Essentials program. We also have a full-time startup specialist on our staff who gives you support with your business plan and also gives you access to various funding opportunities, all done free of cost. And you have 24/7 access to our space. So, you're not time bound. You can use the co-working space, you can work out of it, and you can work with whatever markets in the world you want to work with. Also, I think it's good to mention here that Planet Hatch is the only startup visa incubator in New Brunswick. So if you're aware of the startup visa program, I would not go into much detail about that. But if you're interested in the program, it is a federal program. You can read up information about it on canada.ca, which is the Government of Canada's website, or you can visit Planet Hatch website and get more information on that. Or you can even reach out to me because I manage the program here. So I will be happy to give you more information about it. Next. In terms of jobs, I understand that most of the people who are listening to me right now would be interested in looking for employment opportunities in the city. Through our workforce support and development functions, we organize periodic job fairs and other small events like speed interviews and company spotlights, where our mandate is to bring you closer to employers that are hiring. Even today, the reason to participate in this fair, this virtual fair and this webinar is to bring you a little bit closer to the employers that are hiring in our community. If you visit our booth, you would be able to download our active jobs list for the city for this month, which would give you about 150 or 160 jobs. There is a list of jobs that are open right now in the Fredericton region, and you can use that list to apply on those jobs. If you want to sign up for our job lists, we do have a newsletter that goes out every month, and you can sign up for it and you can access our job lists through there. If you want to sign up, please send an email to workforce@ignitefredericton.com or just go to our website and sign up there. We would be happy to add you to our mailing list. We also have a very close partnership with the Working NB, which is our provincial counterpart. They have employment counselors on their payroll that provide you with employment counseling, and they also provide you with support related to resume building and preparing for interviews and all that. We do monthly networking events, which bring you a little closer to the other immigrants who are in the same boat as you, who have the same struggles as you, who would be able to give you some great insight about their experiences with job search. And we do bring in experts during these networking events to give you some tips. Next. So this actually brings me to the end of my presentation, right on time. In short, I would say that Fredericton is growing in the right direction. It is a small city at the moment, but it is not going to stay small always. We do have the right mindset for growth. We have the right kind of investments that the government is making in Fredericton to make it a livable place. Our immigrant population is growing every day. We are a very multicultural society. About 30% of all our population is an immigrant population. And if you read about Fredericton at all, you would notice that our community is very welcoming and very, very inclusive. I would urge you to check out our website, ignitefredericton.com, for more information about our work and how we can support you. And if you could go to the next slide. There is my email address right there. If you have any more questions, feel free to reach out at any point in time. Also, I would urge you to follow our social channels on Facebook, Twitter, and LinkedIn, because this is where you would receive a whole lot of information about our activities and our city and everything that we do here. And with that, I hand over it back to you, Shaw.
Okay, good. Sorry, while I'm sharing the screen, I have to apologize. While I'm sharing the screen, I was not able to read the questions. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to do something very quickly. And we are coming to end. So, well, first of all, we will, I'm not sure is our tech people listening? Please release the poll so that people can fill in the survey, please. And then also various is, there's a few minutes left, but there's the survey. So please complete the survey. It takes a few seconds, and then let us know your feedback, and we'll share that with Nashin and her team there. So
yeah, of course.
And also,
Shaw, before you continue, I would just apologize that I'm not bilingual. I don't speak French. I don't read French. I don't understand French. So for all our French community that is on this call, I apologize in advance. But if you have questions, I can always take them and refer them back to my team, who would be able to help you.
Yeah. Well, you're bilingual, just not English and French.
Yes.
Right?
That's true.
I know.
That's true.
It's true. Yeah. So
in that case, I'm trilingual too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I'm sure you probably can speak a few other languages. Anyway, so all this to say is, speaking of that, but what about because a lot of our listeners are actually from Francophone countries. Would they have any problem finding jobs if they only speak French with very little English?
The short answer is no. Especially if they're looking for public sector jobs. Most of our public sector jobs look for bilingual people. a lot of jobs in customer service or client-facing professions are bilingual by nature. Also, being bilingual or being French only is never a disadvantage. It is actually an advantage because in our community, at least in Fredericton, we face a shortage of French-speaking people, so they are always in demand. So no, they would not have any difficulty finding jobs here.
Okay, good. Do you know much about the express entry scores?
So it is, anything about express entry is more of a question for the provincial immigration department. I'm afraid I would not be able to give you a lot of information about that. There have been some updates in the intake. So I think the provincial government has put a pause on our express entry stream at the moment, just because they have a backlog. I'm sure it would open back up very soon. But yes, express entry is a good way of getting a provincial nomination for New Brunswick. So keep a watch out, keep watching the website welcomenb.ca on a regular basis, because all our updates from the provincial immigration department show up there, and it is the best source of updated information.
Perfect. And well, this question, it says, can you hire people without any status? Like obviously through the sponsorship, the G-TAC or the Atlantic Immigration Program, Initiative Program. Are there employers in Fredericton that is qualified to do that's actually qualified in that program?
Yes, there are multiple employers that are qualified for the program, especially there are employers in our food and accommodation sector, in the logistics sector, that are qualified for Atlantic Immigration Program. So the way it works is the employers are designated under the program. So only designated employers can hire people on the Atlantic Immigration Program. Again, I would refer you to the same provincial website, welcomenb.ca, which has details of the program. It would also give you a list of all the employers that are designated under the program and the jobs that they would have. So that would be your best source for this kind of information.
Okay. I tell you, Nassim, we have sharp listener, okay? And they quickly says this. You did not mention anything about financial or professional services. Are those jobs exist in Fredericton?
Yes, of course. So as a proof of that, please go to our booth and download the active jobs list. You would see how many jobs there are in the financial sector.
Okay. Well, here's another one. You say Fredericton is the second best community to live in New Brunswick. Which one is number one?
No, it's second best in Canada, not in New Brunswick.
Okay, so then which one is, anyway, that's
I
fine.
would not say that. I know, but I will not tell you which is the first one.
Yeah, but that's okay. You know, Christina, second best is good, okay? Trust me, it's good, okay? Would you accept people from North Africa?
Oh, we accept people from everywhere.
No,
it is not really up to me. It's up to the federal government. If it was up to me, I would not say no to anybody.
Yeah, exactly. For all of you that's listening right now, is you probably noticed that in today's presentation, many of us are immigrants, and we are actually all working in the mainstream society, mainstream jobs in the society. So, I mean, honestly, is you don't need to worry about your ethnicity or your cultural background or your religious background. Yeah. I'm sure there are mosques in Fredericton. Okay.
Oh yes, there are 3 now.
Right? Yeah, exactly. So you don't really need to worry about say halal food, right? So honestly, Canada is a lot more open and a lot more culturally diversified than people think. It is really culturally diversified. And Fredericton, even though for us in Ontario, we think that it's a small town, smaller city with 60,000 population. And obviously we live in, I grew up in Montreal and then now I live in Ottawa, which is, we just surpassed 1 million population last year or the year before. So, I mean, yes, comparable is small, but still, it's regardless of the size of the city, the cultural diversity is very, very proportionally spread out, right?
Yes, absolutely. You're absolutely right. And regardless of the fact that the city is small, and as I mentioned during the presentation, it is so well planned that you don't really feel that it's small. You get access to everything. So, you think about something that you want to do and you would have access to it. It's just that, the options are sometimes limited, but during my 4 years of residence in Fredericton, I have seen it coming a long way. So, things have improved multifold. So we have new restaurants, new markets, new commercial centers. There's a lot of commercial activity here. So, everything is available. The city actually grows on you. You talk to people who have lived here for some time, they would tell you that, initially it seems like it's small, but then it's such a congenial community. Everyone is so welcoming. People are so nice to each other that you end up making some lifelong friendships here. And it is, people who live here would say that they don't want to go anywhere.
Okay, good. Time to wrap up today's session.
Yeah.
We're 2 minutes overtime there. So, Nassim, I'm going to give you 30 seconds to wrap up today's session.
Okay, so, my last thoughts, I would want to see all of you in Fredericton someday. Please come and reach out to us. As of now, please go to our booth. Myself and other members of my team are there to answer your questions. You can download the resources that are available on the booth. So, you would get some more idea about what Fredericton has to offer you. And with that, a very goodbye. Thank you for listening.
Then, on behalf of everyone at G-TAC and all our listeners, I want to thank you, Nassim, for your wonderful presentation. And I'm sure a lot of people will go to your booth right now in Ignite Fredericton in the VC12 booth hall, and then talk to Nassim and her team, and then you learn more about opportunities in Fredericton. Okay, thank you very much, Nassim.
Yeah, thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, we're now going to take a little break, and then we'll come back, and then our friend, a good friend from NOHA will be will take over for me while I take a break, and she will host the ESDC webinar upcoming at 1 p.m. Eastern time, and then I will be back at 3 p.m. to host the Langley. So enjoying the next 2 hours with ESDC's presentation. And I'm going to take a break now, and then we'll be back at 1 p.m. and NOHA will take over as the moderator. Talk to you soon.
At the end of the day, it's all about securing your networks and infrastructures.
When it comes to reliability, scalability, and performance, Fortinet always stands few steps ahead of others.
It's an amazing place to work. Leaders make sure they are empowering the people. You're working with some of the brightest and smartest minds in the industry. Some of them also have a lot of patents on their names.
I joined Fortinet last year after my graduation. I was assigned a mentor who is very enthusiastic with sharing her experience and the knowledge with me, which helped me be more familiar with products that I will be working on.
In the team, you will never feel being left out. Everyone, working hard, will help each other. Your contribution is always recognized by the company. I think that's very important.
I have already recommended 4 of my friends to Fortinet this year.
Fortinet is the fastest growing security company in the world.
And cybersecurity is an happening thing. Well, I would highly recommend you to think about cybersecurity. Come join us.
One thing thing that most people would find surprising about me, the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Council to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
What drives culture at Medavie? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at Medavie, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada. Explore career options and the pros and cons. Expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts.
Bonjour Marie-Claude.
Bonjour, ça va bien?
Ça va très bien. Okay, so we are back. So I would like to introduce Marie-Claude Boucher. So Marie-Claude Boucher has been part of the federal government for over 15 years, formally certified in networking. She has worked in the following fields: IT on-site support, information management, IT security, and now IT vendor management. She's passionate about helping others achieve their full potential and striving to create a positive and healthy workplace. So, welcome Marie-Claude. Bienvenue entre nous dans notre session d'aujourd'hui. As well, we have Mint. He's a manager, gestionnaire. So he has been part of the federal government for 15 years, currently working in the business. I don't know, I have something here. My tech today is so weird. Currently working in the business analysis domain of expertise. He has also worked and supported various IT departmental transformation projects throughout his career. He's passionate about helping people and developing new skill set, in-depth knowledge via a community of practice COP model while contributing to individual career growth. So I would like to welcome both of you to start your presentation about the Employment and Social Development Canada, ESDC, Innovative Information Technology Branch. So welcome, and I will leave you the floor. It's for you. Thank you.
Noha, maybe you can control the slides. You can try.
I can do it? Okay.
Yeah, you can test, yeah.
Can I? It's from morning. Oh yeah, I'm here. So I'm in the right slide?
Yes, if you can go back to the start, please.
Sorry. I will try again. Oh my God. Oh. That's good?
Alrighty. Yeah, so, it's okay.
Sorry,
we have it in
my
both
camera
languages.
off. I'm so sorry about that. Okay, go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Noha, for the introduction. Thank you, everyone, for joining the booth today. Our presentation will be done in both official language. So we welcome you to the ESDC IITB booth itself. We'll do a quick presentation, allowing folks to see who we are. And then from there, we can take a quick session for any Q&A that you may have. And we'll be more than happy to help you. So on that note, I'll let my colleague take over.
Bonjour tout le monde, donc je m'appelle Marie-Claude, merci pour la belle présentation Noah. Donc notre présentation va être faite dans les deux langues officielles, donc je vais faire le côté français. C'est ma première fois à faire ça, fait que s'il vous plaît, soyez patients. Il y a des possibilités que mon collègue mentionne des choses de plus. Les deux, on met chacun notre propre petite touche à la présentation. Donc si vous êtes bilingue, ben, félicitations, vous avez les deux versions. Puis, on va garder les questions vers la fin. On va vraiment avoir beaucoup de temps vu qu'on a 1h45 avec vous aujourd'hui. Juste une side note, une petite note. Notre présentation, nous, on vient vraiment de la branche informatique, mais ça s'applique vraiment à tout le monde qui aimerait travailler au gouvernement aussi. Notre département a d'autres positions, mais si vous voyez, les positions informatiques, ne vous inquiétez pas, il y a quand même de l'information utile pour vous aussi. Donc, je repasse la parole à Mine.
Excellent. Thank you, Marie-Claude. As Marie-Claude mentioned, today we're focused more on the job at the ESDC IITB, so in the IT field of expertise. However, all of this can be also applicable to the whole department. So you can contact us through the recruitment program as well later on, but we can chat about that in the Q&A session. Perfect. So Noah, can we move to the first slide? Excellent. So why join ESDC? So really, there's some things that it's very passionate about everyone that work at ESDC. So one of the things that we really want to do is to really improve the standard of living of Canadian, right? We're the biggest department when it comes to any social benefits. So we promote all of that. We make sure that we help the labor skill force, and then also promoting the market itself. What we do every single day, it's really helping Canadian. And that's what comes as a really good things, feel-good feelings that we have. So one of the things we do is senior, the OAS CPP. You also have the post-secondary, so Canada Student Loan. We have employment that we support all of our Canadian to support their job finding or anything that they want to do, raising children as well. So all of the benefit that you have. One of the most common things right now, we're going through a big era where we are modernizing the way how we deliver benefit. So one of the great things that we want to do is that we've been listening to Canadian. We've been listening to see what do you want to change. So a lot of things that we're doing, it's focused on the modernization of how we deliver our benefit and services. And of course, on the background of that, we also need to make sure that we update our system. So that is something that we want to do, and the digital workforce to make sure that all Canadians can have access to our benefit, not only going in person, but virtually.
Super. Prochaine slide, s'il vous plaît. Oui, on ajoute un peu plus d'informations. Donc, des fois, on a l'impression qu'on a déjà dépassé la slide, mais c'est qu'on essaie de vous donner vraiment plus d'informations que nous, on trouve pertinentes. Donc, c'est quoi EDSC? EDSC est le deuxième plus gros département fédéral du gouvernement. On s'occupe de tout ce qui est bénéfice, de l'argent qu'on donne à nos citoyens. Dans le fond, on aime dire que les taxes, c'est un autre département qui prennent tout, nous, on donne. Donc, que ce soit pour les étudiants, les retraités, si vous perdez votre emploi ou vous avez une famille, on vous donne des baby bonus, comme on appelle, là, des rentes pour enfants. Donc, notre but, c'est vraiment d'améliorer la qualité de vie des Canadiens, de les supporter dans les bons temps, les temps plus difficiles. Puis pour ça, on a vraiment besoin de gens qualifiés, mais qui sont aussi dédiés, qui veulent vraiment voir ça réussir, dans le fond. Puis être un peu flexible, qui veulent apprendre, puis travailler collaborativement parce qu'on est vraiment un gros groupe, beaucoup de sections. Mais honnêtement, ça va vraiment bien, même si on est une très grosse structure. Nous sommes justement en train de travailler comment qu'on délivre tous les bénéfices aux citoyens. Un des plus gros programmes informatiques qui va durer 10 ans est présentement en cours, puis on essaie de vraiment changer toutes les structures informatiques où est-ce que les solutions sont assises pour donner ces bénéfices-là, justement. Donc, Mine.
Excellent. We can go to the next slide. Just a little comment here. I was told that I appear as the name Louise Lipsky. Unfortunately, I lost my link, so Louise was gracious enough to provide me her link. So my name is Min Win, but I'm not Louise, but thank you, Louise. So any question I will still be able to answer as part of the presentation. Excellent. So let's keep going on. The Innovative Information Technology branch. So that's who we are. So ESDC is a department. Within the department, there's different directorate. And the IITB branch is the one that in the background of ESDC supporting every single IT technology, right? So we'll be led by our CIO, Peter Letterfield. Our own directorate has 3,000 employees. So it's one of, we can even say that we're bigger than some of the department within the whole government of Canada. So what IITB does really is we want to deliver efficient and reliable technology, not only internally, but externally. As we mentioned earlier, some of the project that we have, so the BDM, Benefit Delivery Modernization. So that is where we're going to be able to provide OAS, OLH security. So those are the program that we are right now working on a platform, and those platform it's going to be accessible to also the folks our Canadian itself. Oh, can we go back to the previous slide? My apologies.
It's changed?
Yep.
I'm sorry.
No worries. Perfect. And one of the things, again, like as mentioned, we maintain those technology behind to provide the Canadian, but also internally how we do. So how do we do really that work? One of the things that we want to make sure is that we make a difference in how the people access that information. So we are looking right now through the modernization, what is the industry standard? What are the best practice? So those are all the things that we always look at, making sure that we are innovative, right? It's part of who we are. That's what we want to do. We also look at the trending technology. There's a lot of things right now that it's been developed out there. And we want to make sure that we are at par with the technology and offer that to all of our Canadians and also our internal skill set. Some of the things that we also do, how we work together, it's a community. It's a community. It's an IITB community where we gain a lot of skill set and we share the experience. So we built not only the career of each employee, but also the experience and the knowledge that they have so that they can continue to add value to the organization. And one of the things that we really like is having that creativity, allowing our employee to be creative, right? Because right now in our industry, we want to make sure that, you know, if you have an idea, let us know. Let's work together with that idea and making sure that through that idea, it can potentially be something small or something big, but at the very least, we are always innovating and being creative to make sure that not only we allow that safe space for the employee to flourish, but also making sure that whatever that's being put on the table can be looked at it properly. And again, achieving it as a team. We are a big team. I always say that we're a big family. IITB is a big family, 3,000 people, but we all interconnected through everything that we do.
Wow, wow.
Next slide.
So, qu'est-ce qu'il a dit? C'était bon, ça. Donc, la DGIT, qui est une des branches de notre département qui s'occupe de toute l'informatique, on est environ 3000 employés partout à travers le Canada qui travaillent sur différents projets avec différentes expériences, expertises, puis on travaille tous en collaboration. À travers mes années au gouvernement, j'ai travaillé dans plusieurs départements, puis honnêtement, pas pour nous vanter, là, mais la DGIT est vraiment quelque chose de particulier parce qu'il y a vraiment des groupes de technologie qu'on se rencontre régulièrement. Tout le monde est invité, peu importe le niveau, tout le monde peut poser les questions, collaborer. Et peu importe qui que vous contactez dans l'organisation, ils vont vous aider, ils vont vous répondre. C'est vraiment particulier comme environnement. Puis, c'est pour ça que moi, je ne veux pas partir. Là. Moi, je reste ici. Donc, on fournit des services informatiques à toute la branche. On construit les nouvelles plateformes pour justement délivrer les bénéfices à tous les citoyens. Donc, si vous venez travailler à la DGIT, vous pourriez travailler sur différents projets. Évidemment, quand vous appliquez sur un poste, il y a des tâches qui viennent avec le poste, mais aussi souvent, qu'est-ce qui arrive, c'est que vos managers vos superviseurs, vont vous donner l'opportunité d'essayer autre chose, puis de gagner plus de connaissances et parfaire votre cheminement par la suite, grandir dans vos connaissances. Moi, je dis toujours que quand on vient à EDSC, c'est pas pour une job, c'est pour une carrière. Donc, c'est vraiment, il y a d'innombrables possibilités et d'opportunités. J'ai-tu pas mal tout dit? Je pense que oui, mais c'est correct?
Oui.
OK, tantôt.
Excuse-moi. Excellent. So one of the things to why I work in the government, we have an excellent package when it comes to our compensation and benefits. So we call that comp and ben. So one of the things that we would like to highlight to you is a few things. Of course, we can go to more detail if you do have any question, but some of the good things that we want to make sure that it's known, it's our leave highlights, right? Our leave requests. So we have, as an indeterminate employee, that we can talk a little about the different tenure of employment status. But you do have also, sorry, someone. Okay, sorry. So one of the leave is that when you start with the government, you already have 3 weeks of vacation, okay, as a start. And then once you get more after a certain time, the years increase to a maximum of 6. You earn also your sick leave. So every time that, every month that you pay and that you work, you have sick leave. So as you can see here, 9.3, 75 hours. Can I ask the person to put yourself on mute, if possible? Thank you. And then you have a yearly entitlement of also 37.5 hours, so 5 business days for family matters. So anything for appointment for your kids or anything like that can be used with that. You also entitle a 15 hours for 2 days of personal leave that you can utilize at any given time within your fiscal year. You're going to hear us sometime mention fiscal year. Our fiscal year start from April and end, April 1st and end on March 31st. It's not the calendar year, but our fiscal year, that's how it works. So all of those leave, it's entitled within your fiscal year. And you also have a one-time one-time leave for vacation for that you can take at any given time within your career. One of the benefit that we have, like a benefit package, we have two of them that which really, really great. The one that's the healthcare, where you can have your single as a also plan or a family coverage plan. And that provide you a lot of reimbursement on eligible expenses. So as you see here, 80%, there's a lot of drug benefit that you can do, vision benefit, or even going to a medical practitioner, so chiro or anything like that. So those are the things that you can do. For hospital, I know a lot of family as well. If you're having special on the woman's side, if you do are hospitalized, then depending on the package, you can also have a private room or things like that. We do also have on the other side the dental care plan. So a very, very good dental care plan that you all might get enroll after 3 months. A lot of services are reimbursed at 90%, and depending on the major one, there's a 50%. But all of that is part of being the comp and ben benefit that you have. And if needed, we also have disability insurance benefit, and that it's a really good benefit for anyone that it's in need that cover a big majority of the wage that they've been with us.
Super. Prochaine slide, s'il vous plaît. Donc, nos avantages sociaux. Le gouvernement est connu pour avoir des vraiment bons avantages sociaux, que ce soit les congés qui commencent à 3 semaines. Wow! Un petit peu trop vite, ça. Peux-tu reculer de 1, s'il vous plaît? J'ai pas une bonne mémoire.
Le problème que moi, je ne touche rien. Je ne sais pas pourquoi ça change.
Je sais pas.
Je ne sais pas, avec la technologie, moi, je ne suis pas la meilleure. Alors, voilà.
OK, parfait. On a un magicien aujourd'hui. All right. Donc, 3 semaines au début. Après la 8e année, vous en aviez une 4e. Puis après ça, ça continue à augmenter. Vous avez des congés de maladie qui sont aussi transférables. Vous pouvez accumuler à travers plusieurs années de service, quand même plusieurs semaines, ce qui est bénéfique parce qu'on ne sait jamais ce qui peut arriver. Même chose pour les vacances, on peut en transférer. Fait que si vous voulez partir 5 semaines pour aller en voyage, voir de la famille, c'est quelque chose qui est faisable. Après ça, on a des congés familiales. Donc, si vos enfants sont malades, votre partenaire ou des choses, on sait avec des enfants, c'est toujours imprévisible. Hein? Puis, un crédit unique de 1 semaine que vous pouvez utiliser une fois dans votre carrière. Vous l'avez à partir de la 2e année de service. Puis, on ne pose pas de questions. C'est un bloc, bonnes vacances, puis profitez-en bien. Le régime de soins de santé, on a des protections individuelles ou familiales qui couvrent souvent jusqu'à 80% des dépenses admissibles. C'est sûr qu'il y a des limites à chaque année, mais c'est quand même très avantageant. Les médicaments, ça, il n'y a pas vraiment de limite non plus. Pour les soins dentaires, ça commence tout de suite après 3 mois. 90%, souvent c'est arrangé avec le dentiste. Vous n'avez même pas besoin de payer au comptoir. Il s'occupe de tout ça avec notre compagnie. Puis 50% des remboursements des services d'orthodontie, il y a une limite de 2500 à vie. Assurance invalidité, si jamais il vous arrive quelque chose, ça prévoit qu'on vous paye 70% de votre salaire mensuellement. Puis c'est payable après 13 semaines continues d'incapacité totale. Donc, je crois qu'on peut passer à la prochaine partie.
Excellent. So as part also as the comp and ben, we have our pension. most attractive pension within the industry. So one that we have, it's after 35 years, of course, that's the maximum where you can do take out your pension. There's also more than less than that, sorry, depending on the year of service. But one of the key benefit of it is that they will take your 5 consecutive highest pay, right? So I always give this example that if you get paid within your career, there's 5 years that you get paid at a certain level. So let's say $60,000, $70,000. Well, that will be the 5 years that they're going to calculate your pension in. So that's going to be very beneficial. And because of inflation and things that are changing, and of course, as your career moves, you will have the tendency to have a promotion when it comes to also pay. So then you will be able to get that 5 year of the highest pay that you get. And eligible to draw the pension, again, to 65. It's dependable on the years that you've been with the government. There's a magic calculation that once you're part of the government, we do have courses that can make sure that you can understand how the pension works, but as well as through your career, you can take one like midway or after when you're going to be retired, so that you know exactly when to retire, so that you can maximize your pension. And this transfer pension services as well. So there's a lot of other government of Canada, within the government of Canada, or within other provincial or even like other institution that can be transferred to that pension. So it's something that we will always look at it as we onboard new employee. We're going to make sure to ask, do you have any other pension, especially for those that has been in the industry for quite some time. And we want to make sure that if it is transferable, we'll ensure that those steps are taken.
Super. Donc, la pension. C'est sûr, quand on est jeune puis on sort de l'école, souvent on dit pension, puis c'est comme ouais. Mais honnêtement, c'est quelque chose qu'il faut vraiment commencer à penser quand on est jeune, justement, pour investir puis pouvoir prendre une retraite confortable. Donc, à la fonction publique, peu importe quel département que vous êtes dedans, vous allez pouvoir transférer votre pension avec vous. Où est-ce que vous allez? Ça se fait automatiquement. Puis, on accepte des pensions de d'autres entités qu'on a déjà des affiliations avec. La pension de retraite est vraiment avantageuse pour nos employés parce que elle est aussi annexable au coût de la vie. Je ne sais pas si c'est le terme précis pour ça, mais c'est qu'elle suit le coût de la vie, ce qui est très rare dans l'industrie. C'est si jamais vous prenez votre retraite, des fois, il va se remettre, il va suivre un peu. C'est sûr, c'est jamais exactement comme l'inflation, mais au moins, ça s'ajuste. Donc, vos 5 meilleures années sont prises en considération pour votre pension. Comme Camille dit, on a des cours qui vous aident avec ça. Je ne suis vraiment pas la meilleure là-dedans. Je ne sais pas comment calculer l'âge d'or. Je sais que quand je vais prendre ma retraite, mais à part de ça, on a des spécialistes qui peuvent vraiment vous aider, vous donner des cours, regarder à votre situation et vous donner les meilleurs choix possibles sur ce sujet-là. All right. Je pense qu'on est bon.
Excellent. Thank you, Marie-Claude. So what are we looking for? In IITB, there's various job profile that we have, domain of expertise, as I call them. So here you can see a list of them. Cloud is something big that we're looking right now. Business analysis, that's one of the team that I manage right now. We do have everything else that is focused more on technology, right? Tester, the programmer, developer, as you can see here, IMT programmer, analyst, database analyst, infrastructure operation, senior advisor. We also have the project management. So we have specialists that needs to manage the IT project as well. So those are the things that we've been looking for. And you will also see that there's one that says team leader. So of course, as an organization, we also need a hierarchy to make sure that all of the employees are supported. So as you come in, depending on how you're going to be onboarded, we want to make sure that you also are with someone that can support your career development and making sure that you can advance. So having a team leader, manager, going up to director or executive director, as we call them. So those are the things that we'll be looking for. And based on your domain of expertise and your experience as well, it does help a lot, right? To have, let's say, a team lead or a manager that has been within that. I can give an example for myself is that I've been doing BE for a little bit more than 15 years. And that's why I'm managing a group of PE right now, that it's focused on the technology, so requirement for the system behavior. So a lot of those things, as a big family, IITB family, we have a lot of division within IITB that specialize, and we are always going to make sure that you go into the right division. But it doesn't mean that you're going to stay in one division, right? Because as we spoke earlier, one of the greatest things that we do is that we expand our career. That's what we want to do. We want to make sure that all our employees also get acquaintance or maybe gain knowledge in other aspects of the IT. Sorry. So as you go within IITB, you can also diversify your career in joining other teams as well.
Super. All right. Donc, on cherche beaucoup de gens. Les titres qui sont ici sont très quand même assez généralistes. C'est comme dans les développeurs, on peut avoir différents langages, tout ça, mais je ne veux pas que vous pensiez qu'on est limité à ces positions-là. Si jamais vous travaillez dans le domaine de l'informatique, même si c'est juste en gestion de projet, en management, en relation, vous pouvez quand même nous contacter puis nous envoyer votre résumé à travers notre boîte de courriel. On va revenir à ça un peu plus tard, mais ne vous limitez pas à penser que c'est juste ces positions ici qu'on présente. Puis quand que vous rentrez, vous pourriez commencer dans une position puis justement plus tard essayer de prendre des opportunités, qu'est-ce qu'on appelle des acting, des affectations temporaires pour gagner de l'expérience, pour faire des contacts, puis continuer à cheminer sur votre progression de carrière. Donc, moi, je vais être paresseuse, je ne les lirai pas toutes, là, mais vous pouvez définitivement, ça vous donne une bonne idée de qu'est-ce qui est disponible. Excellent.
Thank you, Michael. All right, so all you have learned right now is what we do and what's the benefits. So how do you get in contact with us, right? So one of the good things is that as part of being within this G-TAC, and thank you G-TAC for having us with you, one of the good things is that just send your resume to this email address. So it's a recruitment team email generic mailbox. And basically what will happen is that once we receive that email from you with your resume, what we'll do is that the team will look into your resume, look at the skill set, and then from there, they're going to be able to forward your resume to any of the manager that's currently looking to fulfill your position with your skill set. And then from there, if the manager would like to have a discussion with you, there will be some exchange to make sure that we can get in touch with you and then discuss for any opportunity that you have. Not only if that doesn't happen right away, rest assured, right? Because you're being put in a database as well, so that we can have an inventory. So as far as within the time frame, if at one point in time a manager is looking for someone and we do not have anyone yet, then they can always access that database. So very, very important today is that to make sure that as a first step, send your resume to that generic email box, and they will be more than happy to take a look at it and see where we can support you.
Good. Donc, pour nous contacter, nous avons une boîte de courriel générique et une merveilleuse équipe qui est là pour répondre à vos questions en français et en anglais. S'il vous plaît, inclure dans le sujet Salon de l'emploi. Ça va nous aider à le donner à la bonne personne. Après qu'on ait reçu votre CV, on va le regarder, on va voir où est-ce que vos talents pourraient être utilisés, puis voir si on a des disponibilités. Il faut juste comprendre aussi que même si vous envoyez votre CV, ce n'est pas une promesse d'avoir une position. Il y a d'autres processus qu'on va parler tout de suite après, de comment on fait une postulation au gouvernement, mais ça peut quand même être une bonne façon d'avoir des discussions, voir qu'est-ce qui est disponible, puis de faire des contacts. Donc, on vous invite fortement à nous contacter à travers cette boîte-là et nous envoyer votre résumé. Donc, prochaine slide.
And so we talked a little bit about how to contact us, right? So that is really establishing that network so that we can actually get in touch with you. But as Marie-Claude mentioned, being transparent within the Government of Canada, it's very important. So we do have a process as well so that you can apply formally to a job. So here you can see there's a link that we can post later on the chat as well. But this is the website where every single government job is being posted there. It's not just only for ESDC, IITB, but for all the other departments. So we will strongly encourage anyone, not only from contacting us through the network of your resume through the generic mailbox, but also go to take a look at this website. Make sure that you also set up a profile, because every time that you're going to have a job that is posted that it's kind of in line with your experience, then you'll get a notification. So that will give you an opportunity to take a look at it and do your application there. And again, when you look at the posting, what I always say to everyone is that don't just look at specific posting, right? So one thing that I've been talking a lot of folks, tester, QA, it seems there's a lot out there, which is great because we are in need for that. But if you're looking at the posting, don't just look for tester and QA. Make sure that you look back and say, what are the experience that I have? Like, was I a programmer before? Did I do like Java development or whatever? Even like legacy, right? I know someone with Grinch, but like COBOL, for example. Those are the experience that you might have. But you look at all of the posters and then apply to all of those posters. Because what happened is that once you qualify and you go through all of the different steps to be in a pool, as we call them, you're qualifying a pool. So we can offer you a job, or if there's another manager that it's looking to fulfill one of their position and you have that skill set, they can also access that pool. All right. So that is something that is very important. So please, two things. Ensure to send your resume in your generic mailbox, but also please go to job profile to job.ca, set up a profile, and then as well you'll be able to see what are the jobs out there that we have.
Oui, donc comme Lynn a mentionné, et comme j'ai mentionné un peu plus tôt aussi, c'est qu'il y a vraiment un processus officiel pour postuler au gouvernement. Donc, emploi.gc.ca va vous donner accès à toutes les positions qui sont ouvertes. Je vous invite de vous créer un compte, de bien prendre le temps de lire toutes les informations, parce que oui, il y a beaucoup d'informations que vous devez savoir, et de vous inscrire aux notifications pour dire dans quelle branche vous voulez recevoir les notifications. Et à chaque jour qu'il y a des nouveaux postes qui sont disponibles, ça va vous envoyer un courriel. Comme ça, vous allez être toujours à l'affût de ce qui se passe. Ceci n'est pas seulement pour notre département, mais pour tous les départements du gouvernement et même d'autres qui sont, disons, provinciales ou qui ont affilié avec nous. Consultez régulièrement le site. S'il vous plaît, quand vous appliquez, lisez les instructions, parce que souvent, il y a des termes que la définition change par rapport à chaque poster, puis c'est marqué quelque part dans l'affichage. J'utilise beaucoup d'anglicisme, je m'en excuse. Donc oui, lisez, portez attention. Il y a des vidéos maintenant disponibles qui expliquent comment appliquer, quoi regarder, puis pour vous donner vraiment le meilleur des chances. Si vous faites un bassin, toutes les étapes, vous êtes retenu dans un bassin, c'est pas seulement pour le poste qui est affiché, mais des postes similaires peuvent aussi venir voir dans le bassin pour vous embaucher. Maintenant, pourquoi est-ce que c'est long? Vu qu'on est le gouvernement, on doit rester transparent et accountable, comme on dit en anglais. Donc, c'est pour ça que c'est peut-être un peu plus long, mais comme je dis, quand que vous inscrivez, vous rentrez avec nous, c'est vraiment une carrière et non juste un emploi. Une petite note, vous devez être citoyen canadien ou résident permanent pour passer la code de sécurité qui est nécessaire pour toute la fonction publique. Min?
Excellent. Thank you, Marie-Claude. And thank you for mentioning that. It's something that I've skipped, but within the application itself, currently we have the residency status that is as a requirement. So as a Canadian citizen or also permanent resident. So those are the two that because of the priority that we want to make sure that we allow Canadian to apply first to our job posting. Those are the two status that it's required to apply. Excellent. So we talked a little bit about how to do it, and now when you come into the government, what are the tenure that you have, right? So there's 4 of them. They can be breaking down into more, but globally, those are the 4 ones that we have most of the time. So we have the indeterminate appointment. So an indeterminate appointment is that if you get hired, you're permanently within the government. So you do have a 1 year of probation just to make sure that everything is well, but then you're part of the federal public servant as a career, right? So then you are on a permanent basis, and from there you're part of a union and everything. So it's very, very great to be able to get appointed intermittently. You have the term appointment. The term appointment, it's a fixed duration, right? So if you can hire it by 1 year term, and then from there, once there's an opportunity to either extend your term for another year or 2, depending on how it goes, but also we can appoint you once you finish your term as an indeterminate appointment. Okay, either through a process as the application, as we mentioned, or it could be something that we can work in the background as well. The term appointment is also great because yes, there might not have that permanent stability that you're looking when you come as an indeterminate appointment, but at the very least, you get all the benefits starting right away, right? So let's say I get appointed for a term for 1 year, and then I get extended for another year, and then following that, I get indeterminate. Well, my 2 years of term appointment, I still can get all of the comp and ben that we spoke earlier. And also those 2 years, because there's no what we call break-in service, they are counted as far as the year of services towards my pension. Okay. The third one is casual employment. Casual employment is something that we can get someone very quickly in to help us out on projects, especially our very specific tasks that we want them to do, right? And those ones are typically very easy to get in. We can offer that to anyone that we speak of. However, the only thing is that there's a 90-day maximum of calendar year that you can work only. Okay, you cannot bypass that 90-day. Once you hit that 90-day, you have to wait until another calendar year to be able to get it. And as a casual, unfortunately, you do not get all the comp and ben. Okay. There's the last one. It's something that we're very, very big on, and we believe in, again, not just about the career development, but how does career development happen? It's not just for us, the one that has been within the government for some time now, but especially the one that are coming out from school, the new workforce that we're looking, as I call them, the young blood, right? So that's something that we were really excited about. So we do have different programs, the FSWEP program or the co-op program. FSWEP is really just during the school year, you can apply to work within the government of Canada. And the co-op is, of course, summer break is one of the great things as well. A lot of folks get enrolled into co-op. So we do hire through co-op. You can work full-time or part-time. And then what we have also is student bridging. So once you are almost finishing your school, your education, well, that would be something great that we can bridge you in, right? So what's the beauty of it is that, first of all, if you have already worked through an FSWEP or a co-op with us, you're already exposed to all the government of Canada, how we work, and especially if you work with us, of course, in IITB, there'll be a good commitment for us to make sure that you can come in and be part of our workforce. So we can bridge you in from there. Again, doesn't need to go through a full official applying to a position. So that's one of the greatest thing about student bridging that we have.
Parfait. Donc, les types d'emplois. C'est sûr que la plupart des gens sont indéterminés. Qu'est-ce que nous, on considère comme temps plein permanent? C'est juste que le terme est indéterminé. Ensuite, durée déterminée, c'est qu'il y a une date de début et une date de fin. Des fois, ça peut être un genre d'emploi parce que quelqu'un est parti en maternité pour 1 an, on a besoin de quelqu'un pour remplacer. Puis, c'est une super belle occasion d'essayer l'emploi, vous faire des contacts, à gagner de l'expérience pour plus tard être appointé dans un poste indéterminé. Emploi occasionnel, donc casual, c'est encore là, c'est 90 jours ouvrables donc de travail et non juste 90 jours calendrier. Mais c'est très facile pour nous de faire commencer quelqu'un rapidement sur un emploi occasionnel. Il y a beaucoup moins de papiers à remplir. Souvent, qu'est-ce qu'on va faire, c'est si on sait qu'on veut embaucher quelqu'un plus tard ou un étudiant ou quelque chose, le temps de remplir la paperasse, des fois, on va donner un occasionnel en attendant. C'est des choses qui peuvent être faites. Encore là, super pour essayer une nouvelle place, un nouvel endroit, puis vous donner une idée si vous aimez ça ou pas. Maintenant, programme étudiant. On a embauché énormément de gens, même moi, je viens du programme étudiant. Le PFETE, je ne sais pas c'est quoi l'acronyme en français, là, le F-SWEP dans le fond. C'est qu'on a un site web où, en tant qu'étudiant, vous pouvez vous inscrire. Vous n'avez pas besoin de passer à travers votre école. Puis, on a plusieurs postes, que ce soit temps partiel, temps plein, pendant l'été, que vous pouvez être considéré pour et ça vous donne de super bonne expérience, une bonne paye d'étudiant et la possibilité après ça d'être embauché par le programme de qu'est-ce qu'on appelle bridging en anglais, l'intégration des étudiants. Coop, habituellement, c'est quand que votre programme d'école demande de faire un emploi sur place. C'est le programme Coop. Donc, là, c'est à travers votre école, on peut vous embaucher pour, habituellement, c'est une période de 4 mois. Puis, à partir de là, évidemment, si tout va bien, là aussi, il y a la possibilité d'avoir une intégration, un emploi indéterminé. Maintenant, c'est important de savoir que, pour vous, peu importe où est-ce que vous allez travailler au gouvernement en tant qu'étudiant, vous allez pouvoir être bridgé, intégré dans n'importe quel autre département. Donc, ça n'a pas besoin d'être où est-ce que vous allez travailler, ce qui est vraiment le fun. Fait que c'est le fun de venir à des sessions, d'assister à toutes sortes de sessions aussi pour faire des contacts parce que ça pourrait vous permettre de vous mener à quelque part de merveilleux. Donc, Mine, de retour à vous.
All right, so we talked a little bit about the ESDC, IITB, how you can apply and things like that. So really, why join us, right? So we try to put it together here like a sales pitch or marketing, but our 10 top reason, right? So that's something that we hope that we can give you a little bit more information, but also attract you to us because again, we want to make the difference, right? The difference to our Canadian, but also difference to all the employee that's with us. So like you see, the first one, it's we help Canadian every single day. Every social benefit that we give, no matter what it is, we do help our Canadian to have a better life. So that's something that we do. We're really unique because why is that? Because we're a social department, we have our hands in a lot of things to where we help not just children, student, worker, but everyone that it's in need, right? Our Canadian, our senior, our disability folks. So those are the things that we are really, that's the value of being within ESDC. Within IITB, why also is because we have to support all of that. We're the backbone, right, to support all of those benefit delivery. We also believe that diversity makes us stronger. That is something that I'm so grateful, right? As you can see today, there's myself and Marie-Claude. We come from different ethnicity. My team we have like a lot of folks at different ethnicity, but also that's the whole value and everything that they bring in. That is something that we want to make sure that we're culturally diverse. And that is where the strength of our workforce is because we bring each of all of our culture something great and we try to integrate that. And one of the things as well is that we want your ideas, right? We spoke a little bit earlier of being creative, something that we really want to make sure that we continue that. We have it even in our name, innovative. right? So we need to keep making sure that those ideas are heard and tabled so that we can make sure that all of those can be viewed. And at the very least, take a look at it if it's feasible or not, because together we'll become stronger.
Wow! On a comme 10 points à voir, mais honnêtement, pour les résumer, on peut juste dire parce qu'on est les meilleurs. Mais donc, on aime vraiment aider les Canadiens à tous les jours. Pour moi, qu'est-ce qui est important, c'est d'avoir un travail où ce que je sentais que j'apportais quelque chose à plus que moi. Tourner en rond, juste remplir du papier à longueur de journée, c'était pas pour moi. J'avais besoin de savoir que mon travail a un impact sur les Canadiens. On est très unique, comme j'ai mentionné, non seulement qu'on touche tous les citoyens à travers leur vie, mais la structure, la mentalité, la collaboration, comme j'ai déjà mentionné, est vraiment extraordinaire. Ce qui apporte à la diversité. On a des gens de tous les backgrounds, de toutes les différentes communautés, différentes idées. Puis, on a aussi beaucoup de groupes de support pour les divers groupes, que ce soit LGBTQ+, que ce soit des réseaux pour certaines minorités. On en a vraiment beaucoup. Moi, je fais, par exemple, des séminaires sur la santé mentale pour toute notre branche. Fait que tout est vraiment bienvenu. Puis, vous êtes encouragé à en faire partie. Vous êtes encouragé à commencer une idée si vous en avez une nouvelle. Puis, les idées sont vraiment bienvenues, non seulement sur le plan technique, mais justement sur le plan social aussi. Donc, on a besoin de vous pour justement des nouvelles idées. Moi, à un moment donné, je manque d'idées, là. Hein? J'ai besoin de votre input, là. On peut passer à la prochaine slide.
Excellent. So another one that we have is we offer various type of job, as we have mentioned earlier, is that within IITB, of course, is IT driven, but you're not confined to just one. Like if you're a programmer, then at one point in time, if you want to do testing, for example, having that background, it's awesome, right? So there's various type of job that we have as well. And then there's plenty of opportunity to learn, develop, and move, right? That is something that we foster a lot, is to make sure that as you on board within IITB, of course, you will add the value and your experience and skill set to the organization, but we will work along with you. And this journey, your career, it's something that we're going to work with you to make sure that you can learn more skills, but also apply them so that you can see other projects, right? Where there's some things that we do project-wise, we're really driven on project because of, again, how the government, all the benefits that might change from year to year, but as well as run projects or production things. So we do all of that, but it doesn't mean that if you start in one team, you're always going to remain in that team. Because again, coming back to what I mentioned, IITB is a big family, and within the family, we're going to make sure that you'll be able to be exposed to other different job opportunity, as well as making sure that you grow that talent and that you can add even more value than that already if you're joining us.
Parfait. Donc, comme il mentionne, on a beaucoup de types d'emplois. Comme je disais précédemment, c'est pas une job, c'est une carrière parce que justement, vous pouvez commencer dans une position, gagner de l'expérience si vous souhaitez. Tu sais, on dit toujours, ah oui, tu sais, tu peux changer d'équipe, mais c'est si vous le voulez, là. Si vous êtes heureux, où est-ce que vous êtes, absolument restez là, là. Mais il y a toujours des possibilités pour de l'avancement, pour essayer autre chose, même si c'est pas nécessairement plus haut. Il y a des projets spéciaux. On a aussi un côté opérationnel qui demande du support 24/7. Donc, la gamme de positions et d'emplois est très, très variée. Puis, moi, c'est de quoi que j'ai beaucoup aimé du gouvernement. J'ai, comme mentionné au début par Noah dans mon introduction, j'ai vraiment travaillé dans plusieurs secteurs et j'ai même pas travaillé dans celui que j'ai gradué en networking, je n'ai même pas travaillé dans lui, là. Mais je ne regrette rien. Puis justement, Maintenant, je suis plus en leadership. Donc, si quelqu'un veut passer d'opérationnel à faire le groundwork, à faire le codage, puis ou le support, puis veut s'en aller en supervision, veut s'en aller en gestion, on a justement des formations spéciales, on a du support, on a des mentors. Il y a beaucoup, beaucoup de mentors qui sont prêts à vous aider. Puis vous allez pouvoir en avoir des différents, ce qui amène une différente perspective, une différente connaissance, puis des liens qui sont... vous ne pouvez pas mettre un prix là-dessus. Je suis encore en contact avec une mentor qui m'a enseigné il y a 4-5 ans, puis elle m'aide toujours, là. Donc, c'est vraiment des liens forts que vous allez établir avec des gens à long terme. Donc, j'ai fait le tour. Right?
All right, we're almost there. The last really four that hopefully we can win your heart to come with us. We're one of actually Canada's best diversity employer, and within the national capital, we're one of the top. So we've been made like that list that you see, top employer. ESDC was fortunate to make a few of them in a few years in a row. So those are something that we are very proud of, and we continue to make sure that we enable that to all of our employees, but excellence. So that's really something that we do. As you can see, we love what we do, right? Through myself, hopefully, and what Marie-Claude is, we're embedding our passion, we're embedding what we love to do as far as our job only, not only our job, but something that we can do to help a Canadian. I'll put in something that is very personal to me. As you can see, I'm not a Canadian by heritage, right? So I am very, very grateful of the opportunity that Canada has offered myself and my family. But those are things that I take and I want to give back. And where are best to give back in social benefit than within ESDC? So that's something that is very important to me. This is where you can find your path, right? So again, it's growing. It's the environment that you have. It's never about just only ESDC as value to the Canadian. Of course, that is a major force that we gear towards and we always aim to deliver, but it's also about you. It's about the path that you want to take. And as we mentioned, the journey that we're going to take together with either within your team or with your supervisor or manager or team lead, whoever it is, we're all in it together. And we're going to make sure that we continue to encourage that path of learning and developing, right? And the last thing is, look, we're national, we're everywhere, right? There's 41,000 plus of ESDC personnel. So again, here we're only talking about IITB, but ESDC, as Marie-Claude mentioned, the second biggest department. And everywhere that you'll go in Canada, you'll see one of our representatives, either through one of the Service Canada or whatsoever that we do. But we are working across Canada and our position are also across Canada. So that is not something if you're thinking that, oh, I'm all the way on the west or on the east or even north, right? Even all the way up north. I was lucky enough to be able to go to Iqaluit, but Iqaluit is somewhere where we have folks as well. So we're all over the place. And again, with the beauty of technology these days, everything is virtually, right? Everything can be done virtually. So it doesn't matter where you are, small town, west, east, or even like just somewhere that it's unknown to anyone. If you're within Canada, we're here for you.
Wow. Mais comme j'ai mentionné tantôt, on est les meilleurs. C'était pas une menterie, on a fait top 100 employeurs au Canada parce qu'on... parce que de tout ce qu'on a déjà mentionné, là, on est vraiment passionnés, comme vous pouvez voir. Puis c'est justement parce qu'on aime où est-ce qu'on est, qu'on s'est porté volontaire pour venir vous parler aujourd'hui, puis venir vous rencontrer pour essayer de vous inciter à venir postuler chez nous pour commencer votre parcours justement de carrière. Puis, un des derniers points, c'est qu'on est partout. On est partout à travers le Canada. On a des offices de Service Canada à travers le Canada. Il y a certaines positions où est-ce qu'ils sont support informatique sur place, que là, c'est un peu plus limité, mais justement, on a quand même des employés partout au Canada pour supporter ces branches-là locales. Donc, on peut en discuter. Oui, il y en a des postes qui sont complètement en téléwork, il y en a qui sont hybrides, puis il y en a qui sont sur place. Mais peu importe, il y en a pour tout le monde. pour tous les goûts.
Merci, Marie-Claude. All right, so we're approaching the end, folks. I know we've been keeping you for quite some time now, and we want to really allow the last time that we have to any Q&A. I hope that there's a lot that you have to ask, and we'll be more than happy to answer them. So a few things that we have here just to put as a overall, right? So can we offer a position even if you only have a work permit? Unfortunately, because there's a requirement, as we stated earlier, you have to be either a Canadian citizen or permanent resident. So our apologies. This is something that is a policy that we have in place for any of the posting that we have or job offering within the Government of Canada. When you submit your CV, does that mean that you'll be called for an interview, or does it mean that you qualify for a poll? No, today is really for us to be able to get in touch with you, right? Get to know you better and maybe provide you with that networking ability. So to get into, again, sending your resume to the generic mailbox so that we can take a look at it. And of course, if there's anything that we can help network your skill set with a manager that's hiring, that is something that we're going to do. Of course, as we spoke, there's going to be some formal process, but that again, let's get that networking going. Let's get excited about being able to meet you, and then we'll be able to see how we can connect better. And then hopefully down the road with a job opportunity. Call for an informal interview by someone. Again, through that network, hiring manager has an offer, has called you that you want to do a talk with you, and you're one of the lucky ones that we would like to offer you a position. So how does it start? Again, because of our transparency, we have a certain amount of paperwork to do. So it does take time for hiring. Here we put in an average of 8 to 12 plus weeks. Yes, it sounds a lot, we know, but it's just that going through the check and balance to make sure that we have everything. The clearance, the security clearance is big, right? Something that we want to make sure about the security before you join, because once you join, you either have a reliability status when it comes to security clearance, or it can go up to secret or top secret. So those are the things that also take time, and then making sure that everything is done through the channel properly with our human resource. If I qualify for any government pool or inventory, can I share with the recruiter? Yes, please. As we mentioned, we have to, if you apply within job.ca and you already qualify in a pool, there's a difference between just applying, right? When you apply, you've been put in that inventory database so that we can take a look. There's one I know right now that has the student inventory for ESDC. If you're in there, what happened is that sometimes you will receive some notification that, oh, there's some more question that we want our information, and we'll retrieve from that. But a pool, it means that you have gone through the process of applying, getting screened in, as we call, and then getting what we have like an exam or a track record, so a document that you have to answer some question, and going through the interview process. And once you are all successful in all those steps, you've been put in a pool of qualified candidate. So then we can hire you from that pool. So of course, if you are qualified in any of the pool, technically you'll receive an official email from the pool itself, say that you have partially qualified. When we say partially, again, it's about the language. One of the things is that we are bilingual. So if you're bilingual, you do have a bilingual bonus, but also is that depending on the position, when it comes to team lead and up, team lead manager, director, executive director, DG, director general, is that you do need to be bilingual. So that's why when they say a only partial qualified pool is that you could be appointed, let's say for if you apply for a programmer. So you can be appointed for a programmer. But if we're looking for a programmer team lead and you don't have your language, unfortunately, you will not be qualified for that. However, you're still in the pool and we need to know.
Parfait. OK. Donc, des questions souvent posées. Est-ce qu'on peut me proposer un poste même si je n'ai qu'un permis de travail? Donc, non, malheureusement, dû à la code de sécurité, faut être citoyen canadien ou résident permanent. Une fois que mon CV est envoyé, cela signifie-t-il que je serai convoqué à une entrevue? Signifie-t-il également que je vais faire partie d'un bassin de candidats qualifiés? Non. Donc, comme on a mentionné un peu plus tôt, il y a vraiment le site web de emploi.gc.ca et juste nous que vous nous envoyez votre CV, votre résumé directement. Donc, c'est pas pour la même chose. C'est sur emploi.gc.ca, c'est vraiment le modèle officiel. Nous, c'est que si on a peut-être quelque chose, on peut en discuter avec vous, vous rencontrer, puis tout ça. On peut juste pas promettre en ce moment c'est quoi qui peut en ressortir. Si je suis convoquée à une entrevue informelle avec un gestionnaire d'embauche et qui me propose un poste, combien de temps s'écoule entre l'offre et le début de d'emploi? On va être honnête, là, c'est long. OK. Le processus au gouvernement, à cause de la transparence, est beaucoup plus long qu'au privé. Il y a beaucoup de papiers à remplir, puis il faut que votre nom soit affiché sur le site. Il y a une période où est-ce que les gens peuvent mentionner s'ils croient qu'il y a un problème avec le processus. Donc, ça l'amène un peu plus de délai. On parle de 8 à 12 semaines. Mais une fois que tout est soumis, tout est accepté, ça va quand même bien. Donc, aussitôt que la personne vous fait une offre, dites pas à votre boss bye-bye, moi je m'en vais dans 2 semaines, vous allez peut-être avoir des petites surprises. Attendez d'avoir votre lettre d'offre que vous allez signer. La lettre d'offre est la dernière étape, dans le fond, du processus, qui est une lettre officielle qui dit on vous propose tel poste à tel niveau, avec tel salaire, vous commencez telle date. Ça s'appelle votre letter of offer, votre lettre d'offre, et c'est votre papier officiel qui va vous dire que vous avez l'emploi. Après ça, vous pouvez en parler à votre employeur actuel. C'est juste mon conseil personnel. Si je suis qualifiée dans un bassin ou dans des inventaires gouvernementaux, puis-je en faire part à un recruteur? Oui, absolument. S'il vous plaît, indiquez-le aussi dans votre résumé, dans quel bassin, si vous avez un lien à l'affichage ou le numéro du processus, ça pourrait grandement nous aider. Fait que nous, qu'est-ce qu'on fait quand un manager veut embaucher à partir d'un processus qui appartient ailleurs? On regarde les compétences qui ont été évaluées versus ce qu'on recherche, si ça va bien ensemble. Oui, absolument, on pourrait vous considérer puis vous embaucher à travers ce processus-là. Donc, je crois que ça termine nos questions posées les plus fréquemment et je pense qu'on peut. Ah non, il y en a un autre.
Okay. So we're just going to glance quickly at this one. I know we're approaching the hour, so we're eager to hear any of your questions. So what kind of work do we do really at ESDC? So in here you see different programs that we offer. I won't go through all of them. You can look us up, but those are the things that we are very proud to deliver to Canadian as part of our social benefit. Where we're located, again, we say that we're across Canada, right? So those are the awesome thing, and in every single provinces and territory, and we have over 300 Service Canada Center across the nation. So that's something that it's great, and employment, as we say, it can be anywhere within Canada. Very cool.
Quel genre de travail fait emploi? Ben, on en a un peu parlé déjà, qui est tous les programmes qu'on fait partie d'eux. Puis où sont situés nos bureaux à travers le Canada. Puis tous les centres de services Canada, si vous faites une recherche sur Internet, il y en a probablement un, même dans les régions les plus remote, reculées. Les moins peuplés au Canada, ils ont quand même des centres de services Canada. Donc, ça fait partie aussi de EDSC. Bien?
Excellent. All right, so that takes really at the end. Hopefully, again, we have planted a seed in you to make sure that potentially you'll look further being onboarding with us. We really want to thank you for your time. I know that there's a lot out there, but the Government of Canada, also within the ESDC IITB, it's a great place to start the career, but also to continue developing yourself. So hopefully we'll have the honor, if I may say, to have part of you in one of our team in the near future. So with that, what we'll do right now is that we might just stay a little bit here to take a few questions. I know we don't have the access for you to ask the question directly as someone, but if you want to put that within the chat, we can do that. And we will answer them to the official language that is chosen or the question has been asked.
Donc, merci.
Sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Marie. Yeah.
Mon tour en français. Merci beaucoup à tout le monde d'avoir pris le temps de venir nous écouter. Je sais que c'était long, surtout quand c'est fait dans les deux langues, mais c'est important pour nous de vraiment représenter cette facette de ce qui nous rend unique. Donc, venez nous visiter à notre booth. On a toujours au moins une personne qui parle français, une personne qui parle anglais. Puis, ça va nous faire plaisir de vous jaser, puis de répondre à vos questions au meilleur de notre connaissance. Sinon, utilisez l'adresse que vous voyez à l'écran pour nous envoyer votre résumé ou juste si vous avez des questions, ça va nous faire plaisir aussi. Il y a quelqu'un qui va vous recontacter. On va prendre les questions. Si vous en avez, vous pouvez les mettre dans le chat ou vous pouvez venir nous visiter à notre booth, justement. Je vois ici que Louise a fait un super bon travail et a répondu à beaucoup des questions qui ont passé. Donc, ici, je vois il y a quelqu'un, Alam. Bonjour, cette session d'information, on peut faire une DI au Nouveau-Brunswick. Je ne suis pas certaine c'est quoi la question. Oui, on a des positions au Nouveau-Brunswick. Donc, oui, vous pouvez, ça peut vous amener un travail là-bas. Je ne sais pas si vous aviez d'autres questions par rapport à ça. Hello, I am a translator and interpreter. I wish to come to Canada. We do have position. Well, Min, do you want to take that one?
Sure. So we do have a translation office within the Government of Canada. Of course, within the ESDC, there's a portion of that as well. Now, depending on the skill set that you have, again, with translation and interpreter, again, going back to what we said, please send your resume to the generic mailbox, and then we'll make sure to take a look at it and send it to the appropriate team so that they can get in contact with you.
Parfait. Donc, est-ce qu'on a des postes à Moncton, Nouveau-Brunswick? Oui, on a des postes dans ce coin-là, absolument. Avril 2023, ça s'en vient vite pareil. Fait que oui, absolument, envoyez-nous votre résumé, puis commencez à appliquer sur les processus que vous voyez. Soit il y a deux sections, soit la section pour Moncton, justement, ou encore il y a une section qui est à travers le Canada ou à distance. C'est une sélection que vous pouvez faire qui va vous donner aussi d'autres emplois qui fit dans cette catégorie-là. Ensuite, je suis juste en train de lire les questions, je m'excuse du délai.
There's a question.
Yeah. And Min, actually, yes. You know what? It's kind of deceiving there. I thought I'm just being tired, and I was looking at your name. I look at your face. No, come on, done.
We're very inclusive. We don't ask questions.
Yes, judgment-free zone. I get that.
Exactly, okay. Exactly. But no, Min.
From a formality, I would like to just call you Min, if it's okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Funny thing is, my middle name is Min also, so that's good. I do have a few questions on a different social media. And this is a question, and I will let Noha do all the French questions, and I'll do the English questions, because for the hiring process, you know, in the private sector, in the IT sector, there's always some kind of coding test. Does your agency implement coding tests for IT professionals?
We do,
or some kind of technical tests.
Yes, so I'm part of a directorate, which is what we call the resource center itself. So within that division, what we have is we have different skill set, right? So one of them is we're looking for development programmers. So as we onboard anyone, there's through the exam process. So again, you have to apply, but then go through the exam. So the exam has a standardized way on perhaps asking how you code and things like that. What we want to make sure is that we want to add that consistency, right, in how we look at the industry, the private industry doing it, as well as making sure that we can know exactly what is the skill set that you have so that we can place you accordingly. So maybe to answer overall, yes, we do have that. Now to go into the specific, that would be something that we can do a talk at another event, or if you're part of the, or not yourself, but if any of it, any candidate is part of the process, I'm sure they will be glad to see that there's a generic one.
Okay, sure. Second question. In private, I'm just because I'm very, very experienced working with the private sector. So you have to pardon me if I sound ignorant, okay?
No problem.
In the private sector, a lot of times they say you need a bachelor's degree and this years of experience. However, some people, they do have years of experience, but they're only like a college graduate. They don't have a university graduate. But the private sector is like, oh, okay, so long as you can do the job, we're willing to bypass that. Now, for the government, if you require bachelor's degree, and I know that sometimes you guys are asking, because I know with my daughter, they ask her for a copy of her diploma from the university. Does the government have this flexibility if somebody is only a college graduate instead of a university graduate, whereas your job require that somebody must have a bachelor's degree?
That very, very good question, and thank you for that question. One of the things that we say we're inclusive, right? So yes, there is going to be some requirement when it comes to education, college or university. That really, it's not, depending on the position, we do accept both as well. So there's a minimum for, say, of 2 years, right? So that the actual program needs to be at least 2 years for us to have someone, programmer, developer coming in. But there's also something that we have, it's a different clause, right? A clause where within the IT, depending, again, of course, if it's something very technical, we want to make sure that you have been trained professionally to do that. But there's another clause that we have for anything else where experience and that the years of experience that you have, combination of experience and education, that can also be utilized to onboard someone. So again, as a general, yes, you are correct. Typically, we ask for someone that has either a bachelor or college degree, but again, it's not about the institution, right? It's really about the program that you're in, because I'm not here to tell you that is it college better than university? No. They have their equal part of playing in our industry, but they do teach differently. But it's about the education and the year, the experience that you're going to gain from there. So no, that would be something that we will look at depending on the work job itself. But any of the posting that as I invite all the candidates to look at job.ca, you will see that some of them will actually identify exactly what are the requirement that you need to fulfill when it comes to education.
Yes, and just to add to that, most positions that are more technical, it's 2 years post-secondary. And bachelor degree, the only time I've really seen that is director level or executive level. So honestly, it shouldn't be a problem, but yes, in the poster, it's identified as well.
Okay, perfect. Noha, you have some question to ask? Or can I continue? Because I got like a whole series of questions here.
Continue. Like I feel like it's very informative, like information, and I can see a lot of people, they are looking for New Brunswick, and as like you said before, we are all over Canada, so just go ahead and apply whatever, right? So yeah.
Yes, I do see that Valérie posted something, so I'll just cover that real quick. Valérie, salut, est-ce qu'il y a des opportunités d'emploi pour comptable dans le Nouveau-Brunswick? Oui, Valérie, justement, notre système qui est Phoenix, le système de paye, qui ne tombe pas en dessous de notre département, est au Nouveau-Brunswick, puis ça serait vraiment la meilleure opportunité pour vous. Donc, vous pouvez venir nous voir puis poser des questions. Mais sur emploi.gc.ca, il devrait y avoir beaucoup d'opportunités pour cette région-là à cause que justement le centre de Phoenix est là-bas.
Yeah. Okay, c'est bon. Okay, here's a question. Boy, I tell you, I got some tough questions here. So here goes. How is the security clearance process being done? For example, how long will it take, and will my job offer be conditioned upon approval of the security clearance?
Can I take that one?
Yes.
I've worked in IT security, so I actually like this question. So each position is ranked with a different security level. You have enhanced, secret, top secret, and then you have multiple other ones.
Yes.
Enhanced is very basic. You provide your basic information. They do a background check, make sure you don't have any criminal records and stuff like that. Usually it's not very long and it's not complicated. Secret, you have a lot of paperwork to fill, and they will contact your neighbors, your relative. You need to give information about all your family members. If sometimes what I have seen, and this is just to be transparent, if all your family members are in a different country where it's very hard to reach security personnel to vouch if there's criminal records and stuff, it might delay. Does it say it's going to stop your application? No, absolutely not. But we cannot produce a letter of offer conditional. You have to meet the conditions before you get that letter. So yes, if you have a position that's secret or top secret, the process will be a lot longer because of that clearance. Now, is it a showstopper? No, absolutely not. It just means it's conditional to it and just requires a bit more work.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, with the government process is you will not extend a job offer until the candidate has cleared the security clearance.
We'll ask, are you interested? Yes, no. Okay, yes, I want to give you the job. You're interested. All right. Please fill these paperwork. We'll start the process.
Yes.
The process will include the language testing. Unless you're unilingual, that's fine. There's no language testing there. There's the security clearance. You'll have to prove schooling, make sure it's evaluated, like it's accepted in Canada, and there's a few paperwork to provide.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, you actually just answered. Sorry, go ahead, Min.
Yeah, so I just want to give a little bit more detail on the client. So Michael did a great job in formalizing all of it. So just to come back to the question that you mentioned about, will we given an offer. So an offer can be given at any given time if you're through a process, right? So I can say today, I would like to offer you. One of the first paperwork is a security clearance. So the offer will be in play, but if you don't have or you do not get the security clearance, of course, you cannot work with us. There's also that Mario conveyed that there's different level of security clearance. However, there's also other departments. So we can only talk about ESDC, IITB right now, but because we've been working in the government for quite some time, there's other department that require something else. So I will mention, like, for example, RCMP, right? RCMP have their own clearance on top of this clearance that we have. So those are the things where you go in for an interview and things like that. So there's different way, but again, like Marie-Claude say, security clearance, it's not a showstopper. It is something that we need to do, and you need to clear that and have your security access before we can actually have you as an employee.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion. For me, getting an offer means a letter of offer, but you are correct, Min, in saying that if a manager says, hey, I want to hire you, it's an offer. So yes, I'm sorry for the confusion. Absolutely. Thank you for clarifying that.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Noha, you have a question?
Yeah, we have a question here. I have some gaps in my work experience. I was a developer for some years, but started a business later. If I want to restart a full-time job, will my application be disadvantaged? Okay.
Like liability.
Disadvantageous.
Yeah.
Sorry. due to the gap. So, sorry. Thank you.
So do you want to take this one, Claude, or you want me to go ahead?
Sure. Most position will ask experience in a certain number of years. In the past 5 years, in the past 10 years, it depends. If you have a skill set, like there is these like super obscure programming language that are not very popular anymore and we still have system on them, hey, maybe that could fit in your experience and we could highly benefit. So that is justifiable depending what your skill set is. Now, my recommendation, earlier we did talk about other tenure type of more temporary, casual and stuff like that. Coming in as a casual or a term would give you that refresh experience to put on your resume and help you with that. Does it mean it's impossible that you can get in? No, absolutely not. But you ask if it might hinder it, it might. So that's my recommendation. Min?
Yeah, I'd like to add in is that, of course, there's going to be, when we look at if you apply to a poster, it might say 2 or 3 years experience in the last 5 or 10 years, for example. So if you qualify within that, that would be great. However, as well as that, I want to make sure that every candidate also know that, like Marie-Claude, you need to document that, right? Or through your application, one of the good tricks when you apply to the Government of Canada is that you always put a time frame. All right, so you put like I have work from this time to this time, and then you put the list of what you did. And again, because we are modernizing our technology, right? Someone that have worked on mainframe, technically they might not be doing mainframe for the past few years because that's how the industry is moving past mainframe, right? So again, you still need to put that. You should put that. It's not the need to. You should absolutely put that because sometime because of the project that we're doing, we're going to need to go back and I don't want to use the whole word of reverse engineering. We don't want to do that. We want to be innovative, but at the very least is that we need also the skill set to look at anything that has been legacy as well as something that it's upcoming as new trends.
Okay.
Okay.
Noha, you have another question?
Yeah, other question. If a position requires bilingual, but I have no knowledge of French, can I still apply?
Yeah, so, okay, I can take it. So usually when you apply on a position, there will be multiple language because it's very rare that you'll apply on one single position, right? They'll do a pool because it's costly. It's costly to run a full competition, right? So do apply on it. You never know. But can you be given a position that is bilingual? And if you're unilingual, actually, no, I'm sorry. But there might be other positions that do open that are unilingual. Min?
Yeah, I'll add into this is that it's the bilingual thing it's the policy that we have as part as a leadership position within the Government of Canada. It's required that you be able to speak on both official language, so that if an employee want to speak French, you'll be able to respond and write to them in French, or vice versa. So that is something that we can go above. It's a policy and regs that we have when it comes to the team lead, supervisory manager position up. Now, when it comes to the position that you're applying, I love how Marie-Claude says that you will never apply just to one position. I can give you, if you all go into job.ca and then you're looking within the business analysis and project management, I'll put a little plug here. I'm actually running 2 processes right now. And in those processes that you do have different language profile when it comes to it, right? So I'm hiring right now BA that has either unilingual. If you have bilingual, the great thing is that you're bilingual, you can either at later time, if you want to switch into a more leadership position, then you can do that. But on top of that, as you can start being bilingual right away, is that you get a bonus. There's a bilingual bonus that comes with it. So don't see that as a restriction, right? If you want to apply, please apply, and then make sure that you go through the process. And then once the process is over, like I mentioned earlier, you're going to be put in what we call a pre-qualified pool. So within that pre-qualified pool, depending on the position that we're trying to fulfill, if it's a bilingual and you are not, And let's say, of course, we won't be able to provide you with that position. But let's say at the meantime, you also want to learn want to be tested to see how's your French or your English is, right? So if you meet that threshold and you pass the test, then you'll be considered as well. But sometimes that is very strict. Like, for example, as a team lead manager, you need to have a certain level of what we call bilingual is French. You need to be like what we call CBC. It's a comprehension. I always get that wrong.
Reading, writing, oral.
There we go. So you need to be CBC, which is the how we evaluate, but you need to meet that threshold to be able to apply.
So just to add to that, and those are absolutely amazing point. One thing that's great about the government is, let's say you come in, you only have English, but you are eager to learn and you want to move up the ladder. We offer the training. And there's even people like, if you're a great employee, we love your work and stuff, we want to invest in your career. There's even people that get sent over for 3 months, 6 months to just focus on the second language. So there's really big opportunity to learn if you so choose to and move up the ladder to support you.
You know, I love this thing now. Now we're getting to all the little tips and things like that. Give me another half an hour, I'm going to get all the truth out of the government hiring. Okay, here's a question. Does the ESDC work with professional staffing firms? Simply because sometimes we work with staffing firm and they will say, oh, we are actually helping ESDC or certain government department filling some staffing needs. So basically for me is I need to have a clarification. Are these people telling the truth? Or well, first of all, do you guys work with staffing agencies? Number one.
May I?
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's two different ones. There's a staffing agency that promise you they'll staff you in a permanent position within the government. Yes. We do not do business with those. Some have reached out, we've talked, but we cannot go outside of the official process. That's important to understand. Although now we haven't talked about contractors. There's a lot of companies that will find you a job as a contractor for the government. And this is a whole other, I want to say, a ball game, because it's not the same rules, it's not the same pay, but it's experience. It's good experience. If you're stuck, it could be an option. So there is companies that will pay you the salary and they will manage the contracts and all the details. You give your resume to those companies and they'll manage everything. Now, of course, it's better to come directly to us, but sometimes it's not possible, or you want to get that experience like this person that was asking about, right?
Yeah.
It's another option.
Okay. So it is possible that it's true that you guys do work with outside recruitment staffing agencies on contract positions, correct?
Yes, that will be what we call, like medical, say, the professional services, so consulting services. So we do have that opportunity to, because typically a consulting firm, they have the skill set already. So if we need something quick, we can go through that mechanism to hire someone. Now, when it comes to the actual process itself, to come in as an indeterminate employee, those are the things that we internally run itself. So I just talked a little bit about the process that I'm running, is that I do have a team that is doing the posting and then making sure that we can retrieve all of it and correction of the exam and things like that. So that is done internally. I have also seen other departments that they will utilize, maybe it was what you're trying to refer to, a services, external private services to do what we call maybe the screening first, right? So typically when you get like 100, 200, 300, there's not enough staff around to really just dedicate to that. So there are departments that I know that will seek out and hire a subcontract to that private professional services just to go through the first phase of it, so the screening and everything like that. And then from there is the internal department, internally within each department, that then continue with the process itself.
Okay. And of course, when you go through these staffing agencies, they will still have to help their client go through the security clearance, right? To satisfy the government's requirement.
Yeah, that is in parallel, right? So any documentation when it comes to security or education, that's parallel track. But when it comes to hiring someone, and I want to make sure that we provide the right information, is that if an agency comes in and say, Min, come work for me, I will make sure that you get a job within the government, and then you'll be a government employee. I will say that is not true, right? Okay. Because it's really, we are, as the government, we are saying that, okay, we're employing you as through a professional services. You're not our employee. We have a different stream to get you to be permanent with us.
Absolutely.
And just to add to that, when we talked about clearance and stuff like that, the requirements are usually done with the contractor. So the contracting company, when it comes to clearance, education, and stuff like that, we go see them and we say, we need someone that is this clearance, in this, and that. And they will be the one that will provide someone that fits those criteria. So yes, it's going to be a bit different for the clearance and education in that regards.
Okay, thank you. Noha?
One more question. So internal referral is so popular nowadays. Does that apply to the government? And if so, how does that work?
Okay.
Oh.
No, it's okay. We'll answer that.
That's a tough question.
So
just tell whatever you legally can, okay?
No, it's okay. No, I'm fully supportive of my answer. No problem there. So as a government entity, we need to be transparent. We need to provide equality of opportunity and so on. Yes, if you know someone, it might be able to, if you fit in some special situation, to have a conversation with the manager. Will it give you the position? No, absolutely not. A lot of other venues need to be considered before we just take someone off the street. And when the manager does that, they put themselves at risk of reprisal, because we need when you start at the government, you sign that you'll be transparent and fair and act in the best interest of all Canadian citizens, and that's being fair, right? Okay. So the answer, kinda, yeah, it can open door to conversation. Will it give you a job necessarily? No, absolutely not. It's definitely not like the private sector of who you know kind of business.
Okay.
And if I may add just to the point, is that transparency is very, very, very important for us. But again, knowing someone, it creates that network, right? And without network, if you don't have a network, then you can't grow much within it. So it's important. G-TAC is there for that. That's the whole reason, right? It's to have that networking. So we encourage that. But like Marie-Claude say, is that there are some restriction that for us to hire someone from the street, there were some check and balances, right? So even if, like, let's say Min likes someone or knows someone, got referred someone, and I want to hire that person, well, I still need to do the paperwork, but that paperwork is going to be vetted by another entity. And they might question me and say, why are you hiring this person? And you have a pool of person that have applied, that qualify for the pool. So why are you not going to that pool? And most of the time they're going to say, I decline, go to that pool.
I live in Ottawa now for 23 years, and my wife is a full-time government employee for like 30-something years, and my daughter is a full-time government employee. So interdeterminate. So I trust me, I hear, well, none of them were proof, right, or verified, but you just hear things here and there, but none of them are verified. So, but I thank you for your honesty and openness on your answer. That was a tough question. So, Noha, you have any more tough questions for them?
No, I don't. So it's not tough question, but this is really what people think about, especially people coming from outside Canada. Like the word or the expression of networking, it's not in their culture. So how to network, how to talk to people, how even to present yourself. So like, so it's like, because, it's a different culture, different point of view. So, yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I heard so many newcomers tells me, I say, how did you get your job? Oh, my uncle knows somebody, or my dad knows somebody, or my brother, it's not, it's a new process, obviously, that they have to learn when it comes to Canada, especially when it comes to getting working with the government and trying to find government positions. So it's not a simple. So I know someone, hey Min, hey, no, it doesn't work that way here. Noha, do you have another question?
Can I give a comment on that though?
Sure.
My personal recommendation, when you do attend functions, of course, in person, it was easier than online, right? Yeah. Ask questions, be active in the meeting. I know a lot of us, especially in IT, are introverts, so sometimes it's difficult. As Noah said, sometimes it's a different culture, different mentality. But when you meet people, don't just try to talk about yourself, to try to put yourself out there. Ask about themselves. People like to talk about themselves. Ask them questions. Hey, who are you? What do you like? What are you passionate about? Ask follow-up questions to show that you are actually interested and you're not just trying to make small conversation. And that is often how you create those links, those connections, and always go, even at your level, even if it's not someone that is a manager or stuff like that, best connection are at your level, I find personally, because you don't talk to them expecting something. So they're a lot more willing to establish that connection, and you never know where it's going to lead you down the road. So that's my 2 cents.
Well said, Marie-Claire. Chloe. Sorry, I keep on thinking about Marie-Claire. Anyway, Marie-Claire. Anyway, yeah, well said. Anyway, go ahead, Noha. You have another question?
No.
No way. What about
Thank
the sorry? Okay. So if I'm a newcomer with an IT background, and I heard people working as a contractor for the government, so I guess it would. The fastest way for me to work as a contractor for the government is to contact these staffing agencies. Would that be the fastest way?
I just want to make a correction. Staffing agency, I'm not sure how is it used within the context of G-TAC or private industry itself, but for us is firms, right? So consulting firms. There are consulting firms out there that does hired folks, a skill set of folks that come and work for them as a firm. And yes, we do have a standing offer with some of those consulting firms. So if we are seeking for someone, I will say, let's say PeopleSoft or SAP, and we don't have that internal skill set yet, then we will reach out to one of our consulting firm and say, do you have someone? And then they will send us some of their candidate. And then we have, again, it's not just like, because Min knows someone and sends someone to the consulting firm that I can hire. No. There's still a check and balance, is that we have to send that request for information to everyone. Then the contract needs to be put in place. But then they have to bid for it, right? And the bidding is not just one company. There might be multiple companies. And we have to do an assessment. And through that assessment as well is that someone, again, the check and balance, someone will look at it. Our procurement people will look, did we do that fair or not? And then only from there, we can hire the person that the firm has recommended.
Okay, perfect. What IT related certificates are in high demand that will help my application? For example, what are some of your most pressing needs right now? So that maybe perhaps if I don't have it, I can go back to school and take some courses on it.
Maybe Marie-Claire, you want to take this? Because I know you're in the procurement, vendor management, so I'm sure you see a lot of demands.
Yeah, well, honestly, the 2 fields that I've seen the most prevalent in the last few years are IT security and cloud infrastructure. Cloud, high demand, but often a lot of the skills are transferable. Now, I'm sure there's also programming skills that are in demand, but that I'll let him answer what kind of language and stuff, because that's definitely not my side of.
On the cloud side, is AWS, Azure?
We actually have both. We actually do have both.
Okay. So AWS certified or Azure certified, are those all what's Google certified? Like, are those all beneficial?
They're beneficial. Honestly, we do provide internal training as well when we talk specific. So if your diploma is just in the cloud in general, that's enough. We'll provide you specific for the technology we are using. I know some certificates are extremely expensive, and I understand when you're trying to move, start a new career and stuff, it might not be the best investment money-wise for the government. I'm not saying for the private industry, but for the government, I'd say if you can get college diploma that's more just specific like that, that would be enough. And then you can use our student programs to come work with us and then get onboarded. Min?
Yeah. I know that, and thanks for that, Michael. Very well said. And what I want to make sure is like, let's not focus on exactly what are the certification or things that you need, right? Because as we mentioned earlier, when you onboard to us, and Michael mentioned, is that we are there to develop an employee. So that's something that we want to make sure that you come in. Of course, there's going to be some skill set that we're going to be looking. If you have exposure now, you have worked a little bit, then that often it's sufficient enough, because that's what we want to build on, right? It's not because you have a certain degree or a certification or being designated or things like that. For example, if there are some designation that's asked for, as myself, let's say I'm a BA, right? So if I want to be designated as the BA, so the CBAP is the professional designation, do we require that to be part of the team? No, that is what we call an asset. If you have it, then that's great, right? Then you understand, you pass the test. But again, it doesn't mean that you cannot do the work. And that's what we want to focus on. Let's focus on making sure that we provide that opportunity to onboard that candidate with a certain skill set. And that skill set can be developed, maintained, and also learn newer skill set to, again, just to make sure that we encourage the employee to through their career development, to not only be just focused on one, but to be an overall good IT employee that can add value to our organization.
Well said. Well said. This is definitely. I mean, just listen to both of you talking. It's like, wow, you're dealing with professional, ultimately professionalism in terms of the hiring process, the transparency, and everything else. So, Noha, do you have any other questions from our audience that? In French, in English?
In French, but I can see a lot. They are asking about working with work permit and
those are not,
so on. During the presentation, it was so clear because it's a federal government. We go through the security clearance. So just try to apply for a private sector, maybe municipal government, City of Ottawa. I work with the cities.
Shameless plug there.
Okay, the competition started already.
But all my friends,
by the way, I also work with a lot of private sector, so no.
Yeah, I have a lot of like half of my friends, they work with ESDC. And prior to my work with the City of Ottawa, I was working with the non-for-profit organization, and 90% from our funding comes from ESDC. So I know, I was so excited to know about you more, about your department, what you are doing, because I know the fund comes from you. You are the funder. You give money. Usually, we give money as tax payer. So just to go back with this work permit, try to build your experience outside federal government in general, and it's not only about ESDC, so it's all federal government. You have to be eligible for the security clearance. So just because I can see a lot of questions related to this point.
Yeah, well said, Nohan. Well said. And for all of you that's listening out there, is you guys have been for those of you that's a very loyal listener of our weekly webinar. You know that we are very close with a private sector, and one of the biggest argument I always tell everyone is when you work with private sector, the hiring process or the decision-making process is it's more flexible than with a government. And I mean, there's no denying there's so many rules or checks and balances within the government where the people just cannot bypass. Whereas in private sector, and especially with small SMEs, small medium-sized businesses, if you talk to the owner or the CEO, if they like you, the decision is made like instantly. So just so you know, is if you want to work for the government, probably you want to find a more private sector job first, settle down, establish everything, settle your family, everything, and then you can start planning to work, like applying to the government later on. Not that you shouldn't apply for the government, because my philosophy, everybody that listens to me knows that you apply. Whatever you think, if it's good, you apply. The worst thing that's going to happen to you is they're going to say no. But if you don't apply, the only decision you're going to get is no, because you didn't apply. So always apply, okay? Even though there might be a small chance, but while you're doing that, you also have to do it very strategically with your career planning, so that you know that throughout every single stage of your career, you will be able to fulfill your career goal. Especially a lot of newcomers that come to Canada, they're most likely in their mid-30s, unless of course you're an international student, you study here and you graduate here. But a lot of people, they're mid-30s, they come with a family, and people always say, "Oh no, the government, I'm too old for that." And I can tell you right now, and look at Mariko, she's shaking her head. No, it's okay, because I have a friend. Okay, believe it or not, he was offered an indeterminate position within one of the government ministry departments, and he was 57.
I just hired my employee, and she's 63. So for us, it doesn't mean anything. I know some business are shy about that.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean anything for us. We'll be happy to have you as long as you decide to work. If you like to work, you'll stay longer. And absolutely. I mean, anyone could win the lottery tomorrow morning if you buy a ticket, and could leave at any point. So it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Anyway, so on that note, I want to thank you. This is a very, very informative session. I can tell you right now is a lot of people probably already have a different understanding about the government job. So thank you to both of you, Mariko and me, and thank you, Noha, for stepping in for me to allow me to take a bit of a bio break and grab something to eat so that I can continue. Anyway, I want to thank both of you. Now, we do have a few minutes left. So Mariko and Min, do you each want to take a minute to wrap up today's session?
Sure. Go ahead, Mariko, first. I'll go. Okay.
Maybe one in French and one in English.
So thank you everyone for attending. A lot of discussion. I know there's going to be a lot of unanswered question. The generic mailbox is there for you to ask any question. Our recruitment team will make sure to answer back any of your inquiries. Now, just a little plug and another thing, because I know that there might be some folks that are a little bit disappointed that we are not going to be able to hire them because of their resident status. But we also have the foreign worker program. It's something that if you don't have a Canadian citizen or permanent residence and you are outside of the country, you can look into that. There's a lot of things that we can help have people and attract the skill set to our Canadian workforce. So that's something that we do offer as well. So maybe I'll post in the chat later on that foreign worker, but that's something that you can do. And going back to what you said, thank you for everything that G-TAC has offered us. Again, we don't want to say that you shouldn't apply. exactly what you say is that apply. We need to see where's the workforce is. Of course, our check and balance, we also need to be what I call financial responsible, right? It's that the money that we utilize for our program, but the hiring of our employee, it's money from our Canadians. So we need to make sure that that transparency, it's also observed so that we are fair to all of our Canadians. So on that note, merci beaucoup. Je laisse la parole à Marie-Claude.
Merci tout le monde, merci de votre temps, merci de nous avoir écoutés. Encore, venez nous voir au bout, on va répondre à vos questions. Personnellement, je vais être là demain entre 3h et 6h de l'après-midi, heure de l'Est. Et ça va me faire plaisir de vous rencontrer, vous jaser, mais on a toujours des gens là qui sont sociaux, qui ont des bonnes connaissances et qui vont pouvoir répondre à vos questions. Découragez-vous pas. Oui, des fois, je vois des gens qui disent qu'ils ont appliqué puis que ça ne marche pas, mais vous allez apprendre à chaque fois que vous appliquez, vous allez apprendre, gagner de l'expérience, poser les questions, puis éventuellement, ça va bien fonctionner, puis on a hâte de vous avoir avec nous. Merci beaucoup.
Noha, you want to close today's session?
Thank you so much for ESDC. I really enjoyed the presentation, enjoyed the questions from the participant, and as you both said, just apply, ne baissez jamais les épaules. So as an immigrant, I can tell it takes time, but it's rewarding. Being here in Canada, it's always rewarding for you, your family. So ne baissez jamais les épaules. So yeah.
And thank you everyone for joining us. And of course, if you have any further questions, by all means, please go to ESDC's booth in the INTAC's 12th National Virtual Career Expo. There will be people there answering your questions. And of course, always apply, okay? Don't disqualify yourself, just apply. The worst thing you're gonna do is they're gonna say no, okay? That's all. No one's gonna hit you, okay? don't worry about it. So just apply. And thank you all. By the way, we're gonna take a little bit break and we'll be back at 3 p.m. Eastern time, where our friends from the West Coast will be coming in and present about life in the West Coast of Canada. So thank you all. Thank you, Mariko. Thank you, Ming, and thank you, Noha. And we'll see you guys soon.
Perfect.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
At the end of the day, it's all about securing your networks and infrastructures.
When it comes to reliability, scalability, and performance, Fortinet always stands few steps ahead of others.
It's an amazing place to work. Leaders make sure they are empowering the people. You're working with some of the brightest and smartest minds in the industry. Some of them also have a lot of patents on their names.
I joined Fortinet last year after my graduation. I was assigned a mentor who is very enthusiastic with sharing her experience and the knowledge with me, which helped me be more familiar with products that I will be working on.
In a team, you will never feel being left out. Everyone, working hard, will help each other. Your contribution is always recognized by the company. I think that's very important.
I have already recommended 4 of my friends to Fortinet this year.
Fortinet is the fastest growing security company in the world.
And cybersecurity is an happening thing. I would highly recommend you to think about cybersecurity. Come join us.
One thing that most people would find surprising about me, the fact that I'm a CPA. It was advised to me to take this introductory business certificate program at the university I attended. All I knew at that point in my life was that I enjoyed a business organization and how it made its community successful. When I knew that I enjoyed the accounting courses, I had started to explore the CPA program. What excites me most about my CPA path is how many wonderful people I've met along the way in terms of mentors and coaches. Currently, I'm using my CPA designation and experience to support my community. I was recently appointed by the Chief and Council to the Finance and Audit Committee, and it's really a board that oversees compliance, the audits of the nation, and then setting the budgets each year. My drive was to one day become a leader, and I know that the CPA program helps people achieve that goal. The 3 letters CPA mean to me is just simply opportunity.
What drives culture at Medavie? It starts with caring for ourselves, so we can take care of one another. And the communities we call home. We take time to care for our physical health and take the needed moments to support our mental health, which helps us to care for Canadians. We care in many different ways. And while caring drives our culture at Medavie, it's that culture that helps us care so much.
Based on our decades' experience serving internationally trained professionals, together with our partners, G-TAC is proud to offer career-focused trainings. The goal of those trainings is to help skilled workers stay abreast of the latest and emerging labor market demands in Canada, explore career options and the pros and cons, expand your professional networks and therefore make informed decisions, and fast-track your career. Different from academic trainings, there are 3 key features of G-TAC's career-focused trainings that you can benefit from. 1. The trainings are all designed by industry insiders, along with inputs and feedbacks from hiring employers we worked with, and delivered by experienced industry experts. 2. The training contents are focused more on case studies and practical tips and tactics, not on theories. As a result, you can apply the knowledge and information in their job interviews, and quickly and successfully take on tasks when you are newly hired. 3. The trainings are short-term and low-cost, with possibility of job referrals. One-on-one career coaching is available to help you find out career path that can make the most of your experience and passion. Please visit G-TAC's website to find more details. Grow your career, G-TAC can help.
Okay, Mary, I see that you're in. That's good. Oh, you're muted a bit.
Okay.
Good.
Yes,
so
perfect.
you're she, her, and Sia. Okay, what's Sia?
It's a Tagalog word.
Okay, I thought it's some kind of native language, like in BC, that you guys use. Anyway, okay.
Oh, yeah, good. There's no gender in the Tagalog word, so we're neutral.
Okay, that's good. So, well, you have the honor of wrapping up today's session. Well, Cynthia won't be able to join us, right?
She will. I think she's still trying to connect. If not, I will just grab her from her office and.
Actually, Cynthia, let me see. Okay, I see. Okay, I see it. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna send this to her right now. Give me a sec, okay?
Sure. Thanks, Shaw.
Okay. Oh. Give me a sec, okay? I'm gonna send this to her right now.
Okay, Shaw. I think she cannot connect on her side. I'll just ask her to come over. Yeah.
No. I just sent her the link. Ask her to check her email.
Okay.
So well, as soon as she get on online, then we'll start right away. Okay. Well, so sorry, folks. So just give us a few seconds. We have one more speaker from representing the Langley Community Services Society. She will be joining us very, very soon, Cynthia. And then, of course, Mary is online already. So now so far, for all of you that's been following us today since morning until now, we have people from West Coast, mostly from the East Coast. Sorry, I'm just gonna, mostly from the East Coast. We talk about New Brunswick. We also talk about Ontario, and also we talk about working with the government, etc. So now it's time to the West Coast. Canada is a large country. On our West Coast, in the British Columbia, the westernmost province, obviously everybody probably know Vancouver, and in Greater Vancouver area, there are other community that just outside the city of Greater Vancouver area that are just equally thriving, equally offer wonderful family life, good community, outdoor life, job opportunities, education, etc. So, and this community is called Langley, City of Langley, or Langley City, sometimes they call it. And today we're extremely happy to have Mary and Cynthia. Now, Mary, have you heard from Cynthia? Because I sent the email to her. Do you know if she got it?
I think she's still trying to connect. Probably she's having some connection problem, but it's okay. I think we can start, and then she'll just follow us. Would that be okay?
That's fine then. Okay, then. So without further ado, Mary, I will let you take over whenever you're ready. You can change the slides on the main screen. Just put your mouse over the slide and click, or use the arrow key on your keyboard. So Mary, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much, Shaw, and a pleasure to be here again. Good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all, whether you're in North America or elsewhere. So I would be happy to present Langley, the family life and opportunities in British Columbia. All right, so I think I need to, I'm not getting control. Let me view.
Okay, you put your mouse over the screen, the main screen.
Yes.
And then click on your mouse. There you go.
There you go. Thank you. This is upgraded version of the last year. Thank you, Shaw.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure to learn all the things in technology. Okay, so here we go. This is our building. On your right side is our head office, and on your left side is our employment center. So it's called Welcome Center, welcoming everyone in the community. As ever, our vision is enriching lives. And by the way, I'm Mary Texan. I'm the program manager for employment here at Langley Community Services. So as you can see, we are prioritizing families. All right. And these are just some snapshots of, this is actually Greater Vancouver that you're seeing. So for those who are coming in, we will be, having you this very beautiful season. It's very colorful, and I always love autumn. This is the journey that were sent by our clients. And it's always heartwarming to receive those stories. Each client and each newcomer would have their own stories. Okay, moving on. We are celebrating our 50 years this year, and we were incorporated in 1971. So this is our garden at the back of our head office, main site. Okay, that is in Langley, BC, the birthplace of BC actually. Okay, so these are just some snapshots of our stats. So BC is, there you go, the red mark. As you can see, this is 2016 census. The 2021 is coming out soon. So our population is, there you go. Can you see BC? The total Canada is 34,000, and BC is about 4.5 million, okay? And for some of you who will be going to the other provinces, yeah, this is just a snapshot of the whole of Canada. Okay. All right. So just to give you a brief snapshot of our labor market, we are expecting to have 1 million of job openings for 2021 to 2031. So if you're coming to mainland, we call it Greater Vancouver. Lower mainland, it's 653,200 job openings. All right, so inflation rate is very high this year, but I think from the employers, we are hearing that they are crying for employees. So so much opportunities here in Langley. Okay. All right, these are some of the industry groups. 14%, the highest is still healthcare and social service, social assistance, and construction is still there, accommodation, retail, food services, okay? And in terms of the educational background, here is the stat, and the highest, of course, is the bachelor's and graduate of first professional degrees, okay? So we are seeing now that nearly 80% of the job seekers will need some form of post-secondary education or training. And I think with our audience now, job seekers, this is very easy for you to get, all right? So in-demand occupations right now, you would be amazed: cooks, service technician, construction helpers, heavy equipment operators, welders, and plumbers. So these are the trade occupations, okay? All right, so without further ado, this is Langley. These were shots taken from Langley, the township of Langley. And as you know, Langley is composed of two cities. One is the township and one is the city of Langley. So we get to enjoy both worlds. I would like to present a video about the township.
Welcome to the township of Langley on the west coast of beautiful British Columbia, Canada. The township of Langley is located on the unceded traditional territories of the Katzie, Kwantlen, Matsqui, and Semiahmoo First Nations along the south bank of the Fraser River in historic Fort Langley, the birthplace of British Columbia. Each day, we strive to create a place that values inclusion and that builds a legacy for future generations by leading and committing the community to a lifestyle that is socially, culturally, economically, and environmentally balanced. The Township Sustainability Charter is our roadmap and provides the vision, principles, and goals to connect, engage, and include those who live, learn, work, and play in our community in building our future together. The township includes 6 distinct communities, each surrounded by rural land and connected by parks, trails, and green spaces. The combination of city and country is what makes the township so beautifully balanced. Each community offers unique qualities, amenities, and services to enjoy year-round. To the north, Walnut Grove is a vibrant community featuring single and multi-family homes. It has direct access to the Trans-Canada Highway and the Golden Ears Bridge that connects us across the Fraser River. The northwesterly portion is largely dedicated to industrial lands, providing a diversity of job opportunities. Walnut Grove features hotels, offices, and commercial spaces, golf courses, and a 19-screen movie entertainment complex and an exceptional recreation center with an indoor aquatic facility capable of hosting provincial championships. Willoughby Willowbrook, equally in the northern area of our community, offers a variety of housing options along with a transit exchange and direct access to the Trans-Canada Highway. Willoughby is home of the Langley Event Centre, a 300,000 square foot sport and entertainment facility that hosts games, championships, and events. It is home to Canada's Western Hockey League's team, the Vancouver Giants, as well as Canada's Western Lacrosse Association's team, the Langley Thunder. Our Willowbrook Mall features 140 retailers and has benefited through a recent $23 million revitalization project that has repurposed a portion of its footprint into a new entertainment courtyard for the community. Fort Langley sits along the Fraser River and is connected in rich history and culture. It is home to the Fort Langley National Historic Site and future home to Salishan Place by the river, our community's new arts, culture, and heritage center. With a quaint village atmosphere, Fort Langley is a popular tourism destination that continuously draws tourists from around the world. It features a variety of housing options, art galleries, bistros, and brewing houses, as well as golf courses. Festivals and events equally contribute to the charm of Fort Langley. Murrayville is located in the center of the township. This residential area is equally a core for agency services, including our school district office, RCMP Protective Services Detachment, Municipal Airport, Langley Memorial Hospital, W.C. Blair Recreation Center, and McLeod Athletic Park, a multi-sport facility that hosts everything from local team practices and games to national championship events. Our Derrick Doubleday Arboretum offers a 12-acre green space with walking trails, community gardens, Korean War monument, and a wood-based interpretive center built to showcase sustainable building design that features local Indigenous art on its outer profiles. Brookswood Fern Ridge is located to the southwesterly area of our community and offers that small-town feel. It is a mix of urban, rural, and agricultural land with a walkable community center, providing a blend of housing options to meet the needs of its residents, as well as civic, commercial, and cultural spaces that support a strong sense of community and a high quality of life. More than 115 acres are dedicated to public park space that features countless walking trails and wetlands, as well as a BMX bike track, disc golf course, and skateboard park. The community's George Preston Recreation Center features arena capacity for hockey and curling and is home to British Columbia Hockey League's team, the Langley Rivermen. Aldergrove is located to the southeast of our community and features affordable housing, golf courses, industrial employment lands, and access to the United States-Canada commercial border crossing. It is also home to the Greater Vancouver Zoo and to one of Canada's few remaining drive-in theaters. In 2018, the township opened its brand new Aldergrove Credit Union Community Center that features a 500-plus seat indoor hockey arena, indoor walking running track, and an outdoor water park. The Otter Co-op Outdoor Experience, complete with full-size water slides, a wave pool, lazy river channel, playground and picnic area, and a competition-sized swimming pool. Our rural area is rich in beauty and expansive in all its nature. It features a variety of farming types and agribusinesses, including farm-to-table culinary experiences, fresh local fruits and vegetables for the picking, wineries, distilleries, and cideries, as well as many poultry and livestock farms, including alpaca farms. For many years, the township has been considered the horse capital of British Columbia and is home to the Thunderbird Show Park that hosts international equestrian competitions annually. Access to quality education for and by all ages is essential to an inclusive, shared, and prosperous future. Langley has 2 post-secondary academic institutions, Trinity Western University and Kwantlen Polytechnic University. Both universities offer undergraduate and graduate degrees and draw international students from across the globe. There's a diversity of sector industries anchored in the Township of Langley's economy, including aerospace, agriculture, construction, education, creative, film and TV, manufacturing, tourism and sport hosting, wholesale trade, transportation and warehousing, providing a variety of employment opportunities. Some 7,000 businesses are licensed for operation in our community. The Township of Langley is truly a unique community that offers something for everyone. Celebrate an event, go to a game, experience Indigenous culture and tourism, work in a strong economy, shop local, sip at a winery, bike along the river, visit a farm, live in a diverse and inclusive community. We hope you come visit us soon and experience for yourself all that our community has to offer. In the Township of Langley, we're creating inclusive opportunities for our community to thrive.
Right. Well, I hope we'll be able to give you a glimpse of Langley Township. So this is our population as of 2016. And if you are pretty much a hockey fan, I mean, there is a World 2022 Hockey Challenge for 17 years old happening in November. So this is our Langley Events Center. Okay, that is worldwide event. And then if you are interested in like playgrounds, we have 76 playgrounds, 84 parks. And yeah, we continue to build structures. You can see now if you happen to pass by our main road, you could see a lot of condos, residential houses mushrooming. Okay, so very fast growth. I'll provide you more information. Okay, there you go. This is
the Township of Langley is an exceptional place to live. When my husband and I were first married, we were...
This is another set of the video, but I guess we can bypass this one and then go to the next one. Okay. Okay. All right. So if you are looking for the top 10 occupations in Langley compared to Metro Vancouver, this is your stat. Okay. If you want to move to healthcare, but mind you, this healthcare sector, some are in IT, right? So some of the companies would have accounting, payroll, right? And admin under healthcare. So it's pretty much you have the opportunity to choose what industry you wanted to join. Okay. Retail trade is number 1 in Metro Vancouver. You could take a snapshot if you like. And our source for this one, this data is from the Township of Langley. Okay, so agriculture is there also. And if you compare in Metro Vancouver, manufacturing is up and education, finance, all right. Admin is one of the top occupations, all right, for 15 years and over. Okay, more statistics for you. So housing cost, if you are wanted to find housing in Langley, this is the average to own, $1,500. and then to rent, it's 1,200. But with the recent change, I guess this is rising. So I heard from the realtor this morning, it's about 1,800 now to rent a 1-bedroom. So it's really changing, but the opportunities are there for either work or if you want to establish your own business. Okay. Right. So country of birth, the composition of the township is majority is still Canadians, Europe and Asia. Okay. Mother tongue is definitely English here, majority, but there are French speakers available, yeah, in some industries. Okay. So this now is Langley City. So as I was telling earlier, we enjoy both worlds because we are serving both cities. Our main office is in Langley City and our employment welcome center is in Langley. Okay. I need to play this one. So are we able to play the Langley City video?
Try to do the, there's a little link on top.
Yeah, so.
Click on that, does it work? Yeah, click on the YouTube. There you go.
I don't see the picture.
Ideally located in the middle of one of the richest, fastest growing areas of Canada. Since its modest beginning as a small settlement, Langley City has evolved into the thriving, prosperous hub of the Lower Mainland. The crossroads of commerce and transportation, the gateway to two major cities and airports.
People want to live.
Bear with me for 2 seconds.
There's more employment opportunities in the community here in Langley City than there are employable people. People can live in this community, they can work in this community, they can recreate in this community. There's great parkland. It's just a great place to live.
Strategically located, the city of Langley has managed to retain its small city atmosphere and community spirit while offering all the amenities of a major urban center, a unique trait that appeals to a wide spectrum of people and businesses. The rapidly rising number of successful businesses in the area is approaching 2,500. They include one of the largest concentrations and greatest variety of retail and wholesale outlets in the entire province.
It's
Emily,
really
can you stop sharing
more
the
welcoming
screen?
region. It appeals to a lot of young families, startup families, new people moving.
Stop sharing.
We have lots of big business here and opportunities to grow more. It still has that small town feel where you kind of know people and people are very much involved in the community.
Langley City caters to every whim and every taste, from big box stores to trendy boutiques and neighborhood businesses that retain and reinforce the intimacy and relaxed feel that makes the area so unique and so appealing.
It's really hard to find an area with an identity, and downtown Langley has maintained that over its history.
Tech support, thank you. Okay, here, let me share.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ideally located in the middle of one of the richest, fastest growing areas of Canada. Since its modest beginning as a small settlement, Langley City has evolved into the thriving, prosperous hub of the Lower Mainland. The crossroads of commerce and transportation, the gateway to two major cities and airports.
People want to live here. You know, there's more employment opportunities in the community here in Langley City than there are employable people. People can live in this community, they can work in this community, they can recreate in this community. There's great parkland. It's just a great place to live.
Strategically located, the city of Langley has managed to retain its small city atmosphere and community spirit while offering all the amenities of a major urban center, a unique trait that appeals to a wide spectrum of people and businesses. The rapidly rising number of successful businesses in the area is approaching 2,500. They include one of the largest concentrations and greatest variety of retail and wholesale outlets in the entire province.
It's really becoming more and more a self-contained region. It appeals to a lot of young families, startup families, new people moving to the region.
We have lots of big business here and opportunities to grow more. It still has that small town feel where you kind of know people and people are very much involved in the community.
Langley City caters to every whim and every taste, from big box stores to trendy boutiques and neighborhood businesses that retain and reinforce the intimacy and relaxed feel that makes the area so unique and so appealing.
It's really hard to find an area with an identity, and downtown Langley has maintained that over its history.
I live here, I work here, I play here. It is a community that encompasses everything.
It's very unique and a lot of products that you're not going to find in a big box store or in a mall, and a lot of services that you wouldn't normally find other places either.
It's got great schools and great activities and that keep people here, and our employees like living here and they like working here.
A short drive from the relaxed pace of downtown, you enter the brave new world of retail cars. The newest concept, the Collection Corner, with its focus on luxury automobiles.
Langley is dead center of the entire area, and we think it's a great strategic location for the collection, and it's a great place to do business.
We're proud to be recognized as one of the most business-friendly communities in British Columbia. This past year, the city received an Open for Business Award from the BC Small Business Roundtable, a National Brownie Award, and a Municipal Excellence Award from UBCM.
As it grows, Langley City is stretching up as well as out, keeping step with the constantly changing times and demands of the marketplace. The city now offers a variety of residential development, from single-family homes to multi-family condos and everything in between.
If I had to describe Langley in probably 2 words, it's future-proofing. And that's what communities do wrong, is they sort of build for today. But what I see Langley doing is a future-proofing and they're building for tomorrow.
The area is such a hot market that Bob Rennie, one of Canada's most prolific marketers, has added the city of Langley to his portfolio.
What you'd like is champions that want to see if there's a solution and a way to work through it, and that's what Langley has.
Surrounding it are all these amenities that people look for, such as golf courses, recreational beaches. It's all within easy distance.
We're growing, and it's important for us to be in as many areas as possible and accessible for our customers. And Langley's a great community when it comes to accessibility from all over the Lower Mainland, Fraser Valley, and it was just a good opportunity.
Langley is the place to be for education, with a variety of public and private schools, including 2 outstanding post-secondary institutions, Kwantlen Polytechnic and Trinity Western University.
People have a lot of choice these days, what with the internet and online learning, etc., but there is nothing really to replace that immediate presence right here in the community, where people, not just the students, but also the community can come and we can be part of the community socially, culturally, economically.
The innovative solutions to controlled, livable expansion are all part of a well-articulated official community plan created by City Council and staff. The City of Langley continues to be a community where elected officials are visible neighbors and tax dollars are spent to address issues of local significance.
What we have learned from consultation with our community partners, business owners, and the development industry is that the best way that we can attract and support investment in the community is to provide a high level of certainty. We do this by providing a predictable development and investment environment through comprehensive community planning.
The key is to develop the 3 C's: concentrate, connect, and complement, as the foundation for the Downtown Master Plan. Concentrate on blending residential, specialty retail, entertainment arts, and culture in the downtown core.
The volunteerism is remarkable. The business community comes together. Everyone seems to be on the same page.
Connect the downtown to the rest of Langley with Greater Vancouver via an expanded transportation hub that connects with the transit network.
At the City of Langley, our focus is on relationship building. I'm proud to be part of a dynamic staff committed to providing excellent customer service, exceeding expectations, and implementing innovative initiatives that benefit our entire community.
Complement the expansion of the downtown core with an ever-growing range of entertainment arts and cultural events, like the perennially popular Good Times Cruising Car Show and Arts Alive Festival. A decade ago, the Hotel Convention Center and Casino jump-started the rebirth of the City of Langley as the place to be for entertainment.
We get involved as much as we can with the city's events and initiatives to create just a welcoming entertainment facility for residents and visitors of Langley.
Preserving the relaxed, comfortable atmosphere of Langley City is a community-wide commitment. Increasing density and business brings an increasing need for vigilance.
Having the police officers out there on bikes provides that presence, and it's a friendly face, and it gives our officers a chance to interact with the people in the parks and the schools and on the street.
The City of Langley has created a social plan to provide guidance how to meaningfully and effectively confront social issues in the community. The Stepping Stone Community Services Society has been providing valuable help for those with special needs for 25 years.
The community recognizes the value of having an organization that's providing services for people that are really vulnerable.
Recently, the city has extended its generosity to include helping the Salvation Army develop the Gateway Project, a refuge for the homeless who require permanent or transitional shelter. The Gateway of Hope has worked tirelessly to build partnerships with the entire community of Langley.
We're working to make a difference in the lives of people who are marginalized and to put them back on the road to recovery.
No one is forgotten or overlooked in the plan to become a model community for accessibility or inclusiveness, a plan that has won praise from Man in Motion hero Rick Hansen.
It's the best sense of partnership, teamwork, and citizenship. That's the dream. That's why I'm excited that Langley is taking up the challenge to realize that dream.
The future is here. Langley City is the place to be.
Our goal is to continue building a vibrant and safe community while celebrating our history, our character, and our strong sense of identity. We know who we are and where we are going.
It's a place to be.
Okay, thank you, Shaw. I guess
what I want to do maybe is I'm just going to continue to host the slides so that you can just continue with a presentation. So that way it's probably easier, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the slide afterward.
Okay.
Just let me know when you want me to change slides. Okay.
For sure. Thank you, Shaw. So yeah, this is just a snapshot of the major employers here in Langley. So Cascades Casino is the topmost. We also have the Langley School District after Canada Bread. Langley School District employs more than 300 people. CKF is a manufacturing firm, also our employer partner, by the way. CKF, and then Kwantlen Polytechnic is also here. They have the only bridging program for nurses. Okay, so you need to connect with Kwantlen, KPU, that is here in Langley. Okay, of course, the groceries are also huge in terms of the staff, Safeway, Save on Foods. The Bay is also retail. And then some other employers. Okay, so strong employment we have 63% compared to 65 compared to 63. Okay, and in terms of the housing market, we have this house price, 1.1 million. That is a March data, but it gets higher now. But we don't know, right? Because they're saying that recession is upcoming. So I think it will be a cycle. All right, so let's move on, Shaw. Thank you. So let's compare now the city of Langley to Metro Vancouver. Previously, we had the township. Now it's the Langley city. So retail trade is the top, and then followed by accommodation and food services, 14%. Construction is 12% for the recent immigrants. So you could see the preference of the immigrants, where they go. So for the Metro Vancouver, the highest is accommodation and food services compared to the retail trade in Langley. Okay, so just take a snapshot and then let's go to the next one. Okay, another source of this information is a realtor. So they're saying that compared to the other cities, this is Greater Vancouver. By the way, Greater Vancouver is just the downtown. It's just 30 minutes away from Langley, so it's very near. Yeah, so you could easily drive. I mean, I use Highway 1. I live in Vancouver and I work in Langley, so it takes me 30 minutes to drive to my office. Okay, so in terms of the amount, it's 1.3 in Greater Vancouver, the home index price. And when you compare it in Toronto, it's 1.3. In Ottawa, it's lower, 718. And in Quebec, 312, even lower. So if you want to invest, then yeah, just do your research first. All right. Thank you, Shaw. So another stats for you, inventory and sales volume of the home prices. Okay, thank you. Okay, now I'll just give you a bit of information about Langley community. And LCSS is a community-based nonprofit. We provide free parenting and with the different programs and services. We have a youth employment program. We have a local partnership. And we are serving at no cost to the community. We offer workshops for children, youth, families, seniors, and the services are also confidential. All right, let's move on to the next, the details of our, okay, so some of our programs, child care resources, a lot of you probably will be coming in with children, so we can refer you to the child care providers. Okay, so information and referral is very critical if you're a newcomer, because we get a chance to talk to our and network with our local providers here, so we know where you are, your needs would be met. Okay, thank you, Shaw. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so some of our services, it's family services, servicing individuals and youth from birth to 14. Thanks. I will just move very fast so that we can go to more an interesting conversation later about the opportunities, work opportunities. So another child care resource, this is some of our services. Thanks, Shaw. Family Place, from 0 to 6 years old. And I mentioned information and referrals to in the whole of Lower Mainland. We try to connect with service providers depending on your needs. All right. Next, family counseling. Please go on. Yes, please go on. Thank you. Family connections, parent outreach. Yep, we are serving all these services to the community. And because Langley Community Services has been known for parenting and community counseling. Okay. So we have workers who are masters, have master's degrees in counseling and also ECEs to provide services to the community. Thanks, Sean. Let's keep on moving. Parent education is also one of them. We have an ongoing basis. This one is, we're very popular on this one because of the mental health issues that we're facing. They're saying that 1 out of 3 Canadian is experiencing some kind of mental health issues. So we have nurses, addiction specialists, and nurse practitioners, and psychiatrists to help you in your meeting your needs. Okay. Thanks. Substance use also is one of the most popular service that we are providing because of the issues we're facing right now. Mainly, I think because due to COVID, these are related concerns that we are facing right now. All the mental issues. We haven't seen them before, but now I think, lots of people are coming to us because they are having some issues with substance use or any other addiction. Okay, let's move on. Settlement is on the main site and employment is at our welcome center. Okay, let's move on. So this is one of our flagship. This is an employment program, and the benefits are it's a paid like to attend our workshops, and we connect you with employers. We are also providing tuition fees, and these are open for Canadian citizens, PRs, and refugees. So there are a lot of PBMLTs, or the project-based labor market training, that are happening in BC. So before you pay your tuition fees, let us provide you with information about the free tuition fees available in the Lower Mainland. Okay, thank you. Some of our events happening in October. So some are in person, some are still online. So seniors, conversation circles happening. And of course, October 31 is a Halloween. Thank you. Right, these are some of our events that happened in 2021. So we celebrated the Heritage Month, June. And then we joined your BCE, I think this is 11, last April 2021, and it keeps on growing. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Shaw. Okay, so library, we also have free membership, Taming the Dragons for our kids. And this is also very popular for kids nowadays. So you could see a lot of kids here roaming. All right, so another initiative is the Local Immigration Partnership, wherein we connect with all the shakers and movers in Langley. So we have a table for this. It's a membership of the schools, the school district, private schools, and also the settlement workers, including RCMP, including the healthcare sector. So we just came up with a strategic plan for Langley. So the township are also, representatives from the city and the township are also here to sit down and come up with a strategic plan. So it's out. You could see the results of the research at www.langleylip.ca. Thank you, Sean. Okay, we are also dealing with a lot of racial cases of racial microaggression. So we are having these events like series. So this is just one of the series. Thank you. All right, so here is an additional resource for you. A lot of you, I could see from the Q&A, they're asking for resources. So please feel free to go to these links for jobs and settlement and also schools. If you are here, we connect you with the Swiss workers or settlement workers in school. So they are providing services in your own language. Okay, so take a snapshot if you like. Thank you, Sha. Some of our corporate partners, employer partners, and earlier probably you saw in the video, CKF is also our partner. So a lot of employers are crying for help for staffing. So you're just in a perfect timing right now. Yeah, compared to me when I arrived here 14 years ago. Orientation, yes, we provide taxation, housing, government applications, forms. We also provide those. Okay, thank you. Mentorship is very important. We learned that through the years, those newcomers who had mentors had a long way to go, and they are now in their dream jobs. So mentoring works and volunteerism at the same time, probably pay forward after you have integrated. So that is very normal here in BC and in Canada, I think, volunteerism. Thank you, Shaw. Okay, one of our programs, 12-week program for women, for empowering. It's in our main office. Okay, let's move on. Okay, seniors program. Thank you, Shaw. I think let's move faster. Okay, our conversation circles, ELP. Poverty law is also one of our services that we provide. This is a free meeting with a legal advocate and a lawyer. So if you have some problems with rental, a lot of the people now are experiencing some debts or housing problems, employment standard concerns. We are more than welcome to help you. Thank you, Shaw. Okay, I think I mentioned this one already, the local immigration partnership, and it's all around Canada. So we have one here in Langley. Thank you, Shaw. Okay, so one of our programs now, which is running education assistant training. So if you want to be with your kids and be an education assistant, you could be in school. This might be an opportunity for you. So we provide everything for free, and wages is up to $28. Thanks, Shaw. Okay, I mentioned Skills to Success. This is a youth employment program. You attend the training and then you are paid minimum while attending the class. Okay, so thanks, Shaw. Okay, this is our first trades program, structured cabling. So this is around 21 weeks of commitment from you, and everything for free. And the only thing that we will request for you is commitment to finish the program. All right, thanks, Shaw. Another one is a support for the school, the students. This is to prevent out-of-school youth. Okay, so we have sessions that are running from 3 to 6 p.m. They also have allowance. We pay for the short trainings. This is a great support because lately we are seeing that there is the number of out-of-school youth is getting higher. So this one is to address this need of the community. Thanks, Shaw. Okay, I think I will call on my colleague, Cynthia, job developer for Langley community. Langley, are you in the, Cynthia are you in the house?
Oh, she's not online.
Oh, not online?
Yeah, she's still not online. I'm not sure what happened.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, probably we're having some issues on her side, but I mean, I will be happy to provide you information about this. So we are needing a job developer in one of our employment programs. So job developer, this is the summary of the roles and responsibilities, just like connecting with the community to place our clients. Thank you. And then, yeah, you could apply online or talk to us in our booth, Shaw. We have a booth.
Exactly. Yeah. For those of you that's interested in a job with LCSS, by all means, please go to Langley Community Services Society's booth and then talk with one of their rep there. Okay. So there's a job for job developer, job for job developer, and then.
Okay, so I mentioned, yeah, substance use. There are a lot of services that we provide nowadays. So more services to clients, clinical counselor, and you could see that the salary goes from 37 to 46 per hour.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah. This is not an easy job, I have to tell you. Yeah.
Yes, sure. I could yeah, imagine. Yep, lots of energy there that is needed from our yeah, candidates and the actual employees. Okay, HR assistant, we're also looking. So
finally, yes.
Okay, so there you go, Shaw. I think we still have 10 minutes for the a Q&A, and but I think I was not able to say that we are operating in the acknowledge the work that we takes place in the traditional and unceded lands of the Kwantlen, Katsi, and Saimi-Yamu First Nations. Thanks, Shaw.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so there were some questions talk about why does Langley have little presence and does not present job offers like many provinces. Well, first of all, Langley is a city, right? Before we go to the Q&A, I just want to remind everyone, please use a few seconds to complete the survey and let us know your feedback about today's presentation from Langley by Mary. And while you're completing this survey, we're going to go to some questions. So the question is, Mary, why is Langley not so well known, you know, in outside of Canada or, you know, in other parts of Canada?
Yeah, that's a good question, Shaw. I mean, Langley is the birthplace of BC, if, for some of you who wouldn't remember, but this is where it started. So Langley is very close to Vancouver. That's why probably we call it Greater Vancouver, right? So
that's right.
Little cities, and then it's near and yet so far. So depending on the time also, because there's a traffic during the peak hours of office days. So yeah, but normally 30 minutes. So I guess that is one of the reasons why, because it's so close to the downtown Vancouver.
Yeah. So, but yes, exactly. So for those of you who's not familiar with Langley, Langley is about, on average, it's about a 50-minute drive from Vancouver International Airport east. Okay. So on an average drive, you know, maybe sometimes sooner, sometimes later, depending on the traffic. It's really not that far from Greater Vancouver. In fact, I know that's people probably still, I don't know, maybe some people still commute, but all in all, it's a community. It's actually a little bit more affordable than the city of Vancouver, right?
That's
As you
correct.
know, for those of you who doesn't know, Vancouver is the most expensive city in Canada.
That's correct. Yeah, compared to Vancouver, 1800 for us for one bedroom. Vancouver is 2200 Shaw now, the average price of one bedroom rent.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't even want to begin to check. What about nurses? Are there shortages of is there a need for registered nurses in Langley?
Yeah, I think a lot of the hospitals are crying for nurses. The whole of Canada, I think it's already in crisis. So we have some initiatives that were undertaken. So there is now a fast tracking of the foreign credentials for nurses. So yeah, stay tuned. I mean, it's all over the news that we are fast tracking the foreign credentialing, especially for the nurses and doctors.
Do you want to explain a little bit about that one, or should they go to your booth and then get more information?
Yeah, I can give information in our booth, but yeah, just go to the website of the, I can't remember now, Doctors of BC, like nurses and doctors. There's a the licensing body. So
yes,
so it's there, it's up in their website, and it's also in the government website, but I can provide a link later, yeah, in our booth.
Okay. And then obviously this question came from people from outside of Canada. Obviously it says right here, do I need an IELTS certificate when I apply for jobs in say in Langley or in Canada?
That's a great question. I think it depends on the employers. Some employers do not need any IELTS. They take it from, I mean, the conversation. Some would call you. I mean, they would assess your English proficiency through a telephone or through Zoom. So they don't, others are not requiring the IELTS like a certificate. So before you jump into taking tests, just probably do more research on the employer.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I see that Cynthia is actually online, but I don't see her though. That's interesting.
Yeah. Okay.
She's actually online, Cynthia. So maybe she's online with I'm not sure where she is, but anyway, she's actually answering some questions. Go to lcss.ca /career/ but go to LCSS booth in the VC12 main hall and chat with the rep there, and then learn more information about there. Besides that, no, I don't have any other questions, and it's about time to wrap up. So Mary, I'm going to give you a minute to wrap up today's session.
For sure. Yeah. Thank you very much again, Shaw, for this opportunity. We've been presenting, I think, for a couple of years now, and always excited to meet our job seekers and the providers. So congratulations again, Shaw, for the opportunity, and let's keep on continuing the BCE because our clients are, I think, online. So hello to all clients of LCSS and the whole of BC. I would say that, yeah, connect with your settlement workers, most especially if you're coming in BC and the whole of Canada. So we have free services for you. And I mean, we don't, I mean, sponsor like international students, but I guess they have a different path for coming here. A lot of the international students are having a new career path to being a PR. So it's one of the priorities of the Canadian government now, because we need people. And the employers are crying for staff. So come to BC and come to Canada for sure. And don't forget to call us, or yeah, call Shaw and the other service providers in this event. So again, thank you, Shaw, and all the best until tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, on behalf of everyone at G-TAC, I want to thank you again for coming and do a presentation on Langley. And I will let you go back to your booth, but while I will close today's the webinar. So thank you, Mary.
You're welcome, Shaw. Bye for now. Bye, everyone. Talk to you later.
Yeah. And of course, this concludes today's Discover Canada series or webinar. I want to thank you all because I know some of you actually stay from morning until now, so it's been a long day or long evening for you, And we will be back tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. Eastern time. And then we also have a whole lineup of presenters for the career forum. We will start with all of you that's thinking about immigration to Canada, immigrate to Canada. Our first presenter tomorrow morning is going to be a certified immigration consultant to talk about all the rules and regulations and what are some of the ways for you to come to Canada. The second hour is going to be for Humber College to talk about bridging program for new arrivals. And then we're going to have CPABC to talk about if you want to get a designation, CPA designation, a chartered professional accountant designation here in Canada. Then we're going to have Mediv to talk about various healthcare positions, paramedics, registered nurse, practitioner nurse, personal support worker, etc., are all the needs in Canada. And then we're going to have Invest Ottawa to talk about various high-tech jobs here in Ottawa. And we're going to have ICTC from Alberta to talk about various IT jobs in Alberta, which is a province that's also a Western province right next to British Columbia. And finally, we'll end the day with the from Carleton University team program, where they'll talk about various study opportunity for foreign students that want to come to Canada to study and do a postgraduate degree. And after that, they can obtain work permit license, and then obviously go on to get a provincial nominee sponsorship and then settle here in Canada. So we have a very, very strong up tomorrow. So please join us tomorrow at 8:45 a.m. So on behalf of everyone at G-TAC and all our presenters today, I want to thank you very much for your time and for watching us and for all your very, very great questions. And we hope we answer your questions. And every one of the presenters should be in a booth now. So if you have a chance, go to the booth and talk to the representative. So until tomorrow morning, thank you all. Have a great evening, great day, great evening, great morning, wherever you are. And we'll see you tomorrow morning. Bye.